After my rebirth, my stepmother was only 3 years older than me. War. It's Wang Nan-senior. He probably with the first-year student, Xiao Xi Zaojian, Wang Nan's new girlfriend. The height difference between them is huge. In front of Wang Nan, Xiao Xi looks like a kawaii little kid. As she said this, the girl in the school uniform skirt couldn't help but imagine, showing a lecherous expression. Do you think Xiao Xi might get crushed? Baka. What's wrong with your mind all the time? Wang Nan, with his hand on Xiao Xi Zaojian's head, couldn't help but chuckle. The curves of the girl flashed in his mind, and his heart couldn't help but burn with desire. But at that moment, a few boys holding baseball bats blocked Wang Nan's way. Seeing this, Wang Nan immediately shielded Xiao Xi Zaojian behind him. He clenched his fists. These kids looked unfamiliar, probably students from the nearby University of East Tokyo. Baka. You're the one who slept with our girlfriend. Baka. You're looking for death. Seeing Wang Nan, who was as towering as an iron tower, the boys couldn't help but feel a tremor in their hearts. According to rumors, this bastard looked like a bear, and it was no exaggeration. In front of Wang Nan, they seemed like little dwarfs holding toys. When they saw him in person, they barked incessantly, but none of them dared to take the first shot. Just standing in opposition to Wang Nan, they felt an unprecedented pressure. Even with baseball bats in hand, they couldn't help but ask themselves, are we really a match for him? Are you going to do this or not? If not, I'll come over there. Xiao Xi Zaojian watched as a few of the boys were knocked down by Wang Nan's bare hands, trembling all over. It was too domineering. At this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. Someone's hitting. Someone's hitting. The loudest of the group was scared out of his wits by the scene, and couldn't help but shout out. At that moment, a heavy sound of footsteps approached. He thought he had called for the school's administrators, but when he turned around, he saw a group of bald men in suits closing in on them. These men all had large tattoos on their chests. Sakura tattoos weren't randomly printed tattoos, were seen as symbols of crime or immorality. Only one kind of person would have such tattoos, the Yakuza. Kid, this is none of your business, get out of here. This guy was so scared he was almost wetting himself, and his thighs were uncontrollably shaking. At the same time, Xiao Xi Zaojian, worried for her brother, saw these bald men in suits all suddenly spread their legs, bending down and placing their hands on their knees, shouting, Wang Nan-sama. Big brother. The sons of the ancient Sakura clan lords were referred to as Waah-sama by their samurai. Waah-sama was equivalent to what people understood as a young master. Xiao Xi Zaojian was stunned for a moment, not realizing what was happening. In her mind, brother was a good student, with excellent grades in finance and law. How could he possibly have any connections to the Yakuza? Wang Nan looked at his good brothers, whom he had personally trained, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He really didn't want to be involved with the Yakuza. When he agreed to follow his father and stepmother to Sakura, it was solely because the era he was reborn in was too poor. And Sakura, with their wealth plundered during World War II and a solid industrial foundation, was on the rise economically. It wasn't just the second largest economy in the world but soon entering a brilliant and magical bubble era. As a reborn person, how could he miss the opportunity to profit from this? But what he didn't expect was that his stepmother, who was only 3 years older than him, was actually the only daughter of the Yakuza's high-ranking member, Nishikuchi Masanaro. Soon after, Nishikuchi Masanaro rose to power and became the president of the Nishikuchi Group in 1980, becoming the sixth-generation head of the largest Yakuza organization in eastern Sakura. Moreover, Wang Nan had inherited the tall and rugged physique of a northerner and showed an impressive physical talent at the age of 16. This made Nishikuchi treasure him, immediately taking him as an adopted son. And he often said to people, "My adopted son, Lu." Wang Nan. Well, he, a big guy, could never acknowledge a criminal as his father and had never called him Oyakachi. Nishikuchi, with his own plans, turned Wang Nan into a Yakuza warrior. Some of the people in front of him were fellow Chinese who had crossed over to Sakura, while others were the orphans of the Nishikuchi group members, all sworn brothers of Wang Nan. The leader of the group was known as the eldest sworn brother, Feng Luorgio. Luorgio, didn't I tell you guys not to disturb my university life? If you keep doing this, how can I live as an ordinary person and interact with my classmates? Seeing his big brother's resentful expression, Feng Luorgio quickly explained. Big brother, it's Nishikuchi-sensei, the president who asked us to call you back. He said the 3-year agreement is up, and you must return to fulfill your duty as worker-sama. The duty of worker-sama was, of course, to take over the organization. To be honest, Wang Nan was full of resistance. He knew the fate of being in the Yakuza. The Sakura government had always been suppressing Yakuza organizations, limiting industries, and monitoring all their actions. This made the Yakuza a sunset industry, and some secondary group leaders had even committed suicide for failing to meet the organization's performance. No matter how well you did, you were just a dog raised by others. When the dog was no longer useful, even its last shred of value would be gone. However, Wang Nan soon realized something. If he wanted to profit from the bubble economy, he had to rely on the Nishikuchi Group's power. In the bubble economy, the Yakuza played a very important role. As long as he could bring the Nishikuchi Group onto the right track and successfully clean them up, even the government would have no way to deal with them. Thinking of this, Wang Nan turned and reluctantly said goodbye to Xiao Xi Zaojian. It seemed he wouldn't be able to continue his university life. The school wouldn't allow a potential threat to stay on campus. He looked at the group of bald men and said, "Let us go, head to Tokyo, and meet Miss Nishikuchi." Miss Nishikuchi, of course, referred to his stepmother, who was 3 years older than him. During that special period, Wang Nan's father had protected her. When she returned to Sakura, she treated Wang Nan like an older sister. Chapter 2, The Modified Sumiyoshi Kai. Wang Nan gazed at the graceful figure of Miss Nishiku Yumi, and couldn't help but swallow hard. In a moment of impulse, he wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, greedily inhaling the scent of her untouched purity. Feeling the warmth of her skin beneath his fingertips, Wang Nan was about to make his next move when a sharp voice interrupted him. "Nan, what are you thinking? You look so lost in thought." Wang Nan smiled awkwardly, quickly pulling the sweater Yumi had handed him over his head to hide his embarrassment. What had just happened was merely a teenage fantasy. If he had to blame something, it would be the overly tempting way Yumi looked in her cheongsam. Her once slim figure had become more voluptuous with the proper nourishment. Yumi, noticing that her handmade sweater was getting stuck on his large arms, couldn't help but laugh, her voice like a chime. "All right, don't force it." She sighed and said, "I didn't expect you to have bulked up so much." Saying this, she playfully punched him twice, feeling how firm his muscles were, like granite. "Old man has been constantly mentioning you. His health is always giving him trouble, but he refuses to drink less. If you disagree with what he's saying, just listen." But he. Wang Nan nodded from time to time as he listened to Yumi's ramblings. Both of them were enjoying this time they shared, as if they had returned to that cold winter when they huddled together back to back for warmth. At that moment, a hearty laugh broke the peaceful silence. "Yo, Nan, you finally came back to see me." "President." Wang Nan responded with a frown. Nishiku Masanori, who didn't like being called that, quickly put on a smile. "Good, you've grown quite a bit. You're looking more and more like a proper samurai." With that, he pulled Wang Nan into the tea room. They sat on tatami mats and started talking about the current situation of the Sumiyoshi Kai. "Nan, given my health, I will officially step down as president in 3 years. At that time, it will be up to you to lead everyone." Wang Nan took a sip of tea, indifferent. Compared to being the 7th-generation leader, he was more interested in becoming a financial magnate in the Sakura region. Masanori smiled wryly. "I knew you wouldn't be interested, but for Yumi's sake, you must try your best." He emphasized, "My brothers aren't easy to deal with." The Sumiyoshi Kai had its headquarters, the East City Group, personally led by Nishiku Masanori. Below the headquarters were several direct groups, which in turn had subgroups and smaller subgroups. This was just their headquarters. The Sumiyoshi Kai, formed by expanding from Tokyo, was a massive criminal organization that continued to take over other regions, such as Kanto, Hokkaido, and the Sakura Northeast. Each of these regions had a major, historically influential branch, and each branch had its own large subsidiary. Under Masanori's diligent leadership, the Sumiyoshi Kai had surpassed the Dikawa Kai to become the largest violent group in eastern Sakura. Wang Nan also knew that the next biggest organization in Sakura, the Yamaguchi Gumi, had recently split due to a dispute over the leader position, resulting in a 5-year war between the Yamaguchi Gumi and the Ichiwa Kai until it was stabilized in 1989. If Wang Nan refused to take on the role, the Sumiyoshi Kai would likely face a similar split. He knew that many of the branch leaders weren't satisfied with his young age or his lack of experience, and even within the headquarters, some felt that Wang Nan wasn't yet fit to become the president. All right, I understand. I will cooperate with you as best as I can. Upon hearing this, Masanori couldn't help but laugh. However, I have a few small requests. Masanori's laughter suddenly stopped. He realized he had been too eager. I knew you wouldn't agree so easily. What ridiculous demands do you have? Since I'm in a good mood, go ahead and say them. First, I will establish a real estate investment company in my own name, and you must provide me with 1 billion yen in startup capital, without interfering in the company's operations. 1 billion yen, based on an exchange rate of 250:1, would be around $4 million US. This was a huge amount of money, especially in the early 80s. As the president of Sumiyoshi Kai, Masanori wouldn't be concerned about this sum of money. His casinos generated more than that every year. Helping his adopted son start a business was entirely reasonable. Moreover, the underworld and real estate industries were tightly intertwined. This logic still applied in Japan today. Second, I will establish a financial firm under the Sumiyoshi Kai's name in Tokyo, with me as the president and you as the chairman. The profits will be split, with half going towards the headquarters activities and the other half going to me. Upon hearing this, Masanori was a bit confused. Gambling and loan sharking were closely connected. Loan sharking had always been a core business for the Sumiyoshi Kai, and almost every group had its own financial business. He didn't understand why Wang Nan was being so serious about this. Wang Nan realized something and tugged at his lips, emphasizing, this financial firm's main business will be selling financial products. It's a legal and compliant business, well, at least on the surface. A legal financial firm. Masanori felt uneasy. Could financial firms really be legal? They had blackmailed many seemingly legitimate financial companies. However, he quickly thought of Wang Nan's major financial law. The reason Masanori had agreed to let Wang Nan go to university in the first place was because Wang Nan had said the most profitable businesses were all written in the law. Since his son was determined to become a lawless outlaw, Masanori had no choice but to support him. Many of the leaders in his organization had come from this field. Since you're interested, go ahead and do it. The underworld existed because those who tried to make an honest living couldn't make enough money. That's why they resorted to making dirty money. If Wang Nan could figure out a way to make money legally, it would be a lot smarter than loan sharking. Third, I will work on washing the Sumiyoshi Kai's image, and I hope you will fully support my efforts. Washing the image. Masanori widened his eyes. This term was unfamiliar to him. Because in Sakura, the Yakuza was already considered a legitimate business. What he didn't know was that the anti-gangster law, implemented in 1992, would soon push the Sumiyoshi Kai into a very awkward position. Shortened to anti-gangster law, it would make every criminal organization tremble in fear. Chapter 3, the Yakuza held a meeting, and the police were on high alert. There's no need to whitewash it. We are a legally operating mafia company. President, why are you so confused? We are just a tool for the authorities to manage the underground order. If one day the higher-ups think we are a burden, do you think they will still let us go? It's not that Masao Nishiguchi has thought about this issue, but he feels that after living like this for so many years, it's too early to consider this issue. There's an old saying in Long Country that goes, if you don't think about the future, you'll have immediate worries. You don't want to have a few policemen following you when you go out to pee when you're old, do you? You don't want every member of your team to be on file, do you? Wang Nan described to Masao Nishiguchi the tragic situation after the gangs were deganged, with a lack of successors, an aging gang and low income. Because it was too real, Masao Nishiguchi finally couldn't sit still anymore. Stop it. Isn't it enough for me to promise you that I can do this? If the Carters really commit suicide out of shame because they can't raise the Jews, how can I face the seniors in the company? Nishiguchi Masao was sweating profusely, and asked the members to sell milk tea on the street and steal sea cucumbers. Dear, it would be better to let them die. Seeing the frightened look on the old ghost's face, Wang Nan couldn't help but laugh. Those who are doing worse are just peripheral members of the secondary group. They can still collect protection fees now, but in the future they will be targeted by the police as soon as they go out on the streets, and naturally their lives will not be satisfactory. Forget it, I'll agree to whatever you want, but you must attend the annual meeting of the Sumiyoshi Association in 3 days as a young leader. Hearing this, Wang Nan's eyes couldn't help but condense. His identity as a young leader was only recognized by the Tojo clan's headquarters. Outside of Tokyo, who would still recognize him as a young leader. Moreover, he had not been active in gang affairs in the past 3 years, and even many people in the headquarters had forgotten about him, the young tiger of East City who was once famous in Tokyo. President, I will teach them a lesson. Looking at Wang Nan standing up with his towering figure, Nishiguchi Masao nodded with satisfaction. This is the young tiger of his Shiko family. This young tiger played a huge role in his becoming the 6th generation. The scene of Wang Nan using the three-sword style in the battle for the throne is still vivid in our minds. Inspector Nakano, you are on duty today as well. Yes, all the police officers in the professional group of the Metropolitan Police Department are also mobilized. Speaking of this, Nakano Miki couldn't help but feel a little nervous because it was her first time on duty with a gun. Inspector Nakano, don't worry. With Inspector Miu 13 of the 3rd Division of the 1st Investigation Division of the Metropolitan Police Department here, no one can hurt you. The young police inspector showed off his well-developed muscular body to Miki Nakano. But I saw Nakano Miki with her mouth slightly open, a look of shock on her face. Miu Shisan thought that his sturdy figure had successfully impressed the beautiful policewoman, so he used all his strength to make himself look even more muscular. At this time, a helpless male voice sounded behind him. Hey, police officer, please make way. He raised his head and looked upwards, only to see a man with braids and a black suit looking at him helplessly. The width of the other person's double doors made him feel inferior. It turns out that the policewoman Nakano was looking at this guy. He was both ashamed and angry. In Sakura, his height of 1.71 meters was higher than the average height of Sakura men. But the other person was half a body taller than him, so he had to tilt his head back to meet his eyes. Why should I give way to you? We are on duty. Can't you just walk by? To be honest, Miu Shisan mustered up a lot of courage to say this, as he didn't want to embarrass himself in front of the beautiful woman and his subordinates. He had no doubt that the opponent's punch could knock him headfirst to the ground. Uncle policeman, you are blocking my door, and you still have the nerve to criticize me. This is your house. Oh, why didn't you tell me earlier? If you had told me earlier, I would have definitely given way to you. Wang Nan smiled indifferently, and before entering the door, he winked at the cute and dazed female police officer. Wrong. Megure Juzan seemed to have suddenly remembered something and suddenly raised his voice. Miki Nakano asked curiously. Is there something wrong, Inspector Megure? That guy just said this is his home, doesn't that mean? Megure Juzan's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. It seemed as if something frightened him. Inspector Nakano, I feel a little unwell. How about we change our duty station? Why? This is the back door of the 6th generation's house. If we guard here, we might be able to make some important discoveries. Megure Juzo didn't know where to start. If he guessed correctly, the man just now should be the young tiger Wang Nan of the Nishiguchi family, who once used 3 knives to create a bloody storm in Sumiyoshi headquarters. He was just a patrol officer at that time, but he had the honor to witness the brutality of this young man, and also saw the long-lost 3-sword style. God knows where Masao Nishiguchi found this monster. This monster disappeared for a long time, how come it comes back again? At the same time, at the front door of Masao Nishiguchi's private residence. Nearly 70 Mercedes-Benz cars parked in front of the door one after another. The police officers of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department immediately felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. An old man with a 4 golden flower armband on his arm said leisurely. All 72nd level group leaders are here, including the presidents of the Northeast, Hokkaido, and Kanto branches. I haven't seen such a large group for a long time. What exactly is the old ghost from the West Gate selling? The chief of the Metropolitan Police Department headquarters beside him felt a little pressure and said hurriedly. Our informant said that Nishiguchi Masao wants his adopted son to become an official Wakashira. Ruatu is equivalent to the second in command of Poly Group, which is not a trivial matter and must be approved by the headquarters and all branches. Oh, is that the legendary East City young tiger? The legend was widely circulated in both the black and white worlds, but the superintendent of police, who had not been on the front line for a long time, did not believe that there was such a great person in the world. Let everyone be on high alert. If there is any gunshot inside, start a search immediately. Yes, sir. Inside the room, the Sumiyoshi Kai officials all stared at Wang Nan, who had arrived late. This guy's size really gives people an overwhelming pressure. Many of those who were eager to try had serious looks in their eyes, as they all felt that the young tiger had grown a lot taller. Chapter 4, Fighting with Force Doesn't Work, so why not fight with me with words? Part 1. Wang Nan and Nishiguchi Masao also wanted to see who would jump out. He had just stood still and was about to sit down below Nishiguchi Masao when he heard a bald man with a stubbled beard say with a sinister smile. What? Youngsters don't know how to call people now. You don't even know how to say hello when you see us old guys. Masao Nishiguchi's smiling face immediately fell. Before he could start to attack, Feng Luorjiu scolded him. President Nozawa, as the head of the discipline committee, don't you know Wang Nan Ruotu's identity? You should take the initiative to greet him. Sakura people pay special attention to seniority and etiquette between superiors and subordinates. The hierarchy in violent organizations is even stricter and there can be no slackness, otherwise they will be severely punished. Hearing Feng Luorjiu say this, several old men from the branch couldn't help but reveal sarcastic expressions. Nozawa Mitsuzo even refuted without giving any face. Assistant Feng, no matter what I do, it's not your turn to teach us a lesson. Enough. Nishiguchi Masao waved his hand and signaled Feng Luorjiu to sit back down. Feng Luorjiu returned to his seat unconvinced. The atmosphere at the scene was a little tense, and everyone was actually not very interested in this sudden appearance of Ruotu. It was just that due to the authority of Nishiguchi Masao, I didn't dare to show much resistance. Just when everyone was reluctant to be the first to speak out, the president of the Hokkaido branch, Isao Yamashiro, bowed to the person sitting at the head seat with a righteous look on his face. Brother, nearly 10,000 people in our Sumiyoshi Kai recognize you as their father, but if the boss is the next president, how can we play it so lightly? When Sakura's gang recruits younger brothers, they all call him Big Brother Oyu Yaji. If you want to follow them, you must acknowledge him as your father. Isao Yamashiro's meaning is very clear. Do you want all of us to call a young boy father? Wouldn't that make other gangs laugh at us? His words were immediately recognized by most people present. Wang Nan was too young. Even though he had the aura to be a leader and stood out from the crowd, wasn't it too fast for him to become a leader? Nishiguchi Masao did not respond to Yamashiro Isao, but turned his gaze to the first old man on the other side. Little Island, what do you think? Kojima Tsutomu immediately responded in panic. Brother, I will listen to you. Upon hearing this, Nishiguchi Masao shook his head. None of his sworn brothers were simple people. Just when he was hesitating whether to put pressure again to get everyone to agree with Wang Nan. Wang Nan, who had not sat down yet, said, Everyone, isn't it a little early for you to discuss this matter? The president is in good health, so it won't be a big problem for him to lead us for another 10 years, don't you think? As soon as these heart-piercing words came out, dozens of team leaders at the scene immediately expressed their loyalty. You are right. The European duck season will definitely lead us to another more glorious decade. Masao Nishiguchi made the Sumiyoshi Kai the second largest gang to rival the Yamaguchi Gumi. This achievement surpassed all the previous generations, and even the three branch presidents could not question it. The most important thing is that in the Sakura Yakuza culture, Masao Nishiguchi is their father. How can a son contradict his father? Once you anger Masao Nishiguchi, you will be punished with isolation and expulsion from the sect, which is really more painful than killing them. Seeing this, Mitsuzo Nozawa had no choice but to give up, but he soon had a new idea. Today is the 80th anniversary of our company's founding. I have specially invited the famous sumo wrestler Hiroyuki Snow, who was promoted to Ozaki in a recent tournament. The carders in the venue immediately started talking. Sumo is the national sport of Sakura and has a very lofty historical status in the minds of ordinary people. The income of sumo wrestlers is also relatively high among many professional athletes. And after being promoted to Ozaki, Hiroyuki Shono, who was invited by Mitsuzo Nozawa, his annual income can reach 50 million yen $200,000. There are 10 major ranks in sumo wrestling, with Ozaki being the second highest rank after Yokozunar. Yokozunar is the highest honor in Sakura sumo. There are usually no more than 4 Yokozunar active at the same time. That is Hiroyuki Shono, who was invited by Mitsuzo Nozawa to add to the fun. He is one of the top active players in the sumo world. The Yakuza are omnipresent in Sakura, and the sumo world is no exception. I'm afraid that Hiroyuki Shono must have been found guilty of some kind by Mitsuteru Nozawa, forcing him to come and perform. Nishiguchi Masao showed an expression that showed he had seen through everything. He smiled and said, "Since Jianai Dagwan is here, why don't you invite him up quickly? Sumo is the national sport of Sakura." Everyone was in high spirits and the atmosphere suddenly became lively again. Everyone forgot about the dispute over the leader for a moment and returned to the atmosphere of the gathering as before. It wasn't long before they could hear heavy footsteps rumbling on the floor in the distance, and everyone looked towards the camera in the main hall. I saw a fat man with muscular body walking towards the center of the stage. Every time he took a step, everyone could feel the floor vibrating slightly. Don't question his flexibility, his explosive power is enough to push away any obstacles in his way. It seemed like he was forced to come to perform, and Zhao Naibuji was very unhappy. He snorted coldly. "I want to fight 10 of them. Who dares to come up and give it a try?" Although the level of the pass is there is never a shortage of fearless and reckless men in Jidao. Hearing these provocative words, more than a dozen people in the crowd outside immediately stood up, took off their coats, revealing the tattoos covering their entire bodies, and walked onto the stage cursing. Never underestimate the Yakuza of the Sumiyoshi Kai. They are not just street thugs. They are not even the lowest level wakashu. There are so many of them, and each of them is an elite who knows some fighting skills. They are often the backbone of a gang. Feng Luorgio was eager to try. As the president's assistant and nominal leader, he would take the responsibility for this matter. But Wang Nan grabbed his trouser leg. "Luo Ju, don't act rashly, his target is me." "Brother, then I should go first." Wang Nan couldn't help but cover his head. How could he not see the murderous intent in the eyes of this heavyweight player? The other party had no intention of holding back, and anyone who rushed forward rashly would definitely be injured to some extent. "Be good, Ju, don't make me worry." Hearing what Wang Nan said, Feng Luorgio recalled some bad memories and quickly took 2 steps back. Although the eldest brother was very kind to them, he was like a strict father when it came to educating them, and they were often beaten when they were young. Chapter 5, Fighting with arms doesn't work, so why not fight with me with words? Part 2. Megure Juzo fiddled with the equipment in the car, and the scene in the venue gradually appeared on the screen with dancing snowflakes. Nakonomiki asked in astonishment. "Inspector Megure, how did you do it?" "Our investigation department just visited Nishiguchi Masao a while ago. The surveillance camera was left behind at that time, but the battery power is limited." While Megure was still showing off his machine, Nakonomiki was attracted by the scene in the venue. Zhao Naibuji in the center of the venue indeed had no intention of holding back. After the temporary referee announced the start, he grabbed the 2 closest people. A group of extreme elites were thrown out like sandbags. Ruozhong's fists hitting him were like hitting dough, and Zhao Naibu's trembling fat instantly dissipated all the force. What's going on? Not only were the people on the stage stunned, but the people below were also shocked. Feng Luorgio pulled the corner of his mouth and exclaimed, "This fat guy is really thick-skinned." Zhao Naibuji laughed wildly. He grabbed Ruozhong, who was still hitting his belly, raised his hand above his head, and slammed him heavily to the ground. There was a teeth-grinding sound of bones cracking, and the floor suddenly cracked. Ruozhong, who was lying on the ground, was spitting blood and was obviously seriously injured. This scene made everyone present tear their eyes out. Seeing their companions in their hands, the remaining people all shouted and attacked Zhao Naibuji. Zhao Naibuji was very satisfied with his masterpiece. Seeing the crazy crowd, he sneered. "Court death." He spread his legs and stomped hard, then suddenly gathered all his strength and rushed towards the crowd. The people who were watching couldn't help but feel nervous, thinking that this guy was going to kill them. Miki Nakano, who was watching the live surveillance, couldn't help but cover her eyes with her fingers. Just when everyone was feeling frightened, a burly figure suddenly appeared in front of them. With a bang, everyone felt the entire venue shaking slightly. Through the gaps between her fingers, Nakonomiki saw that the man named Wang Nan used both hands to block Zhao Nao Hiroyuki, who was doing the wild boar charge. Under such a strong impact, Wang Nan only took 2 steps back. And Zhao Naibuji also sat down on the ground due to the reaction force. He looked at the tall man in front of him with a little disbelief, and then he remembered that this was the person that Nozawa Mitsuteru asked him to take care of. A loud shout suddenly rang out in the quiet venue. The crowd watching were all ecstatically looking at Wang Nan, who looked like a god descending from the sky. "Shiko, young tiger! Shiko young tiger. Masao Nishiguchi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was a little worried when Wang Nan rushed out just now. Now it seems that this big hurdle is nothing compared to what his adopted son can handle. Nozawa Mitsuteru was a little dumbfounded when he saw that everyone was calling Wang Nan by his nickname. He took great pains to invite a top sumo professional wrestler like Xiao Ozaki just to give Wang Nan a warning, but he didn't expect that this would give Wang Nan a chance to win everyone's attention. Wang Nan said domineeringly. That's all there is to it. There are little stars in Miki Nakano's eyes. This man is so cool. This sarcastic remark also successfully angered Zhao Naibuji. He is the youngest Ozarki wrestler in the sumo world today, and the young talent who has the greatest potential to be promoted to the rank of Yokagawa in the future. How could he fall in front of a gangster? He struggled to stand up, his eyes were red, and 2 streams of white air came out of his angry nostrils. Seeing this, Nozawa Mitsuteru felt that he was in good shape again. Why did Wang Nan do something else but to provoke Zhao Nao Hiroyuki? If Ozaki used all his strength, even Wang Nan would be either dead or injured. Everyone sensed the murderous intent that had almost solidified in Zhao Nao Hiroyuki, and when everyone quieted down, Nishiguchi Masao also placed his hand on the handle of the gun in his arms. Miki Nakano also covered her mouth, staring at the screen with her eyes wide open, not daring to breathe. Wang Nan in the field took off his shirt slowly, revealing the tattoo that surrounded his entire back and chest. What is surprising is that the tattoo on his back is not a mythical beast like the azure dragon or the phoenix, but a huge toad. Tattooed on the front of the body is a creature that many Sakura people are unfamiliar with, the Pishio. Pishio is known as one of the 5 mythical beasts along with dragon, phoenix, unicorn and black tortoise. According to legend, the Pishio has a mouth but no anus, and can swallow everything without leaking out, so it is regarded as a symbol of attracting wealth and treasure. Masao Nishiguchi pulled the corner of his mouth helplessly. He thought that Wang Nanwen's 2 beasts were quite domineering at first, but after knowing that they were both gold-devouring beasts, his brain froze. Why did this guy love money so much? Zhao Naibuji felt that this boy was looking down on him, so he didn't hesitate and took this opportunity to grab Wang Nan's 2 muscular arms. You are looking for death? Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in unison. If a sumo wrestler grabs my arm, is there any chance of survival? Wang Nan was thrown out heavily without any suspense. But unlike what everyone imagined, Wang Nan, who was floating in the air, quickly controlled his body and landed steadily on the ground. Seeing that his first attack failed, Zhao Naibuji pounced on Wang Nan again. He used one of his special skills, the double attack. He wanted to use his strong arms to crush all of Wang Nan's bones like a giant python. But it was all in vain. Wang Nan's cold voice sounded behind him. Wild boar, it's my turn to fight back. Zhao Naibuji got goosebumps all over his body. His experience told him that it was very dangerous to turn your back to the enemy. Amid exclamations from the audience, Wang Nan grabbed Zhao Naibuji's arm and pulled it hard. Zhao Naibuji's eyes widened. A weight of more than 300 kilograms was lifted off the ground by a lightweight. This was an experience I had never had before, but the feeling of having my body out of control was very unpleasant. Everyone felt their scalps tingling and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What did they all see? Wang Nan was actually going to use a shoulder throw on Zhao Naibuji. With a bang, Zhao Naibuji fell to the ground, and countless wood chips splashed up. A deep cracked pit appeared under him. Zhao Naibuji also felt dizzy and fainted. It was so embarrassing that he lost to a gangster boy at a high level. He was so socially frustrated that he simply fainted. Looking at the collapsed floor and the large cracks on the side, Masao Nishiguchi gasped in pain. This was the top-quality mahogany floor that he had purchased at a high price. The crowd watching at the door couldn't help but cheer. The team leaders couldn't help but widen their eyes and re-examine this tall and extremely muscular young man. Megure Juzo, who saw this scene on the surveillance camera, couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This beast-like man seemed to have become even stronger than before. If such a ferocious beast officially enters the underworld, wouldn't Tokyo be plunged into another bloody storm? Megure Juzan didn't notice his goddess. He was drooling at Wang Nan's patent muscular body. He couldn't help but squeeze his legs together when he was so engrossed in the sight. Chapter 6, Fighting with Force Doesn't Work, so why not fight with me with words? Part 2. Nozawa Mitsuteru and the 2 branch presidents were all dumbfounded. They didn't expect this result, it was a real deal. The top professional sumo wrestler was defeated so easily. The three old gangsters couldn't help but secretly feel shocked. They knew that the young tiger was very strong, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. They exchanged glances briefly. Nozawa Mitsuteru didn't expect that the ace he invited would become the target of Wang Nan's authority. He was shocked and had no idea what to do. Shan Chenggong coughed and said, "Someone, take this guy to the hospital quickly. If something happens, it could be a big problem." Masao Nishiguchi waved to the people at the door, and someone immediately brought a stretcher. However, no matter how hard they tried, they were still unable to get the flesh mountain-like Zhao Nai Buji onto the stretcher. Upon seeing this, Wang lent a hand and put Zhao Nai on the stretcher. It took 8 shirtless strong men to carry Zhao Naibor out of the door step by step. The large stretcher creaked all the way, as if it would fall apart at any second under their weight. The police were also shocked when 8 people carried Zhao Nai Buji out. The chief of the Metropolitan Police Department asked the old man, "Should we go in and take them back for questioning on the grounds that they are rioting?" "That's not necessary. I'm actually curious about what kind of leverage Zhao Nao Hiroyuki has that the Sumiyoshi Kai has. I will have someone investigate this matter." After Zhao Naibuji was carried away, the venue fell into a strange atmosphere again. Everyone could see that branch president Nozawa's attack was intended to embarrass Wang Nan, but it ended up giving them a glimpse into the young Wakashira's true strength. As Yakuza, they are bound to encounter violent conflicts. Since ancient times, force has been an ability that the Yakuza attaches great importance to. The first word in Bushido is Wu. All the team leaders felt that the younger generations looked at Wang Nan with deep admiration in their eyes. This is not a good phenomenon. Isao Yamashiro couldn't help but sigh, and looked at the most introverted Tsutomu Kojima. Kojima Tsutomu muttered quietly. Although he couldn't hear clearly what he said, Isao Yamashiro could tell from his lip movements that he was saying the word wealth. Yamashiro Isao immediately understood. Why do they get involved in the underworld? Of course, it is to become the big brother, which is the ultimate dream of every young gangster. Then what is the purpose of being the eldest brother? Of course, drive the most expensive luxury car, earn more money than you can spend in a lifetime, and sleep with the most difficult woman to conquer. All three are inseparable from the word wealth. Why was the Sumiyoshi Kai able to become the largest gang in the eastern part of Sakura in one fell swoop? It was because their leader, Oyaji Nishiguchi Jingnan, reformed the gang and had the financial resources to acquire forces in other regions so that everyone could have enough food to eat. That's why everyone respects him so much. Thinking of this, Yamashiro Isao said seriously, "Brother, it's not impossible to let Wang Nan be our young leader, but he must prove himself in management. We have finally put on suits and don't have to go hungry anymore. If he can't run the company well, everyone will go hungry." Some team leaders nodded in agreement, as this was also the point they most disagreed with Wang Nan. Wang Nan is too young. Does he have the ability to feed everyone? To put it bluntly, their Sumiyoshi Kai is a large business alliance. If Wang Nan really becomes the next president, will he be able to run the company well? Masao Nishiguchi couldn't help but laugh secretly. These old guys made a stupid move. He could run the Sumiyoshi Kai so well, all thanks to the kind reminders from his adopted son. However, being able to talk and think is one thing, and being able to actually do it and do it well is another. He coughed, and after everyone quieted down, he said, "I know everyone has this concern, so I will invest in Anan to start a company. If it makes a good profit, won't that prove his ability?" Yamashiro Isao asked, "Brother, how much money is considered profitable? If it's too low, won't it be hard to convince people?" Nozawa Mitsuteru then added, "Also, how much capital is needed to set up the company? We can't just give Wang Nan whatever he wants. What if he accidentally loses all the money?" Wang Nan couldn't help but chuckle when he heard this. These old guys were really stubborn. They wouldn't be convinced until he showed off his skills. "I only want 500 million yen in capital, but you must give me half of the profits." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. According to the current exchange rate, 500 million yen is $2 million. The money was much less than they imagined. Opening a gambling house also requires costs. Opening a bar, a massage parlor, or a brothel also requires costs. As for profitability, you don't think you can prove yourself by opening a bar or a small business. Within 5 years, I will increase the total asset value of this company to 50 billion yen. There was silence in the venue, but soon a series of laughter broke out, led by Mitsuteru Nozawa. Even Masao Nishiguchi felt that his adopted son was a little too arrogant. From 500 million yen to 50 billion yen, this is a 100-fold increase, which means the capital has to double almost every year on average. Is this possible? Everyone thought this was a fantasy and something that was impossible to accomplish, but to Wang Nan it was a piece of cake. Under normal circumstances, even if Wang Nan had a 9-head body, it would be difficult for him to survive, but Yinghua created countless miracles in the next few years. It is now 1983, 2 years before Japan and Western economic powers led by the United States signed the Plaza Accord. In the 3 years after the signing of the Plaza Accord, the average property price in Tokyo increased by at least 10 times, and the Nikkei index rose from 13,000 points to 39,800, a full 3 times increase. Some people may ask, even if we calculate it this way, it is impossible to turn 500 million yen into 50 billion yen. Whether it is real estate speculation or stock speculation, it is impossible to multiply the capital 100 times. But don't forget that what Wang Nan wants to do is to build a financial company. The biggest characteristic of a financial company is to absorb social funds and then use it to manipulate leverage. Next, the Bank of Japan will adopt a very loose economic policy, and some gangs will be able to borrow unimaginable funds with the help of the Jushin Finance Company, which will create a very favorable space for high leverage. In Wang Nan's view, adding dozens of times of leverage is just like playing. Not only could he make the financial firm bigger and stronger, he could also borrow the company's money to pay for the real estate company he founded. Even if Masao Nishiguchi passes away in the future, he can become one of the richest people in Asia thanks to his real estate company. There will be so many opportunities to make dirty money in the future, and he doesn't want to miss them. But he was the only reborn person sitting there, so naturally he had no idea that a big economic bubble would explode in Sakura in the future. They just thought that Wang Nan was a young and inexperienced person who was not afraid of tigers and had no idea how hard it was to make money. Chapter 7: The business with no capital is the most profitable business. Okay, since Wang Nan Ruor has given his word, we can't go back on our word. Nozawa Mitsuteru didn't want to give Wang Nan a chance to change his words, so he smiled and said, "How about we sign a document in front of everyone here?" Shiko Jingnan wanted to stop him, but he heard Wang Nan's very straightforward response. "Okay, write this in the document. If I fail to achieve the performance target, I will take the initiative to resign from the position of leader. But if I achieve it, the 3 branch presidents and 72 team leaders sitting here will jointly nominate me as the next president." The 3 branch presidents thought that Wang Nan was getting carried away. Did he really think that money came from the wind? Seeing that Wang Nan was seeking death, Nozawa Mitsuteru naturally had no objection. He asked someone to find a piece of white silk and wrote the content of the bet on it. "If you disobey, you will be crushed to death." Finally, he bit his finger and pressed his fingerprint on it. Others followed suit. Even Masao Nishiguchi had to put his fingerprints on it. Wang Nan didn't buy into the Sakura people's swearing and oaths, so naturally he didn't have any psychological burden at all. After everyone pressed their fingerprints, the atmosphere in the venue suddenly became lively. Because they felt that Wang Nan was destined to lose the bet, and then they could naturally choose a new leader. After that, no one tried to make things difficult for Wang Nan, and the conference ended successfully. After arriving at the back house, Nishiguchi Masao complained to Wang Nan. "I know you have some skills, but do you know how difficult it is to increase your capital 100 times in 5 years? Feng Luorjiu also felt that his elder brother was a little too arrogant this time. Wang Nan smiled indifferently. 50 billion yen is only $200 million US. All the financial cases that broke out in Sakura in the late 1980s had a face value of hundreds of billions. When talking about the financial scandals during the Sakura bubble era, we have to mention the Witch Onue. Witch Onue Suture led a group of financial elites who believed in a toad that could predict stock market fluctuations. Large amounts of bank funds and wealthy people gave their money to her for management. During the peak period of the Japanese stock market, the funds under the control of this witch amounted to 620 billion yen. Another example is a manager of Sumitomo Bank who forged deposit certificates and borrowed 300 billion yen from the bank. He used the money to invest in real estate through gangsters. During this period, there were a large number of heroes of all kinds. A real estate company could borrow hundreds of billions of unsecured loans from a bank without any proof. 50 billion may seem like an astronomical figure to a group of extremists, but in the future bubble economy, it is an extremely insignificant figure. For example, in 1989 Sony acquired Hollywood's Columbia Pictures for 670 billion yen. In the same year, Mitsubishi Estate acquired the landmark Rockefeller Center in the United States for $1.373 billion. Money has become just a number in the eyes of Sakura people. You can't even get a taxi on the streets of Tokyo if you take out 10,000 yen. Because some rich people wave more money to stop cars. Seeing that Wang Nan looked confident, Shiko Lao Gui couldn't help but wonder where his confidence came from. Do you have an idea already? After saying that, he waved to the others, leaving only Feng Luorgio. In fact, I didn't intend to do any formal business from the beginning when I opened a financial company. The most profitable businesses are written in the criminal law. Informality often means huge profits. I will ask my college seniors to develop a financial product, under the guise of paying back the principal in 4 years and doubling the principal and interest in 5 years to attract some nouveau riche people to join in. Will anyone really fall for it? Of course, there is no shortage of greedy people who want to get rich overnight, and we really give you an annual interest rate return of up to 25%. Before Nishiguchi Masao realized the key point, he asked in surprise, "Wouldn't it be difficult for you to make a profit?" "I don't expect to make money from the first batch of users. We will give them some sweet treats so that they can help us introduce more customers. We just use the money from the later users to subsidize the earlier users." Masao Nishiguchi's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he finally came to his senses. The number of newly joined users will always be more than the previous users, so the capital absorbed will naturally increase as well. As long as new victims keep coming in, the scam can continue to operate. There are many ways for the Yakuza to launder money, but the Sumiyoshi Kai is best at gambling. The old man Shiko was very confident that he could launder the money cleanly. When the financial company declared bankruptcy, the professional managers would at most be sent to jail for a few years, and the matter would be settled. But Wang Nan has a little idea. He is thinking about how to maximize the capital. He planned to use the money to invest in his own real estate company, and then use the acquired assets as collateral to borrow more money from the bank. It is equivalent to adding leverage, and then leveraging again. Before the real estate bubble, these assets were transferred to the United States and a large number of overseas assets were acquired. By the way, 3 years after the signing of the Plaza Accord, the exchange rate of the Japanese yen has tripled, from the current 250 yen, $1 to 120:1. This means that the yen has greater purchasing power. The total value of real estate in Tokyo can buy the entire United States, and this is no joke. The 4 major Sakura conglomerates and large companies have bought up almost half of the real estate in Hawaii, and have hoisted Sakura flags in major cities in New York and the United States. Wang Nan also has a very naive idea, which is to convert Japanese yen into US dollars and then invest in the mainland. His cheap father who gave him to his stepmother is still living a life of 1 meal a day and 3 meals a day. If you are rich and powerful but don't return home, it is like walking in the night in fine clothes. Wang Nan also wants to be a patriotic overseas Chinese, and wants to contribute to the reform and opening up of the mainland and to the construction of the mainland. Well, the above are just polite words. To put it bluntly, in the early days of opening up, the mainland of Longmen was in a state of wild growth. Wonder and some large real estate developers were established in the early 1990s, which was a truly bonus period for the real estate industry. Take the financial industry as an example. At this time, the financial industry is full of loopholes and disorder, and is completely in a state of crossing the river by feeling the stones. For Wang Nan, this was an era where he could pick up money everywhere. Not only can you gain fame and profit, you can also transfer the wealth from your daily life to your country. If you don't do this, you will be letting down your identity as a reborn person. Feng Luorgio was completely dumbfounded. What did it mean by supporting customers with customers? This was a complete business of making money out of nothing. It seemed that making 50 billion yen in 5 years was not an impossible thing. Luoju, help me find someone suitable to do this. Chapter 8, Gambler, former genius in the financial industry. Feng Luorgio never expected that this incident would fall upon him. Asking him to find a financial talent would be putting things in a difficult position for him. It would be much easier to just let him chop people down than to do this job. But at this moment, a figure really appeared in his mind. "Brother, I do have a candidate for you, but..." "But what?" We sold him to a black mine. It's hard to say whether he is still alive now. Believe it or not, I'll spank you. Why are you so hesitant when speaking? Speaking of this person, Feng Luorjio's expression became extremely complicated. Speaking of which, he is a frequent visitor to our gambling house. This guy is a master at card counting and can make a lot of money every time he comes to us. Hearing this, Wang Nan could already imagine what would happen to this kid. The Sumiyoshi Kai, which makes its money through gambling, naturally has a bad ending after winning again and again. He was confident that he could beat the odds. Once, he lost a lot of money and was planning to stop, but our people provoked him a little bit. He was so desperate that he borrowed a large sum of money from us. This guy has a well-paid office job and is said to be a well-known genius in the financial world. We didn't plan to do anything to him at first. He had a high income, and we could suck blood from him for a long time until we squeezed out every last bit of value. Wang Nan smiled and said, "Is there any twist in the story?" "Yes, I don't know if this guy got some inside information or something, but he set his sights on the stock of a steel company and used the client's funds as leverage. Take a chance and you'll be able to turn into a bicycle. No one wants to be sucked dry by a gang for the rest of their life." Why, he lost the bet again. Yes, this time he not only lost all the money he borrowed from the bank, but also the funds of the company's clients. After the incident, he was kicked out of the company and his financial license was revoked. Feng Luorjio said coldly. At this point, this guy has become worthless to us. For debtors who are worthless, the Sumiyoshi Kai will also make use of them. For example, selling the other party to an underground black mine. In order to prevent these miners from becoming passive and completely losing hope in life, the mine owners would give these poor people extremely low wages and promise them that as long as they earned the target amount, they would be released to see the light of day again. Of course, Wang Nan and Feng Luorjio both understood that this was just a wonderful lie. The environment in underground mines is extremely harsh. Under the high-intensity work and without adequate nutritional supplements, many people are struck down by disease before their time comes. If you get sick, don't expect the mine boss to pay for your treatment. You will only worry about whether you will infect other workers and be immediately humanely destroyed. Even if one really saves enough money to redeem oneself, one will still be humanely destroyed to avoid complications. It can be said that once you step into these illegal mines, you have been sentenced to death. Wang Nan thought about it and felt that such a guy would be suitable as his white glove. The real financial elites have bright futures, so who would be willing to work for the mafia? Luo Ju, redeem him and bring him to see me. Feng Luorjio nodded and said, "Okay, big brother, I'll go and bring him back overnight." At night, Wang Nan did push-ups on the tatami in his underwear. 1001. 1002. 1000. Just then, he heard faint footsteps and someone was standing outside his door. "Who?" "It's me," the other party said, opening the door. The visitor was Wang Nan's stepmother, Yumi Nishiguchi. Yumi Nishiguchi, who was wearing a kimono, looked unhappy. "Anan, you shouldn't have made such a bold promise today." It turns out that the other party is still worried about what happened during the day. Without waiting for Wang Nan to speak, Nishiguchi Yumi took out a still warm bank card from her chest. "Here's 100 million yen. You can use it as startup capital." Seeing that Nishiguchi Yumi's face was slightly red, Xiao Nan smiled and asked, "Sister, where did you get so much private money? I saved this for you when you were in school. Don't tell Dad about this." This was deducted from his living expenses. Hearing this, Wang Nan couldn't help but laugh. The poor old man from Chicago probably didn't even notice that his quality of life had plummeted. I'm doing this for his own good. He needs to avoid alcohol and extravagant foods. Without those vixens, he can live a few more years. Wang Nan nodded in agreement. "Sister, how about we?" "Brother, I will take the person with me." Feng Luorjio broke into his brother's room and found that there was a woman in his eldest brother's room. This woman is their eldest daughter. Their eldest brother was only wearing a pair of loose shorts and had his upper body naked. "Brother, miss, I didn't see anything." Yumi Nishiguchi immediately put on her ladylike attitude. "I have explained the matter clearly, you can handle it yourself." After saying that, he pushed away Feng Luorjio, who was blocking their way with his head down, with great momentum. After she left, Feng Luorjio asked Wang Nan cautiously, "Brother, I didn't ruin your good fortune, did I?" What do you think? Forget it, just take me to see that guy. Feng Luojiu led the way in front and said thankfully. This guy is lucky. When we arrived, he was about to be dealt with by the black mine management. Wang Nan couldn't help but ask curiously, what happened to him in the black mine? He gambled with some miners and actually won enough money to redeem himself. But the management of that black mine had no intention of letting him get out alive. In this case, they had no choice but to bury him alive. If we had gone a few minutes longer, we probably wouldn't have been able to see him. Wang Nan couldn't help but feel that this gambler was really capable. Even in such a bad situation, he was able to win the money to redeem himself. The black mine is not a charity. The workers' wages are all paid in internal circulation vouchers. Not only are the wages meager, but daily food, drink, defecation, and even breathing are all charged. The fact that he was able to save up the money to redeem himself so quickly shows that his card remembering ability has reached a certain level. Those black miners were naturally no match for him. How much money did you spend to get him out? Then you will have to pay him back with interest. Feng Luojiu smiled embarrassedly. The other party wanted too much, so we used reason to convince them. Seeing that we were reasonable with them, they took him back without spending a penny. That's right. Every penny we have is precious now. Chapter 9. Don't worry, I'll protect you from now on. What's your name, kid? Do you know how much we spent to get you out? The other party looked at the tall and strong gang leader in a daze. It was not until Feng Luojiu beside him snorted coldly that he said in a hoarse voice. My name is Xiao Xi Zaojian. No matter how much money you spent to rescue me, I will repay you double. Wang Nan nodded, thinking that the other party's attitude was not bad. He must have suffered some hardship, for he looked a little malnourished and his face was pale. Give him a bath first, and change his clothes before coming to see me. Just as Feng Luojiu was pulling him to clean him, Wang Nan added. By the way, let the cook prepare a rich dinner for him. Hearing these words, a hint of human color finally appeared on Tsuruta Masakazu's numb face. He whispered. Thanks. Although the process of Feng Luojiu and others cleansing Tsuruta Masarikai was a bit violent. But this kid probably hasn't taken a bath for some time. His hair has become tangled and his body is covered with a thick layer of dust. When he appeared in front of everyone again wearing a black suit and a braid, Wang Nan nodded with satisfaction. This uncle does look like a financial street elite. If he walked down the street, no one would suspect that he was a gambler addicted to gambling. Seeing the table full of yakitori and high-end dishes, Xiao Xi Zaojian couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Wang Nan even suspected that this guy would fight with a wild dog for this bite of food. Eat slowly, no one will bully you in the future. This remark caused Tsuruta Masakazu to sneer. Although he didn't know the purpose of this tall man, it was definitely not a good thing. But the underground black mine also made him understand one thing: only if you are valuable to be used can you live, and only if you are alive can you be valuable to be used. It's a bit awkward to pronounce, but this is his mood after escaping death. Only after Tsuruta Masakazu finished all the food and burped with satisfaction did Wang Nan say quietly. Just now you said that you would repay me double. Yes, I will do whatever you ask me to do. Wang Nan nodded and comforted him. Don't be nervous. I'm not a bad person. Don't act like I'm ready to go through fire and water. I rescued you because I want to give you a chance to turn things around. I can also make some money with your help. Tsuruta Masarikai looked confused. He didn't know what he had that could be valued by a gangster boss. His gambling skills were indeed not up to par. He would only be defeated if he met someone who was really good at this. You have to stand up from where you fell. Don't you want to return to the financial industry? These words touched the sore spot of Masakazu Tsuruta. He knew that it was inevitable that he would lose his capital in gambling, but he always felt that he could quickly pay off all his gambling debts by relying on his financial acumen. He never expected that it was this arrogance that ruined his entire future. It turned out that the so-called insider information was just a scam carefully constructed for him by his predecessors. It was precisely because of his lack of money that they took advantage of him and gradually led him into the scam. What he lost was not his client's chips, but his entire life. Without a professional license and with his dark history, which company would dare to hire him as a trader? He claimed that he was a rare genius in the financial industry in a century, but he fell to become an illegal miner. This huge gap between the two tortured him in countless difficult nights. He once attempted suicide but was quickly rescued by the black mine management. After being hungry for a few days, he felt that it was better to live a miserable life than to die, and the only thing left in his heart was the desire for revenge. From then on, he worked desperately, trying every way to win vouchers from others, just to collect enough money to see the light of day again. But I didn't expect that getting out alive was just a lie. Masakazu Tsuruta had no choice. He also felt that the person in front of him was different. Everyone standing here, including the devil who sent him to hell with his own hands, was very convinced of the man before them. This kind of conviction is not out of fear, but out of crazy worship. What do you want me to do? Help me manage a financial firm. Is it that simple? It's that simple. Tsuruta Masakazu couldn't help but look embarrassed. But my business license has been revoked, and I'm on the blacklist of all major securities companies. This is actually not a difficult task for us. As long as you are willing, you can change your appearance at any time. We can make things like business licenses look real. A makeover. Tsuruta Masarikai was stunned. He had a premonition that if he cooperated with this big boss, his future life would be very exciting. Can you tell me how I can cooperate with the work? Come closer with your ears. Wang Nan explained his plan in detail, but after listening to only half of it, Tsuruta Masakazu looked extremely shocked. Soon the look of shock was replaced by a strong excitement. At this time, Shoiki Tsuruta came back to life completely, and there was an obvious light in his eyes. He couldn't help but sigh. This is truly a great scam, one that will go down in the history of Sakura finance. How can you say it's a lie? We are just redistributing social wealth. We are doing a just thing. Shoiki Tsuruta was once again shocked by the boss's serious preaching. It turns out there are such shameless people in this world. If I am in charge of this matter, this new scam will be popular throughout Tokyo within a year. I am confident that I can make this agency one of the top 10 in Sakura within 5 years. At this moment, it seemed as if their high-spirited financial genius had returned. Very good. I can also assure you that 5% of the laundered money will be deposited into your personal account, and your enemies are the enemies of our Sumiyoshi society. From now on, your affairs will be my business. Masakazu Tsuruta had to admit that the boss in front of him was very charismatic, and the big brother temperament he displayed made people feel extremely at ease. Masarikai Tsuruta, who had been in a state of constant anxiety, seemed to have found a safe haven. Phone Luorgio raised his hand high, and Tsuruta Masarikai was so scared that he quickly lowered his head. Her head fell gently on his shoulder. Don't worry, you are our eldest brother's person now, and I, Phone Luorgio, will protect you from now on. Only I can bully you. If you see someone who doesn't please you, tell me and I will chop him up and throw him into the sea to feed the fish. Tsuruta Masakazu gave a smile that was uglier than crying. Brother Luoju, that's not necessary. I hope my enemies will suffer more when they are alive than when they are dead. Phone Luorgio felt that the boy's words were a bit scary, and he withdrew his hand with a flattering smile. Chapter 10, Dividing the Power of the Branch, the Prelude to the Yamaichi War. Masao Nishiguchi was playing with a small camera that was found in the search. The people in charge of the security of the dojo lowered their heads and did not dare to look the president in the eyes. President, this camera can only see a corner of the venue and has no recording function, so the content of our conversation should not be leaked. Har har, does our Sumiyoshi Kai still have any secrets? Everyone could hear the anger in Masao Nishiguchi and they all lowered their heads. Fortunately, they didn't do anything out of the ordinary yesterday and the battery of this camera is very limited. The police are getting more and more aggressive with us now. We are even being searched by the police when we are walking on the street. Yes, because the police have been visiting my wife's restaurant time and again, and no one dares to eat at our restaurant anymore. What should we do? Listening to everyone's discussions, Masao Nishiguchi felt the pressure coming directly upon him. Did the police really want to impose further controls on them? He couldn't help but recall Wang Nan's reminder, and turned to ask Wang Nan, who was sitting below him. Wang Nan, what do you mean? President, it's time for us to make some changes. At least in public, we should avoid confrontation with the police and further promote the small area leader system. His words immediately aroused doubts from some team leaders. Wang Nan roar, aren't you asking us to give in to the police? When have we ever been afraid of them? How can we survive in the underworld in the future? Wang Nan immediately retorted. What I mean is to avoid shootings in public and try to move illegal operations underground, rather than asking you to give in to the police. Everyone immediately felt that this made sense. The police were salaried public servants, and it was just a job to make a living. Everyone should try to keep a low profile and not create any major cases, and others will naturally not bother to bite them for a few thousand yuan in salary. The person who raised the question also hurriedly apologized to Wang Nan. If I misunderstood you, please don't take it personally. Wang Nan waved his hand nonchalantly. Their violent gangs were not good-tempered. It was common for sworn brothers to fight each other until they were bleeding because they had drunk some wine. Masao Nishiguchi was interested in implementing the small area manager system. What's up with the small regional leader? Our current territory can be divided into 4 major areas. One is the Tokyo headquarters, and the Tohoku branch, Hokkaido branch, and Kanto branch. For such a large territory, there are only 4 people in charge. Whether it is the direct group, the secondary group, or the sub-group, they all feel that there are tall people in charge if anything goes wrong. This has resulted in a lot of bad things happening that we can't control. If we want to further control the branches and their respective subgroups, we must introduce a regional leader system. Everyone should divide up their own territories. No matter which territories have problems, the person in charge must be held accountable. The others probably understood Wang Nan's meaning and further divided the management areas and identified the responsible persons. They all think this method is good. As long as it is implemented, there will be a clear person in charge if any problem arises. In this way, the fire will not be directed to the headquarters or to the big guys like them. It sounds good, but isn't there any downside to this strategy? Like an old fox, Masao Nishiguchi immediately discovered the sinister intentions of his adopted son. Once the system of small area leaders is implemented, some group leaders will gain unprecedented power, because they are responsible for themselves, and how can they manage their own territory without power? Their headquarters is fine, Tokyo is not that big, and Masao Nishiguchi is very confident that his direct group will not lose control. But the same cannot be said for the 3 branches, as these powers are granted to them by the headquarters. In order to retain power, they will naturally get closer to the headquarters. As time goes by, the center of power of the branch will shift to the headquarters. After all, he is the 6th generation of the Sumiyoshi Kai, everyone's European duck season. Okay, from now on, we will use peaceful coexistence and regional responsibility as the general guideline for our Sumiyoshi Kai's future actions. Everyone must act according to this policy, otherwise no matter who they are, they will be expelled from the society. Everyone was shocked. Being expelled from the clan was no joke. For a gangster, it was tantamount to social death and being abandoned by everyone. Yes. They all realized how important Wang Nan was in the president's mind. Just a suggestion became the company's general action program. After sending everyone away, Nishiguchi Masao couldn't help but praise Wang Nan a few more times. President, I think we should make plans early. You mean cleansing? When the old matter was brought up again, Masao Nishiguchi finally began to take it seriously. If we start to restrain ourselves, will the police still keep on hounding us? I'm not worried about my own people making mistakes. What I'm afraid of is teammates who are stupid. What? Nishiguchi Masao didn't understand what Wang Nan meant. Are you referring to the 3 major divisions when you say stupid teammates? No, it's the Yamaguchi Gumi and the Aquarkai. Hearing this, the old ghost from Shiko suddenly realized. The Aquarkai is a violent organization that split from the Yamaguchi Gumi. Their hatred between the 2 sides can be traced back to the death of the 3rd generation in the early 1980s. Since then, the Yamaguchi Gumi has been engaged in internal strife for the position of group leader. In the end, Masahisa Takenaka received the support of the widow of the 3rd generation and successfully ascended to become the 4th generation. Hiroshi Yamamoto, who was in charge of the work during the Sandame's illness, was very dissatisfied and felt that his efforts were betrayed. He simply took half of the Yamaguchi Gumi's troops and left the Yamaguchi Gumi to form the Iwakai. At this point, the famous Sanyi War began. This war has caused social unrest and involved tens of thousands of people. This is the fundamental reason why the police are so step-by-step in their crackdown on violent groups. Wang Nan also knew that not long after Sakura signed the Plaza Accord in 1985, Yamamoto Hiroki took a risk and attempted to assassinate Takenaka Masahisa, and was successful. Yamamoto Hiroshi did not return to the Yamaguchi Gumi to take charge of the overall situation. Instead, he completely angered the internal personnel of the Yamaguchi Gumi, and the two sides started fighting in multiple cities: Kobe, Kyoto, Nagoya. New shootings occur every day in cities within the influence of the two organizations. It was not until 1989, the peak of the Sakura bubble economy, that the war came to an end with Yamamoto Hiroshi's retirement and the dissolution of the Ikwarkai. It can be said that this battle lasted throughout the entire bubble. This made the police very angry. There were shootings in their jurisdiction every day. Who could tolerate this? Thorough regulation of violent gangs has become a natural thing. Chapter 11 Beifeng Financial Office is quietly established. We can't control them. Masao Nishiguchi wished that both sides would beat their brains out, so why would he try to stop a fight? He even felt that the internal strife within the Yamaguchi-gumi had become so intense that the Sumiyoshi Kai could carry out its westward expansion plan. When Wang saw Shikoujin Nan's expression, he was a little speechless. Sakura officials will not allow Sumiyoshi to have a monopoly. By the way, who is more powerful, you or the Sainin of the Hongdao society? Speaking of Saininger, Masao Nishiguchi couldn't help but feel a little frightened, because the other party was the most powerful warrior under the Yamaguchi-gumi organization. He once organized a war against the Sumiyoshi Kai, and Nishiguchi Masao was a participant in the war. In that battle involving tens of thousands of people, Sai Shinobu personally killed at least 4 core members of the Sumiyoshi Kai. Those 4 backbones were all very capable fighters of the Sumiyoshi Kai, and it can be said that they had made great contributions to the Yamaguchi-gumi. As a result, Sai Ren became the second most important person in Hongdao society. President, he is your contemporary. He should be over 50 years old. Do you think he can still fight? That's right, my adopted son is invincible. A month later, a new institution quietly moved into the financial street not far from Ginza in Chuoku, Tokyo. Many people couldn't help but stop when they saw the big recruitment notice of Beifeng Financial Office. In this financial street where every inch of land is valuable, Beifeng Financial Office actually spent a huge amount of money to rent an office building. A large, eye-catching sign was hung on one side of the office building. Masakazu Tsuruta stood in the slightly empty office, looking out from the floor-to-ceiling window. His assistant is Sanjo Takashi, an accountant trained by Wang Nan. Sanjo Takashi complained about the high price that Tsuruta Shoiki had paid to rent this office building. Boss, our registered capital is only 600 million, but you actually spent 500 million to rent a place. If the employees knew that we couldn't even pay next month's salary, wouldn't they be in chaos? Har, woo, take it easy. We now have an office space and have recruited all the initial employees. Now it's time to get down to business. Perhaps it was because he had changed his appearance. Tsuruta Shoiki had become much more cheerful, and he often wore a fake smile on his face like a mask. Boss, are there really no problems with the people you asked phone to find? What kind of people are they? I feel like each one is less reliable than the other. Sanjo Takashi, who worked as both cashier and teller, almost cried. It's really true that the people that Shoiki Tsuruta wants to come are too weird. I can understand you hiring a salesman from a convenience store, but what's the matter with this gigolo from a gigolo club? Bargar, where do you get all that nonsense from? In this company, the importance of the gigolo is even greater than you. Sanjo Takashi couldn't tolerate this. Why should a gigolo who made a living by his looks be more important than himself? Yuchin Shuan, who was being talked about by the two people, sneezed twice. But when he saw a lady dressed brightly, he immediately ran over to greet her. Sister, come and see the new products launched by our financial firm. Because we are a new store, the fixed interest rate of the products is much higher than usual. The middle-aged woman was delighted when she heard the word sister. She stopped in her tracks as she looked at the sweet-mouthed and pretty girl who was about the same age as her son. When I heard that the newly opened firm would offer an annual interest rate return of 20%, I immediately felt relieved. Can you tell me more about it? Of course, sister. How about we come into our office and pour you a cup of coffee so we can chat slowly? Okay, please lead the way. Sanjo Takashi, who happened to see this scene, widened his eyes. This was too damn weird. This lady is really rich. Sanjo Takashi, who often works part-time in high-end places, recognized several luxury brands on her at a glance. Low-key and luxurious. At least in terms of eyesight, this gigolo is very qualified. Facing Tsuruta Shoiki's teasing gaze, Sanjo Takashi said stubbornly. Just because he can attract people doesn't mean he can sell our financial products. But just as he finished speaking, he heard the office bell ringing. According to the firm's internal regulations, the bell will only be rung when a salesperson places an order worth hundreds of millions of yuan. Masakazu Tsuruta couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Although he expected Yu Chengzun to be the first to place an order, he didn't expect that the other party would be so fast, and the first order would be a big one. Sanjo Takashi was completely stunned, as if his own cognition had been overturned. Not long after, the laughter of Yu Chengzun and the lady was heard coming from downstairs. Your company's products are extremely attractive to me, especially the rebate for attracting new members, which really opened my eyes. Brother, don't worry, I will get all my good sisters to subscribe to your 20 products. By the way, tell me the truth, if I bring you 10 new users, will you really give me 10 million yen in cash immediately? It's true, sister. We are such a big company and we can't run away. What do you have to worry about? That is. No matter how you look at it, this newly opened financial company is a strong institution. Being able to open such a large company next to Jinzer, it must not be a bad company that makes a quick buck and runs away. What's more, she is not an easy character. If the company does not fulfill its promise, with her background, she will have 100 ways to make the other party return all the money with interest. The 20% fixed interest rate was so tempting that she couldn't resist giving it a try. After hearing the conversation between the two, Sanjo Takashi was completely dumbfounded. Damn it, just because she has a pretty face and a sweet mouth, can she be eaten for free? Tsuruta Shoiki patted Sanjo Takashi's shoulder vigorously. Boy, times have changed. This was indeed the case. Not long after Yu Cheng started placing an order, the former small commodity salesman also brought in a housewife to place an order. The sales pitch is basically that you can make a lot of money by spending a small amount of money to subscribe, and with this income, your white-collar husband will also look at you differently. The housewife immediately gave all her private money to the salesman to open an account. The very cute escort girl also successfully persuaded a bald uncle wearing a gold chain to open an order. The most successful one is naturally Tsukishiro Pan, whose sales on the first day of business reached 160 million yen. The second is the former escort girl, whose sales also reached 70 million yen. The third one is naturally the former small commodity salesman, but he has the most orders and has sales of 40 million yen. In just one day of opening, Kitake's office raised a total of 300 million yen. Sanjo Takashi was so shocked that he was speechless. This business was done faster than robbing money. However, Masakazu Tsuruta said that this is just the beginning. In the next few days, under the policy of attracting new members, the store will usher in the first big performance boom after the opening. Tell those who haven't opened an order that they still have 6 days to do so. If they still can't open an order, they will suffer terrible punishment. Chapter 12 Explosive Growth, Billions of Dollars a Day. The person who relayed this message was a thug from the Sumiyoshikai headquarters. After the other party's loud warning, all the salesmen couldn't help but tremble with fear. They don't come here to work willingly, each of them has their own reasons for coming here. Most of them find it difficult to escape from the control of the Sumiyoshikai. Even Yu Qingshuan, who was usually calm and composed, couldn't help but take 2 steps back with a look of fear on his face. Seeing that the intimidation was almost enough, Shoiki Tsuruta slowly walked down the stairs. He waved at the thugs, signaling them to go down first. He said in a serious tone. Moon City Patrol. Exist. Just when Tsukishiro Zun thought that Tsuruta Masakazu wanted to do something to him, Tsuruta Masakazu suddenly laughed and said. You did a great job. You are indeed my favorite seeded player. No, I just did what I was supposed to do. Don't be modest. This card contains 5 million yen. It's an extra reward from the company. From now on, we will select the best salesperson every day and reward him with 5 million yen. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They all have huge debts to some extent, and they can get a 5% commission if they achieve their sales targets, which is why they are selling their products so hard. Now they don't expect to get much salary from the company, but this tangible reward of 5 million yen is beyond their expectations. The girl couldn't help but ask. Boss, do you mean to select a sales champion every day, not every week or every month? I mean what I say. I can assure you that every day, I will reward one person with 5 million yen, and the only prerequisite is that the total revenue for that day reaches 100 million yen. Others were excited when they heard this. They realized that working in this company would not only help them solve their debt problems quickly, but they could also make a fortune through commissions and bonuses. The three take-ins behind him were all bleeding. With a wave of his hand, Tsuruter Masarikai ordered the company to spend an extra 5 million yen every day. This was all brother Wang Nan's money. But he changed his mind and thought, if they could generate 100 million yen in revenue every day, that would mean they could complete the bet ahead of schedule in just 500 days. Thinking of this, he felt a lot better, but he also felt that Tsuruter Masarikai was too optimistic. Could the Kitake's agency maintain today's high revenue? Of course you can. Masakazu Tsuruter was full of confidence in this. He felt that Wang Nan Ruatu was a financial genius, but he just had his talent in the wrong direction. This kind of financial scam captures people's hearts and it is difficult to escape once you have tasted the sweetness. Yu Qingshuan, the only one who received the reward, fell into deep thought. When everyone was excited, he asked in a low voice, "Boss, are you sure that the business we are doing is completely legal? Will we be arrested?" "Baka, kid, don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask." The thugs from the Sumiyoshi Kaitojo group immediately wanted to come up and teach Tsukishiro Patrol a lesson. But I heard Tsuruter Masakazu say very clearly, "We have made it very clear to customers that this is a wealth management product, not a fixed deposit. Legally speaking, it is normal for financial products to incur losses. There is no investment in the world that only makes profits and no losses. Even time deposits are subject to the risk of bank bankruptcy. Even if the monetary authority investigates, I can assure you that we are doing a legal business and no law will apply to us. Are you satisfied with my answer?" Yu Chengzun nodded. Everyone's doubts were also resolved. The business they do is on the edge of the law and can only be described as a grey industry, but not a black industry. If we have to blame someone, we should blame the fact that today's financial laws and regulations are not sound enough. The next day arrived as promised. Under the fierce pressure, the salesman worked harder to sell products to customers. One girl even sold her body to please an old man. What disappointed Yu Qingshuan was that his good sister did not bring a large group of noble ladies to help him. Maybe his luck ran out yesterday, so he didn't meet any rich women today. Some aunties just chatted with him but had no intention of paying for the products. But this did not affect the overall sales. Because of the girl's efforts, she became the sales champion of the day and received a bonus of 5 million yen. The boy almost fell to the ground in tears of gratitude, she really needed the money. Everyone couldn't help but shed tears when they saw this, as if they all saw their own shadow in the girl. Just when Yu Chengzun thought that his next days would be difficult, the rich sister came like a saint and brought a group of sisters to the Beifeng financial office. A group of mature ladies immediately attracted everyone's attention. "Oh, this is the handsome salesman you mentioned. He is really handsome. When he wears glasses, he really looks like my son's classmate." As she said this, the rich woman's eyes were shining. This caused laughter from the others. Even though people were pointing fingers at him almost in front of him, Yu Qingshuan didn't feel the slightest bit awkward. Still working hard to introduce their own financial products, they attracted praise from the wealthy ladies. "Brother, you are really professional and dedicated, but I have a question for you. What is the main investment direction of your company? How do you guarantee such a high annual interest rate?" Faced with such questions, Shoiki Tsuruter, as an expert, had already prepared a set of rhetoric for them. However, he did not realize that the person standing opposite him was a female career elite working in the financial market. Just as he was about to blurt out the trick, Tsuruter Shoiki popped up from the side and answered first. This is our business secret, but according to financial laws, we must inform customers of the flow of funds and disclose the main investment directions." "Brother Yu Cheng, who is this?" Yu Chengzun hurriedly introduced the matter to the ladies present solemnly. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mr. Jiro Tsuruter, the president of our Beifeng office. He just returned from the United States. He is an investment expert invited by our company's chairman from Wall Street." Tsuruter Masakazu's posture and conversation indeed have a strong flavor of a financial elite, and this female financial elite did not doubt Tsuruter's identity. Tsuruter Shoiki said again, "Our main investment targets are large real estate companies and brokerage stocks. As for the specific reasons, I really can't tell you, but I can assure you that within 2 years you will no longer have any doubts." The ladies couldn't help but look at the financial woman. The financial woman nodded. Tsuruter's confidence reminded her of inside information. Will real estate and brokerage stocks experience a big boom in the future? She decided to take a gamble. Sisters, let's each invest a small amount for fun. Yu Qinshuan interrupted. Sisters, I advise you to buy more. Our high interest rate is a promotion for the opening of the store. It may end someday. Okay, let's buy some more. Chapter 13, Real Estate Company Set Sail, Aiming for Beifeng Building. Shoiki Tsuruter, along with Takashi Sanjo and a group of thugs, drove to Mount Matake in northern Tokyo. Everywhere you look here is dark red leaves, and the scenery is particularly charming. However, the few people had no intention of enjoying the beautiful scenery. After making sure that no one was following them, they unloaded several sacks of Japanese yen from the back of the car. When Feng Luorjiu saw the large sacks of Japanese yen, he was stunned. This scene is comparable to the spectacular scene on the 5th of every month when the various departments in Sumiyoshi pay their membership fees. Although it is for less than the total monthly income of the Sumiyoshi Kai. But strictly speaking, it only took Brother Wang Nan half a month to establish the Beifeng office. Compared to Feng Luorjiu's restlessness, Tsuruter Masakazu had already become numb. He casually reported a number. Kitake's group, total revenue for June was 6 billion yen, of which 375 million yen was paid out to employees. Excluding the deduction of debts, the total is 5.7 billion yen. Everyone gasped in surprise. $20 million was almost a month's revenue for a large direct lineage group. You have to know that the Sumiyoshi Society is engaged in highly profitable businesses such as prostitution, gambling and drugs, so it is completely reasonable for the group to have such a revenue in a month. But the Beifeng Group was only established half a month ago, and it is surprising that it has achieved such results right at the start. Feng Luorjiu was even a little jealous. If he had known the profits were so huge, he should have fought for the position of leader of the Beifeng Group. But it was just a thought. He would rather earn less money and stay with his elder brother. Wang Nan nodded, expressing his deep approval of the work of the Beifeng Group. You two did a great job. As he spoke, he pulled out half a bag of cash worth about 500 million yen and said to the two men and the Northwind Group staff. This money is a reward for you, and it will be distributed by Tsuruter. Everyone, including Heqian, was excited. They all knew that Brother Wang Nan would not treat them unfairly, but they did not expect that there would be such a huge bonus. Working at Beifeng office is much easier than looking after the place. The annual salary of an ordinary member of the Sumiyoshi Kai is around 8 million yen, which can be considered a white-collar salary. The income of more senior members can reach tens of millions of yen. This is the first time they have seen such a large bonus. Shoiki Tsuruter was not stingy either. He gave 30 million yen to each of the secretaries, and 100 million yen to Takashi Sanjo, and kept the rest of the money for himself. After receiving the money, a smile appeared on Tsuruter Masakazu's face. Can you maintain this performance next month? Tsuruter Shoiki said confidently. Based on the current trend, it won't be a problem for our performance to double next month. Very good. After praising the other party, Wang Nan turned to Feng Luorjiu and said, Tomorrow I'll pay my dues. You'll send over 200 million yen and say it's my first month's sales. 200 million yen. Feng Luorjiu's eyes were full of confusion. Brother, we are only paying a small amount, isn't it a little less? In Feng Luorjiu's opinion, the more performance reports are made, the better, so that the people in that branch can take a good look at the abilities of their Wangnan Ruitu. It's a lot. I don't feel any pressure at all to complete the performance bet. I care more about our own real estate business. That's our real business. Feng Luorjiu nodded in sudden realization. After all, the financial firm was a joint venture. Although Wang Nan had the final say in this joint venture, no one wanted to give half of their hard-earned money to the organization. Just complete the performance task indicators. Talking about this, Tsuruter Masakazu asked curiously. Brother, where should you start your real estate business? Would you like me to give you some advice? No need, I actually already have a goal. I plan to buy the office building you rent. Masakazu Tsuruter was shocked. That office building was not cheap. When he went to consult before, the other party quoted a price of 12 billion yen. A prohibitive price. It's not the landlord's fault for asking a high price. This small building is in a prime location, outside Ginza, at the intersection of the commercial street and the financial street, so it's difficult to sell it at a low price. Suruta Shoiki asked in confusion. But you only have 5 billion yen now. I can borrow from the bank. Hearing this, Suruta Masayuki shut his mouth immediately. In the eyes of ordinary people, it is difficult to borrow such a huge sum of money without any asset collateral, but the person in front of him is not an ordinary person, and the operation method is naturally unusual. After encouraging the two men again, Wang Nan took his men and parted ways with them. In the car, Feng Luorjiu asked curiously. Brother, which bank should we borrow money from? Wang Nan's face was full of confusion. Should I be asking you this? Please help me find a bank to borrow 7 billion yen. It would be best if we can establish a long-term partnership. A higher interest rate is fine. Hearing this, Feng Luorjiu felt sick. Did he really think he was a treasure box, giving him people and money when he asked for them? Where can he find a bank willing to cooperate? Wait, he actually knows the president of a small bank, and has some leverage over him. It seems like this person can be used. The president of the Sun Bank. You have a video of him. Yes, this guy is a frequent customer of ours. His fetish is very perverted. Our girls have been tortured to tears many times, so I have a very deep impression of him. I have no pressure in my heart to blackmail such a pervert. Okay, that's him. Put him in a sack and bring him to me tomorrow. When Kurwa Haruhiko was put in a sack, he was almost scared to death, thinking that he was being kidnapped. His wife wished he would die sooner and would definitely not pay the ransom. In case things went wrong, he would be killed. So when he was taken into the car, except for the fact that his body kept shaking, he behaved unusually cooperatively. Feng Luorjiu was very satisfied with this, which showed that the other party was a man who knew the times. This is much easier. The car soon stopped at a secluded hilltop, and Kurwa Tuhiko begged for mercy. I can give you any amount of money you want. Wang Nan took off his hood, but he still had his eyes tightly closed. I saw nothing, nothing at all. Feng Luorjiu was angry and wanted to laugh. Open your eyes, Kurwa Bank, we'll show you something good. Hearing this, Kurwa Donyang opened his eyes slightly and looked around secretly. Wang Nan didn't want to continue talking nonsense with him, so he just asked someone to play the videotape. Seeing that he was the leading actor of the film, Kurwa Haruhiko's body couldn't help but start shaking again. President Kurwa, you don't want what you did to be made public. Chapter 14, Heijing, you know nothing about Wang Nan. You. Kurwa Donyang couldn't utter a word for a long time. Yoichi Bank is one of the state-owned banks in Sakura. It is headquartered in Tokyo and is a non-listed bank whose main business is lending to small and medium-sized enterprises. It has also recently begun to engage in foreign exchange business. The size of deposits is around 1 trillion yen. As the head of a bank, if these videos were to be circulated, in addition to social death, he would definitely receive the most severe punishment from the Bank of Japan headquarters. Not only will he lose his high-paying job, but his wife will also divorce him, and his beautiful life will take a different turn. Simply put, he sees the glamorous life as completely ruined. I can give you as much money as you want, can you please let me go? Even President Kurwa, who had experienced many big events, was thrown into disarray at this moment. Wang Nan had no doubt that if he forced Heijing to acknowledge his father now, he would call out without hesitation. Seeing that the temperature was almost right, Wang Nan waved at Feng Luorjiu. Feng Luorjiu then removed the equipment with a feeling of unsatisfied satisfaction. Quickly untie President Kurwa. He is my distinguished guest. Is this how you treat your guests? Wang Nan also handed a glass of beer to Heijing Donyang. Kurwa Donyang's face was filled with fear. He had no idea what these evil people were planning. President Kurwa, I invited you here this time because I want to discuss a business deal with you. What business? You guys are not planning to rob a bank, are you? This is Tokyo, the most heavily guarded area of the Metropolitan Police Department. Even if you succeed, it will be hard for you to get away. Seeing that Heijing was so considerate of them, Wang Nan knew that the old man was onto something, and he said without hiding anything. We are doing a legitimate business, how could we engage in robbery? We want to do a loan transaction with the Sun Bank. Kurwa Haruhiko suddenly realized that this group of people wanted to borrow money. How much do you want to borrow? Do you have any assets to pledge? If it's not too much, I can agree to it. In his opinion, they were just a group of petty thieves who were out to get money. A few 100 million yen would be the most they could borrow. They were all doing highly profitable business, so there shouldn't be any risk. But Wang Nan's next words shocked everyone. We, the Sumiyoshi Association, would like to borrow a short-term loan from your bank for a period of 6 years. The amount is about 50 billion yen. How many? 50 billion yen. Kurwa Haruhiko was frightened. He confirmed again. No collateral. There is no collateral at this time. Phone Luorgio on the side couldn't help but widen his eyes. He thought that his elder brother was going for the insufficient 7 billion yen, but his elder brother actually asked for 50 billion yen. Kurwa Tuhiko said with an embarrassed look on his face. Can you please use less? If someone finds out, I might have to go to jail, and you won't be able to escape legal punishment either. Wang Nan reported a large sum, originally just wanting to test Heijing's bottom line, but he heard an ambiguous answer, that this matter was just difficult to do, not impossible. Suppose someone finds out can also become suppose someone doesn't find out. Thinking of this, Wang Nan raised his hand, which was bigger than the plate. As long as you help us apply for this loan, we can give you a personal handling fee of 2 billion yen privately. As the president of a medium-sized bank, Haruhiko Kurwa can be considered a leader among high-income earners, but no matter how many promotions he gets, he cannot change his identity as a professional manager. To put it bluntly, he is just a high-level employee. When the business is good, his annual income can reach hundreds of millions of yen. When the business is bad, it may be only tens of millions of yen. 2 billion yen is a number he would never dare to imagine in his entire life. Although he was greedy, he had never been greedy for such a large sum of money. However, he still felt that there was a great risk involved. He did not doubt whether the Sumiyoshi Kai could pay back the money. What he was worried about was that the other party would use the money to buy weapons or import goods from overseas. If he was found out, it would be a serious crime. However, Wang Nan's next words dispelled his doubts. Since we are partners, we will not hide the truth from you. We are borrowing money because we want to start a real estate business and purchase commercial properties in Tokyo. As long as the loan is approved, we will buy a few buildings and give them to you as collateral. Kurwa Higashihiko came to his senses and said with a smile. Do you want to get on the bus first and buy the ticket later? Yes, that's what I mean. Hearing this, Kurwa Haruhiko hesitated. This matter was still a bit risky, but as the head of a bank, who would dare to investigate him? What's more, after the other party gets the money, they will complete all the mortgage procedures, so there will be no problem. As long as he agrees to the other party, he can get a reward of 2 billion yen. He had heard that the Sumiyoshi clan was very good at helping people launder money, and he could use the laundered money to purchase properties abroad. He could enjoy a new life on the other side of the ocean without having to wait until retirement. If he doesn't agree to the other party can immediately make him socially dead. It was as if a little devil was running around in his heart, and desire gradually overcame reason. Okay, I've accepted the deal, so leave it to me. Very good, Mr. Kurwa will be our Sumiyoshi Kai's best friend from now on. Then he turned around and asked. Luoju, how are you preparing the gift I asked you to prepare? Brother is ready, shall I ask them to come over now? Let them entertain Mr. Kurwa well. As he spoke, a row of young and beautiful girls in kimonos appeared in front of Kurwa. Mr. Wang, what is this? This is a gift I carefully prepared for you to calm you down. Please don't hesitate. But I'll ask them to leave right away. Don't worry, I guarantee that no one will secretly record the video this time. Hearing this, Heijing revealed an obscene smile. A blushing voice soon came from the top of the hill. 10 minutes later, Heijing, still unsatisfied, tidied his clothes and came to Wang Nan. Yoshi, Mr. Wang, you are so polite. Their kung fu is really good. As long as you are satisfied, Mr. Heijing, if you want to have fun in the future, just contact Luoju directly. Kurwa Tuhiko nodded obediently, and his previous uneasy look was completely gone. He actually thought that cooperating with Jidao was a very good thing. You can have women to play with and get money at the same time. You won't find such a good thing in the whole world even if you search with a lantern. Heijing even felt a little regretful, wondering why he didn't meet Wang Nan earlier. Mr. Wang, from now on you will be my best friend in Heijing. If you have any problem, just come to me. Chapter 15, Getting Something for Nothing. Looking at Heijing's receding figure, Feng Luorgio said unhappily. Brother, aren't we giving this guy too much credit? We worked so hard to get such a small amount of money, but he can get 2 billion yen right away. Phone Luorgio really felt sorry for Tsuruta and Sanjo Takashi, and it wasn't just because they were coveting the 2 billion in kickbacks. Har har, you believe what the gangsters say? I don't believe it myself. Luoju couldn't help but be shocked. Brother, do you want to break your promise? Heijing is still useful to us, so we still have to give him the money first. However, we are only giving it to him to manage temporarily. He wanted to transfer all his money abroad, so naturally he had to find us. Phone Luorgio nodded with sudden realization. Moreover, Wang Nan had no intention of fulfilling the agreement of getting on the bus first and buying the ticket later. Okay, go and complete this loan with a different look next time, and remember not to let anyone recognize you. Okay, big brother, I know what to do. With sufficient motivation, Heijing worked very efficiently and completed all the review procedures in just 5 working days. When all the funds were transferred to Sanquan Real Estate Company's account, Wang Nan couldn't help but feel a little excited. These 53 billion are his real starting capital. When Wang Nan took the money to find Mitsubishi Estate, the real owner of Beifeng office building, the other party's words were full of arrogance and prejudice. Sanquan Real Estate Company? With a registered capital of 3 billion yen, is such a small company worthy of using the number 3 as its company name? There was no hint of sarcasm in the other party's business representative's voice. Mitsubishi Estate does have the capital to be arrogant. It is one of the oldest real estate developers in Tokyo and owns several core street properties. It is a veritable old-fashioned real estate king. Phone Luorgio couldn't help but want to beat someone up, so he changed into a loose suit today. In addition to covering up the tattoos and muscles all over his body, it also made himself look more business-like. Wang Nan stopped him and said patiently, I changed my mind. I want to buy your Damaru building. The other party seemed to have heard a huge joke. The Damaru building was one of their landmark buildings in Ginza, and the other party actually wanted to buy this huge real estate worth tens of billions of yen. The tone is a bit too loud. Young man, this is not how you spend your family's money. Let's talk about Beifeng office building. At this time, the business representative of Mitsubishi Estate thought that the other party was so arrogant, he must be the son of a big chaebol family. As a worker, there was no need for him to offend the other party, so his tone suddenly became a little restrained. Wang Nan smiled and said, how about 11 billion yen? It's a bit low. 12 billion yen is our bottom line. If the offer is lower than this, I'm sorry I can't continue to entertain you too. Hearing this, Wang Nan nodded. This price was in line with his initial psychological expectations, but he was a little unhappy that he didn't get the upper hand over the other party. Okay, 12 billion. We have the money. Let's sign the contract. Upon hearing this, Mitsubishi's business manager was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to be so straightforward. At the beginning, he thought the other party was too young and underestimated him. In front of a strong person, Xiao Ri usually behaves very humbly, but he quickly changed his attitude. He smiled shyly and said, Okay, I'll have someone go through the procedures right away. Wait a minute, we are actually very serious about purchasing the Damaru building. Please give us a quote. The other party suddenly felt very embarrassed. In fact, he was just a small fry with no power at all. Specially used to deal with small companies and individual buyers with no background. He responded hastily. I need to consult our section chief and department head. Please take a seat. I will give you a definite answer as soon as possible. He trotted off to report the matter to the section chief. When the section chief heard that a big customer had come, he could not make the decision on the matter of selling the pills, so he reported it to the director. The director was also feeling overwhelmed, but after thinking about it, he decided to talk to the other party first. If the quotation was appropriate, he would report it to the president. If this matter is negotiated, it will be a great achievement. Thinking of this, he immediately asked someone to lead the way, wanting to meet the young president who had spent 12 billion yen. Hello, I apologize for my poor hospitality. I am Akamoto Juzan, the head of the sales department of Mitsubishi Estate. I am Wang Nan, the chairman of Sanquan Real Estate. President Wang is really young and promising. He has built such a big business at such a young age. Har har, you're making fun of me. I was born into a good family. If it weren't for my father's support, I would still be washing dishes in the United States. His words caused everyone in the room to burst into laughter. As for why they were laughing, it was just to show their support. At this time, everyone at Mitsubishi Estate believed that Wang Nan was a thoroughly rich second generation. President Wang, do you really want to buy our Damaru commercial building? Damaru is located in Ginza. Although it is not a high-rise building, its architecture is very distinctive and it is a favorite commercial center for young people. Regardless of the era, real estate in Ginza is not cheap, and Damaru is no exception. Yes, we are sincere in purchasing and hope you will give us an offer. Akimoto Juzan thought about it carefully and said. To be honest, the Damaru is not for sale at Mitsubishi Estate. It is priceless in our hearts. Wang Nan couldn't help but laugh. There is nothing that is not for sale in this world. It's just a matter of whether the price is right or not. 30 billion yen. President Wang, it really is not for sale. 40 billion yen. Har har, woof. 60 billion. Phone Luorgio curled the corner of his mouth. He felt that the boss was becoming more and more outrageous. He only had 40 billion yen left, but he wanted to do a business worth 60 billion. They are still quoting prices seriously. This world is really becoming more and more outrageous. However, as soon as the 60 billion offer was made, Akimoto Juzan's face showed obvious hesitation. After all, Damaru is only twice as large as the Beifong building, and 60 billion has already exceeded the market's current valuation of Damaru. Just as Xiao Xi was hesitating, Wang Nan said again. 68 billion yen. This is also our final offer from Sanquan Real Estate. Akimoto Shisan was also shocked by Mr. Wang's generosity. This was indeed a price he could not refuse. He could only say, please wait a moment. I need to consult our president. He ran out excitedly and called his president, and after muttering to himself, he trotted back to his seat. Congratulations, our president has agreed to your offer. Shall we sign the contract now? Phone Luorgio couldn't help but cover his eyes. He felt embarrassed. Where did they get 68 billion yen? Wang Nan said without any psychological burden. Before that, we want to do a deal with Mitsubishi Commercial Bank. Chapter 16. Good boy, you want to get it for free. Hearing this, Akimoto Juzan showed a puzzled look. What do you mean? I'm sorry for not making it clear in advance. My father only gave me 53 billion yen in startup capital. If I want to complete this transaction, I still need Mitsubishi Commercial Bank to approve a loan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shisan frowned. Is this kid trying to make fun of him? I have no money to be a sucker. Other people from Mitsubishi Estate also started talking in low voices. Xiao Shisan tried hard to maintain his self-cultivation. He said angrily. How about you raise enough funds first? Having said that, he wanted to leave. Please wait, Mr. Minister, I want to ask you a question. If I buy Damaru and use it as collateral at Mitsubishi Commercial Bank, can I get a loan of more than 50 billion yen? Of course you can. Damaru is a very high-quality asset. No matter which bank you go to for collateral, you can get a loan of about 80% of the estimated value in cash. Wang Nan smiled and said. That's it. Now I only need 800 trillion yen to buy these two buildings. I only need 27 billion yen to complete the deal. Don't you think it's a pity that we just give up like this? Akimoto Juzan nodded in approval. The premium for Damaru was very high, and he didn't want to miss this opportunity to earn performance. He thought for a while and said. Okay, wait a moment. I'll help you contact the commercial bank. Whether the deal can be concluded depends on whether they are willing to provide the bridge loan. Everyone from Mitsubishi Estate followed them out, and Phone Luorgio finally had the opportunity to ask Wang Nan in a low voice. Brother, isn't our offer for Damaru a bit high? It seems to me that these days you can't wait to sell Damaru to us. It is indeed a bit higher than the market valuation, but if we don't offer a high price, Mitsubishi probably won't sell its core industry like Damaru to us. Another reason why Wang Nan dared to quote a high price was that he knew very well that once the Plaza Accord was signed, the land price in Tokyo would be the fastest growing in the entire Sakura. Ginza is the fastest growing commercial street in the 23 wards of Tokyo. In 1988, the average land price in the Ginza area was as high as 14.5 million yen per square meter. The total area of the Damaru commercial building is 47,000 square meters. The bid of 68 billion yen means that the land price per square meter is only 1.44 million yen. 14.5 million yen is still the average price in Ginza. For hotels like Daimaru, which are located in the most central areas of Ginza, the price will be even more expensive. In less than 5 years, Wang Nan was able to obtain at least 10 times the return rate. At that time, the exchange rate of the Japanese yen will also increase from 250:1 to 120:1. This means that if converted into US dollars, he can get at least 20 times the return. Even if Xiao Ri's offer price goes up a bit, the deal would still be a big profit. Feng Luorjiu nodded and said, "That's right. If Mitsubishi Commercial Bank is willing to lend, we can cash out more than 50 billion yen. Luojiu, you calculated wrongly. You forgot to include the North Wind building. Theoretically, we can mortgage and borrow 64 billion yen. After deducting the cost of purchasing 2 buildings, we will still have 37 billion yen left." Hearing this number, Feng Luorjiu was a little dazed. This was too magical. Under the management of his elder brother, it seemed that the money could never be spent. This money must have come easily. He thought of something and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Can we use the same method to continue buying buildings as collateral from other chambers of commerce?" Feng Luorjiu finally discovered the highlight. Wang Nan smiled and admitted this. However, what Feng Luorjiu didn't know was that every time he made a mortgage, he actually doubled the leverage. If he wanted to continue playing this game, he would have to bear huge bank interest rates. Most domestic real estate companies adopt similar operations. Once the capital chain is broken, it means an immediate collapse. Insolvency is inevitable. Of course, Wang Nan had no worries in this regard. After the signing of the Plaza Accord, the Bank of Japan implemented a very loose economic policy. The lowest bank interest rate was only 2.5%, and banks were flooding the market with money. In order to improve performance, banks invested in a large number of real estate companies. This is also the reason why large banks in Sakura frequently went bankrupt after the real estate bubble burst. In addition, after the Plaza Accord was signed, the average real estate price in Tokyo doubled 1 year later, and nearly tripled another year after that. As real estate prices soar, the property Wang Nan bought in advance will also increase in value. His money will only increase, and he doesn't have to worry about his cash flow drying up. While the two were whispering, Akamoto Juzo also called the senior management of Mitsubishi Commercial Bank. "What? That guy actually offered 68 billion yen to buy Daimaru? Is he crazy? The premium should be at least 10 billion yen. Who says it's not? Although Daimaru is our core industry, it can make more than 10 billion yen in profit if it's sold. How can I not be tempted? Yeah, more than 10 billion yen, you should get at least 100 million in bonuses. Of course. It's good for you, too. You're worried about not having big sales. If you complete the mortgage loans for these 2 buildings, you can at least get a commission of 1 or 2 million yen every month. If you pay it in installments over 5 years, you'll earn a lot more than I do." Hearing this, the other party asked calmly, "But are you sure he has the ability to repay the loan on time? 64 billion is not a small amount. Hey, man, don't forget that this is a mortgage. He can run away, but the building won't. With 80% of the loan, you should be hoping that he will run away. Anyway, the Daimaru and Beifong buildings are both high-quality assets. What's more, he is the offspring of a big chaebol. How many people in the country can come up with 53 billion yen for capital verification at this age?" The other party was moved by what Akamoto Juzen said. Yes, if he completed this mortgage loan, his annual income would increase by tens of millions of yen. "Okay, I'll take some people over there, and you help me calm this rich young man down first." After meeting Wang Nan, the vice president of Mitsubishi Corporation was also surprised at Wang Nan's age and height. After both sides exclaimed for a while, they immediately got down to business and started talking about mortgage interest rates. In the early 1980s, Sakura's economy gradually moved from closed to open, and interest rates also declined accordingly, but still remained at around 5.8%. Their vice president obviously wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to take a big bite out of the fat sheep, and actually offered a commercial loan in 5-year installments with a high interest rate of 6.5%. To his great surprise, Wang Nan did not refuse, but instead said, "I can agree to your terms, but I hope that this loan can have a floating interest rate. If the Bank of Japan announces a rate cut, the interest rate on my loan will also be reduced by the same amount. Chapter 17, Floating Interest Rate is like freeloading. The vice president of Mitsubishi Commercial Bank raised his eyebrows. He thought this rich young man was quite interesting. He actually understood the floating interest rate system. As we all know, the Federal Reserve or a national bank will choose to raise or lower interest rates at certain key points under different economic conditions. If the loan is a floating rate loan, the loan will increase or decrease with the Bank of Japan's interest rate. Since the 1980s, the Bank of Japan's interest rate has been stable at around 5.8% for a long time. He feels that it makes no difference whether it is floating or not. Even if interest rates are lowered further, how low can they be? He had to confirm again. Are you sure you want to use the floating rate? If the Bank of Japan announces an interest rate hike, you will have to pay more interest, right? I know this, so let's just use the floating rate. Wang Nan would not tell the other party that in less than 2 years, the Bank of Japan would begin to cut interest rates continuously. It dropped from 5% in 1985 to 2.5% after March 1987. What does a 2.5% interest rate mean? This means that the interest rate will be lower than the inflation rate. The bank that lends money may seem to be earning interest from the borrowers, but in fact the money it receives cannot even keep up with the depreciation rate of the lent money. Infinitely close to freeloading. If the other party knew that Wang Nan had dug such a big trap for him, he would definitely strangle this guy to death. But whether or not he could be strangled to death was another matter. The two sides shook hands, and the deputy president of Mitsubishi approved a bridge loan to allow Sanquan Real Estate Company to purchase the 2 buildings of Mitsubishi Estate first. Then the two parties immediately completed the mortgage of the 2 buildings. At this point, Wang Nan had taken over the Katafu building and Daimaru Commercial Center, and had 37 billion yen left in his account. When Fong Luorgio walked out of the Shin Marinauchi building, he felt like he was in another world. Luoju, have you learned it? I learned a lot. That's good. Next, you will go and acquire other real estate in Tokyo. First, find a consortium with its own bank, and then use this method on the 5 major consortiums in Sakura. Fong Luorgio curled the corner of his mouth. He knew that his elder brother would throw this job to him. However, there are not many opportunities to take advantage of big conglomerates. He couldn't help but feel a little excited when he thought about it. He asked belatedly, "Brother, it's fine for me to do this, but are we really not going to keep some money to pay the interest? You should have some confidence in Tsuruta and Sanjo Takashi. Theoretically, even if we borrow 1 trillion yen, the funds of the Kitake's financial office will be enough for us to repay the interest on the loan." Since the boss has said so, Fong Luorgio could have any objection. You need to act quickly, because the news that we paid a premium for Daimaru will probably get out soon. This is great news for Mitsubishi Estate, but it is not good news for us. The whole market will think we are fools with a lot of money, and I don't want to be ripped off wherever I go. Fong Luorgio suddenly felt a sense of urgency. The days of leisure and ease are gone forever. In the next few days, Fong Luorgio visited the remaining real estate properties of the 4 major conglomerates. Sanquan Real Estate's loans also increased from 50 billion yen to 300 billion yen. The reputation of Sanquan Quilao also spread like wildfire. This reputation is also a double-edged sword. By the time the last Furong Zaibatsu came to power, Sanquan actually had less than 10 billion yen left in its accounts. However, the Furong Chamber of Commerce determined that the Sanquan Real Estate Company was backed by a large chaebol with a mysterious background, and directly paid out nearly 60 billion yuan in bridge financing. He sold his own building valued at 70 billion to Fong Luorgio. It's done, and Sanquan still has several billion yen left in its accounts. Fong Luorgio was confused by the other party's action. Damn, have these people gone crazy? They are trying to give away money and buildings. Sanjo Takashi, this is the bill that my eldest brother asked me to deliver. Remember to pay it back on time every month. As an ace accountant, Sanjo Takashi was completely confused. I owe Yohei Bank 50 billion yen, and I have to pay back 250 million yen next month. I owe Mitsubishi Commercial Bank 64 billion yen, and I have to pay back 300 million yen next month. The total interest that needs to be repaid next month is nearly 1.5 billion yen. What made Sanjo Tarkanao gasp was that boss Wang Nan borrowed a total of 300 billion yen in loans from 6 banks in one go. Masakazu Tsuruta didn't know why his partner looked so exhausted when he met Feng Luorgio. Could it be that Feng Luorgio had that kind of fetish? Sanjo Takashi looks a little fragile, but it's not enough to make Feng Luorgio lose his bestial nature. He shook his head and patted Sanjo Takashi's shoulder hard. Miki Nakano is reporting the results of her work over the past month to the Director General of the Metropolitan Police Department headquarters. She was assigned by the Metropolitan Police Department's top brass to monitor the fund movements of Sumiyoshi Kai leader Wakatoru Wang Nan. Miki Nakano quickly locked onto Wang Nan's financial movements. The other party turned out to be a financial firm and a real estate company. Then there are the two companies' overwhelming operations. The financial firm's maximum turnover in the first month reached 6 billion yen. This was not the most shocking thing for her. What was exaggerated was that the cash flow of Sanquan Real Estate Company reached 300 billion yen in just 1 month. What surprised her most was that the funding sources of the two companies were legal and compliant, they all followed formal banking procedures, and the financial firms signed formal contracts for every transaction. So, if no one reports the crime, we can't file a case. Yes, as long as Sanquan Real Estate Company's capital chain is continuous, there will be no problems with the company's loans. Even if there are problems, Wang Nan can use the company's bankruptcy as an excuse and not bear any responsibility. He himself has no responsibility at all. Yes, at most you will be condemned by society. What about Beifeng Financial Firm? The interest rates on the financial products they sell are so high, it's obvious that they are committing fraud. Nakano Miki's boss was furious. How could these rich and middle-class people not see such an obvious scam and still give the money to Beifeng eagerly? You are wrong. This is a financial product. Even if there is a loss, it is normal. There is no current financial regulation that can prove that it is illegal. As long as they pay the customers interest on time, we have no reason to sue them for fraud. The head of the headquarters was dumbfounded and said angrily, "Are we just going to watch them grow bigger and stronger step by step?" Yes, their operations can be said to be legal businesses. Several major chaebols have had similar operations. Wang Nan just changed their skin and adopted a more radical way of advancement. Speaking of this, Nakano Miki felt a little sorry for Wang Nan. Director, if Wang Nan wasn't a jihadist, we wouldn't even have any reason to monitor the flow of his funds. He's at most a businessman who doesn't hesitate to do anything. He wants to take the right path now, so why should we stop him from doing good? The director was speechless when faced with Nakano Miki's questioning. Chapter 18. Nakano Miki came to the door. Shut up. The chief was stunned for only a few seconds, but soon reacted and began to loudly scold the policewoman Nakano. You know what? He is a butcher who kills without blinking an eye. Nishiguchi Masao was able to rise so quickly, he must have the most credit. Otherwise, do you think he can sit in the position of Wakato? Miki Nakano was shocked. She didn't expect that the general manager, who was always very kind, would have such a big reaction. The director general was a little at a loss as he looked at the girl who was about to cry. Thinking that this was the child of his former teammate, he had to say earnestly, "The Yakuza are the Yakuza, no matter how much they portray themselves as Bushido-minded, it cannot change the fact that they are violent gang members. Even if Wang Nan wants to take the right path, no matter how legitimate his business is, he can't avoid committing crimes." The headmaster sighed meaningfully. Wang Nan doesn't engage in prostitution, gambling, or drugs. He is more terrifying than regular criminals. If he wants to commit crimes, it will bring a worse impact on society. As police officers, we can't take him lightly. Even though he said that, Nakano Miki still felt that Wang Nan was innocent. Seeing Nakano Miki's stubborn look, the headquarter director said helplessly, "It seems that we can't find evidence of Wang Nan's crime just by looking at the flow of information. We must infiltrate them to collect evidence of their illegal activities." He looked at Nakano Miki and said, "Officer Nakano. Exist. The Metropolitan Police Department is now giving you a mission with great responsibility. The real estate company is recruiting a secretary who understands finance. You are the most suitable undercover candidate." Miki Nakano wanted to refuse this undercover assignment from the bottom of her heart. Although she had learned disguise and undercover in school, that was not her main major, so she was naturally not as good as a professional field police officer. At this point, the headquarter director's tone softened a lot. "I'm doing this for your own good. Only if you can truly infiltrate their inner circle, you will realize how terrifying they are. This will be a great training for you. After you complete your undercover work, it will be natural for you to get a promotion and a raise. Realize how terrifying they are. Miki Nakano couldn't help but clamp her legs together. What if they put their hands on me? That's even better. We can arrest them legitimately. Don't worry, our people will keep a close eye on Sanquan Real Estate Company. As long as you send out a distress signal, we will rush to rescue you as soon as possible. Okay, Chief, I accept this undercover mission. Wang Nan looked at the big pendulum clock in the office board. There was a constant clanging noise outside his office. Big hammer 80, small hammer 40. Considering that he owns more than 10 large real estate properties, having only a shell company is definitely not enough. Property management can be outsourced, but there must always be a more formal place as the headquarters. So Wang Nan hit his head and simply cleared out the vacant top floor of Damaru and renovated it to serve as the headquarters of Sanquan Real Estate Company. Handing over the decoration to Feng Luorgio was the decision Wang Nan regretted most. If he hadn't been watching, Feng Luorgio would have decorated it in the style of a nightclub. In the end, Wang Nan had to take action himself and directly refer to the simple decoration style of later internet giants. The walls were simply painted white, dirt-resistant grey carpets were laid, and the ceiling was simply painted black. As it was almost time to get off work, Wang Nan was ready to be the first one to run away. But at this moment, Feng Luorgio pushed the door open with a wicked smile on his face. Brother, someone is applying for the position of the president's secretary. Wang Nan didn't react at first, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. The president Feng Luorgio was talking about was Wang Nan. Why did you come to apply for a job right after get off work? I don't like secretaries who have no sense of time. Let him go. Having said that, Wang Nan planned to go home with his briefcase. Feng Luorgio couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. With a president like this who takes the lead in leaving get off work, can this company last long? Brother, the other person is a beautiful woman. Beautiful? How beautiful? Feng Luorgio gestured exaggeratedly. Her long legs are almost as high as my waist. She looks so cute, like a character from a cartoon. Most importantly, she is very adorable. When we see her smile, our hearts melt. Hearing this, Wang Nan opened the door and took a look. Sure enough, I saw several tall and strong younger brothers with Aketer dog-like smiles, a complete change from their previous ferocious looks. Let that woman go. She will only affect our speed in drawing our swords. If she is in our company, how will we work in the future? Feng Luorgio smiled bitterly helplessly. Brother, just take a look. This is the third time that Sanjo Takashi has gone on strike this month. If you ask him to manage the accounts of two companies, he really won't be able to do it in two places. Okay, I'm not an inhuman demon. Let her in. Miki Nakano specially wore a long skirt today, but it still couldn't hide her pair of beautiful white silk legs. In order to successfully go undercover, she even cut her hair short and changed it to a neat short hairstyle. Just as Feng Luorgio described, Nakano Miki with short hair was so cute that Wang Nan had the urge to commit a crime. But Wang Nan always felt that he had seen this woman somewhere. He asked in a thoughtful manner. Ms. Nakano, have we met somewhere before? Miki Nakano was shocked. She thought that since it had been so long since the last conference, Wang Nan, whom she had only met once, would definitely not remember her. Sir, could you please change your approach? This is obviously the first time we meet. I didn't expect that a girl with a cute appearance would have such a strong personality. Very good. You are accepted. Come to work on time at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Miki Nakano's mind was full of question marks. Wouldn't she take a look at her carefully forged resume? She had prepared for a long time to deal with possible situations. The other party didn't even ask a question. Oh, by the way, since you're a secretary, I have a few quirks you need to keep in mind. Nakano Miki nodded angrily. Although she felt a little resentful, she immediately got into work mode. I like to drink American coffee, no sugar, no milk. I don't like fast food for lunch and dinner. Looking at the densely packed notes on the notebook, Nakano Miki wanted to strangle Wang Nan to death. The director was right, this guy was a devil. Who would drink American coffee without sugar and milk? Wouldn't that be bitter? After talking about the requirements, let's talk about your salary. We are a startup company with serious debt problems, and we don't have much business, so Chapter 19, A Day That Makes Xiao Ri Memorable. Miki Nakano was mentally prepared to be taken advantage of for free. Anyway, the Metropolitan Police Department will give subsidized wages to undercover agents. So your monthly salary will be 1 million yen, and if your performance is good, you will get a bonus of 3 months' salary at the end of the year. 15 million yen. As a deputy police inspector, her annual salary is around 6.6 million yen. An annual salary of 15 million yen is comparable to that of a superintendent general. It's slightly higher than the salary of the headquarter director. Nakano Miki's eyes were suddenly filled with the light of money. This is not a devil at all, it is an angel who came to gain experience. Sir, why is the secretary's salary so high? Our company doesn't have any illegal business, does it? Wang Nan explained. Because our company will expand very quickly in the future, as a large real estate company, you, as the secretary of the president, naturally have to get the salary that you deserve at this level. Nakano Miki nodded in understanding. She suddenly realized a problem. Theoretically speaking, the total asset value of Sanquan Real Estate was close to 400 billion yen, which should not be a small company in any way. It can definitely be called a large real estate company. From this perspective, the salary of the president's secretary should indeed be on par with that of the secretary of a large group. There is another reason that Wang Nan didn't mention. He pays his employees high salaries in order to improve their vision and temperament. Looking at the companies involved in major financial frauds in history, they all have one thing in common. They like to employ beautiful female employees, and all employees are paid very high salaries. The salary and benefits are in line with international standards, which will make the company look prestigious and make outsiders think that the company is very profitable. At the same time, it will make employees feel superior and have a stronger sense of identification with the company. Even if they are doing a scam business, they will think it is a legal and profitable business. The chief of the Metropolitan Police Department probably didn't expect that Nakano Miki would succumb to Wang Nan's financial offensive on her first day at work. After successfully applying for the job, Miki Nakano walked home humming a little tune. But just as she walked into an alley, several men followed her in. "You pervert! Take my soul-breaking kick!" Megure Juzo hurriedly shouted no. That's why Nakano Miki didn't kick him. When he saw the pointed leather shoes that were only 0.01 centimeters taller than his own, Megure Juzen felt his legs go weak. He was just a little bit away from having sex reassignment surgery. "Inspector Megure, why is it you?" "Ms. Nakano, I was ordered to monitor Sanquan Real Estate, and I am also responsible for protecting you." Megure Juzen kept wiping the cold sweat off his forehead. When he saw Nakano coming out just now, he couldn't help but follow him and want to chat with him. But he never expected to be mistaken for a pervert who was following him and get kicked in the face with a fatal kick. "Is that so? From now on, I'll leave everything to you." "Ms. Nakano, this is not your way home, where are you going?" "Of course I'm going to the supermarket. I want to buy some vegetables." "Oh, is that so? I won't bother you anymore. It's time for me to get off work too. See you tomorrow." Having said that, Megure Juzen left the alley as if he was escaping. He was really scared and wanted to find a place to have a drink to calm down. This accident left him with a psychological trauma, so that every time he had any intentions towards Miki Nakano, he would inexplicably think of this kick. The next day, Wang Nan smelled a fragrant aroma at lunchtime. Miki Nakano, wearing an apron, was cooking something in the company's tea room. A group of grown men were attracted by the fragrance and kept swallowing their saliva. "Nakano, this is not good. No one can concentrate on work anymore." "Oh, is that so? Then I won't prepare lunch for you anymore." "What, this is the lunch you prepared for me?" Wang Nan raised his eyebrows. Although it was not the first time that a girl prepared a loving lunch for him, it was the one that left the deepest impression on him. Because the food cooked by Miki Nakano is so delicious and tastes like home. "Didn't you say you didn't want to eat fast food for lunch and dinner?" "I'm too lazy to order food, so I'll just make it for you myself." Looking at the fried pork chops in the lunchbox, Fong Luorgio and a bunch of boys sniffed in envy. They decided to go to Shibuya to find a girl after get off work in the evening, and ask her to make an energy-replenishing meal before having in-depth communication. Miki Nakano was writing her report diary seriously. The content is roughly similar to yesterday. After spending a long time together, she found that Wang Nan's life was very simple. "I hardly do anything serious at work, except reading comics and financial newspapers. I occasionally check the stock market and then go home until the end of the day. As for other people, they would occasionally disappear for a while, especially Feng Luorjiu, who often would not come to the company for 3 days or 2. When asked where they were going, they would always say that they were working in another place. But Nekonomiki knew very well that Sanquan Real Estate was a complete shell company except for some real estate, and the busiest person every day was the cleaning aunt in the company. Miki Nakano likes such a leisurely life very much. She can get 2 generous salaries by cooking 3 meals for Wang Nan every day. This is the life that almost every worker dreams of. Seeing another similar work report, the head of the headquarters frowned. Nakano, you can't just stay on the surface as an undercover agent. You have to find a way to gain the trust of Wang Nan and Feng Luorjiu. Only by truly getting along with them can you get the criminal evidence you want. Miki Nakano's head is full of question marks. She slacks off at work with her boss and eavesdrops on other people's gossip together. Isn't this considered getting along well with him? Are we going to take a step closer? She had heard that many female undercover agents had made considerable sacrifices in order to achieve their goals. Go ahead, come on, you can do it. Under the encouraging gaze of the old man at the headquarters, Miki Nakano left the Metropolitan Police Department with a lot on her mind. Just when she was worried and lost, she heard Wang Nan, who had arrived at the company early, talking to someone on the phone. She immediately realized that this call was unusual and pricked up her ear to eavesdrop. Zhengyi, have you seen today's financial news? I see. Today is truly the most humiliating day in the history of Sakura Finance. I didn't expect you to be such a passionate young man. The financial opening of Sakura is a good thing for us. You go to Wall Street in the United States. At this point, Wang Nan's voice suddenly became quieter, and no matter how hard Nekonomiki tried, she couldn't hear what was said next. But she also got a lot of information. Today's news, financial opening, go to Wall Street. What is the connection between these? Miki Nakano was lost in thought and didn't notice that Wang Nan had walked up to her. Chapter 20. The girl is not right. What does Wang Nan want to do? It wasn't until Wang Nan's head hit Nekonomiki's face that she came to her senses. The two looked at each other. After a long while, Nekonomiki lowered her head shyly, and she said in a shy voice, "President, why are you staring at me like that?" Wang Nan tapped her head lightly and said, "What are you thinking about? I've been standing here for a while. What the hell are you doing without moving?" Miki Nakano touched her head resentfully. I'm thinking. He couldn't come up with an answer for a long time, and ended up making himself blush. Some people are born without the ability to lie. Her naturally cute expression made Wang Nan unable to help but pinch her face. What are you doing, President? Forget it, I won't ask you anymore. Don't stand at the door in a daze next time. After having her face pinched, Nekonomiki wanted to cry but had no tears. She felt like she had been wronged, but she was worried that Wang Nan would continue to ask questions, so she could only watch Wang Nan walk further and further away. Wang Nan, who walked to the door, was still savoring the soft touch just now. Women are indeed made of water. Nekonomiki's face is full of flesh. But she seemed to be eavesdropping on my conversation with Zhengyi just now. In fact, from the first day that Miki Nakano joined Sanquan Real Estate, Wang Nan felt that there was something wrong with this woman. Feng Luorjiu and his group are born with a sense of hostility. When they walk on the road, a large space will naturally appear around them. When they gather together, passers-by avoid them. Such a cute little girl, Feng Luorjiu's casual look could scare several of them to tears. Nekonomiki not only had no intention of avoiding her, but also took the initiative to come close to her. This cannot but lead to some associations. Before, he thought she was worrying too much and that Nakano was just a little naive, but her abnormal behavior today deepened Wang Nan's suspicion. Thinking of this, he said to Feng Luorjiu, who was already sitting in the driver's seat. Looking up Nekonomiki's background, I suspect she approached us with a purpose. Boss, do you think so too? Nakano keeps asking questions all the time, and I know something is wrong with her. Do you want me to tie her up and then? And you idiot, you are so cruel to such a cute girl. We haven't done anything wrong. Are you afraid of the police coming to our door? Feng Luorjiu touched his head and said naively. I'm just saying that, boss. I've already considered Nakano as my sister. But you, boss, seem quite nervous about Nakano. Drive your car and stop talking nonsense. Get rid of those people following you. Phone Luorgio did not reply, but stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Two blue flames shot out of the exhaust holes of the Mercedes-Benz and it rushed out at once. Magyar József, who was still in a daze, was startled by the sound of waves. Damn it! Chase them. I suspect they have contraband in their car. Otherwise, why are you running so fast all of a sudden? Not long after, Magyar József lost the Mercedes-Benz that Wang Nan was in. Bargar, ask Inspector Nakano what's going on and why Wang Nan suddenly wants to ditch us. At this time, Nakano, who had left work early, reported what he had heard today to the Director General. Financial openness is indeed a shame for our Yamato nation, and the G5 major economies led by the United States alliance is just an excuse for the United States to suppress our economy. Once our financial sector is open to foreign capital, it means that foreign capital can freely acquire our financial companies and foreign exchange can flow in and out freely. As the head of the headquarters, his horizons are naturally much broader than Nakano's. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, Sakura began to rise in the field of chips and electronics, leading the world's first-class level. Relying on high quality and low prices, Sakura's products filled the shelves of stores in the United States. The United States' export dominance was seriously threatened, it had a huge trade deficit, and its economy began to show signs of recession. Some local businessmen blamed Sakura, and one machinery tycoon even publicly said that if the exchange rate of the yen was doubled, he could sell his harvesters to every corner of Sakura. Many American people feel that the exchange rate of the Japanese yen is too low, causing their products to lose their original advantages in the market. At this point, how to devalue the US dollar and curb the export of cherry blossoms has become an important issue in the US Congress. The so-called G5 alliance is their first step. Sakura's closed financial system was forced to take off its chastity belt and open up to foreign capital. Sakura's exchange rate is no longer a fixed rate, but a market-free exchange rate. But why would Wang Nan let the guy on the phone go to Wall Street? Is he planning some big financial case? The director shook his head. Wang Nan was a genius in financial crime and he had no way of guessing the other party's thoughts. Nakano, you did a great job this time. Although you didn't find out the core of their plan, you finally have a new direction for investigation. You must continue to work hard and try to find Wang Nan's true arrangement on Wall Street. He always felt that Wang Nan was planning some shocking conspiracy, which, if unleashed, might endanger the financial security of Sakura. Chapter 21, Routine Upgrade, P2P concept is born ahead of schedule. If Wang Nan knew that the old man was criticizing him like this, he would definitely laugh out loud. He just asked Jingyi to go to Wall Street to open a shell financial company. The purpose is very simple, which is to take advantage of the fact that Sakura Finance is open to foreign capital, and use this company to transfer assets before the Sakura economic bubble bursts completely. Unexpectedly, it led to such a big misunderstanding by the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. We reached the top of the mountain where we met again. This time, Shoiki Tsuruta brought so much cash that they even had to use a garbage truck to transport it. As usual, they divided the spoils on the spot. This time, Wang Nan decided to take out 300 million yen and have Phone Luorgio hand it over to the headquarters. At this time, after several months of baptism, Sanjo Takashi was no longer surprised by anything. In just a few months, Kitake's Financial's operating turnover has reached more than 30 billion yen. Almost every month's turnover is higher than the previous month. It is estimated that it won't be long before their monthly turnover will increase to 10 billion yen. A seemingly impossible task of 100 times the size may be completed in less than a year. He was very curious about how the boss could come up with such an irresistible scam. However, Masakazu Tsuruta was deeply worried because Kitake's financial company would inevitably become famous in the financial circle. Many colleagues have heard of this magical financial company. Curious how they can bring such amazing returns to their clients. They are very curious about Beifeng's business model, and several large financial companies have sent business spies to Beifeng to inquire about its business secrets. We have caught these people, but if we continue like this, sooner or later our business model will be exposed. Jingyi, don't worry so much. We are not operating illegally. If anyone asks you again, just tell them directly that our model is called P2P. P2P, the full name is peer-to-peer lending, which means person-to-person. It is a private micro-lending model that pools small amounts of money and lends them to people in need of funds. Do you understand? Everyone shook their heads. This seemed to be no different from loan sharking, except that they were lending the organization's money to gamblers who had lost all their money, or hypocrites who were stuck in the quagmire. It's okay if you don't understand. This is the effect I want. Masakazu Tsuruta immediately understood what his boss meant and further packaged and upgraded this financial product. The big investors in Tokyo mistakenly believed that the financial products launched by Beifeng were very high-end things, with a yield of up to 15% to 20%, and that they would be fools not to buy them. As for who we lend money to, that is our business. Such commercial secrets cannot be easily disclosed to others. Wang Nan is very confident about this. In less than a year, Sakura will sign the Plaza Accord. By then, a large number of housing loans financial companies specializing in issuing housing loans will emerge like mushrooms after a rain, and no one will doubt the legality of Beifeng Financial Company. However, it seems that their business model is impossible to imitate now, and Sakura's financial institutions will find that they cannot find the right people to lend to. In theory, no one would accept such a high borrowing interest rate. The 5th of every month is the day when each department of the association pays its membership dues. Someone from each of the 72 organizations will submit last month's task targets to the headquarters. The group that exceeds the target will be rewarded by the president, and the group that fails to meet the target will naturally receive the appropriate punishment. Membership fees have always been a huge burden on each group. In the new century, the declining Japanese gangs even had cases of members committing suicide to apologize for failing to pay dues. We are all Jidao, and no one wants to lose face in front of fellow Taoists. Almost all the groups are secretly competing on this issue. When it comes to which group's membership fees in the Sumiyoshi Kai are the most eye-catching recently, of course, it is the Northwind Group, which was established not long ago. The Kitake's group is a direct group of the Tojo clan headquarters, led by Wakato Wang Nan, and is only responsible to the general president Nishiguchi Masanari. Theoretically, it would be difficult for a newly established organization to gain a foothold in the highly competitive Tokyo without a few years. What made everyone exclaim in amazement was that the Northwind Group was operating very well, with the membership fees paid increasing linearly every month, already exceeding many secondary groups that had been operating for nearly a decade. This made the three branch presidents very confused. They didn't even know the business direction of the Northwind Group. If it was a regular casino or entertainment venue, it would be impossible for them not to hear any news. They even suspected that Wang Nan was doing the laundry detergent business, which was the focus of official crackdowns, in order to fulfill the gambling agreement. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain what kind of business is so profitable and secretive. In order to get the answer, several big names of Sumiyoshi Kai gathered together once again. Chapter 22. The organization's money is returned as it came, and the personal money. The branch president never needs to pay membership dues personally. From the moment Nozawa Mitsuteru, Yamashiro Isao, and Kojima Tsutomu appeared, Nishiguchi Masao knew that these three brothers were getting a little restless. Even he didn't expect that the Beifeng Group's financial business would be so profitable. Membership fee payment officially begins. Tojo Clan Headquarters 40 billion yen. Don't think that 40 billion yen is a lot for the Sakura Yakuza. During the heyday of the Yamaguchi Gumi, its annual revenue was as high as $80 billion, ranking 12th among all the Sakura companies. The Sumiyoshi Kai, whose main business was running gambling houses, also had a similarly high income. Tohoku Branch, 12 billion yen. Hokkaido Branch, 13.8 billion yen. Kanto Branch, 21 billion yen. Everyone in the venue couldn't help but start talking and whispering to each other. They didn't expect the performance of the Kanto Branch to be so impressive. They couldn't help but praise the president of the Kojima Branch for his good management. Kojima Tsutomu was an introverted person, and in response to everyone's praise, he simply bowed modestly. The other two branch presidents were all surprised. They had been focusing on the Kitake's group and didn't expect that they would be stabbed by Kojima Tsutomu. What does this guy mean? Is he also interested in the position of young leader? Just as the two were becoming suspicious, the reimbursement was still going on. Next is the report of the old direct group. The groups in Tokyo have all performed well, and almost all of them can stabilize at around 3 billion to 5 billion yen. The secondary group is slightly lower, and the performance begins to vary, with the lowest being 500 million and the highest reaching 2 billion. The performance of the subgroup was a little worse, and they barely managed to collect 100 million yen, for which they were severely scolded by Masao Nishiguchi. The scolded team leader lowered his head lower and lower. Fortunately, there were not too many people at the scene, otherwise he would have died on the spot. As the last one in the group, both your reputation and dignity will be severely trampled upon. If you don't make great progress next month, I will remove you from the group. Removing a group is equivalent to having the group disbanded by the headquarters. This kind of humiliation is more painful than killing them. The criticized team leader almost cried out loud. Feng Luojiu couldn't help but shook his head when he saw this scene. He thought that this team leader would definitely take risks and do some profiteering activities next. Northern Wind Group. Has anyone from the North Wind Group arrived? It was not until the other party called for the third time that Feng Luojiu realized that the other party was calling him. He was still somewhat uncomfortable with the North Wind team leader's raising of his head. In Kitake's group, 300 million yen. As soon as he finished speaking, the room suddenly became filled with discussions. Because they remembered that last month the performance of the Kitake's group was still around 200 million yen, but it reached 300 million yen so quickly. Many of them have set up their own teams before, so they naturally know how difficult it is to start a business, and the initial stage from 0 to 1 is the most difficult. It often takes a long time to grow from 100 million to 300 million, and the growth rate can easily plateau and jump up and down repeatedly. But the Beifeng group has only been established for a short time, and its performance has been rising sharply. They have reason to believe that it won't be long before the North Wind Group's performance surpasses that of all subgroups. Nozawa Mitsuteru coughed, then stood up and questioned Feng Luojiu. Team leader of the Beifeng team, please explain to me why your performance has grown so fast. Did you use some tricks that are not worthy of being mentioned? His words were almost pointing at Feng Luojiu's nose and saying that the Beifeng group relied on the power of the Dongcheng Guild headquarters, otherwise it would not have been able to grow so fast. Feng Luojiu was not afraid of his attack at all. President Nozawa, we are a direct group of the East City headquarters and do not need to report to you. If you have any concerns, you can directly complain to the president. Besides, the performance of the headquarters has been steadily improving. Without sacrificing interests, it is reasonable for the headquarters to support our Beifeng group. Shan Chenggong couldn't help but cover his face. His brother was just a little impatient. Didn't they agree to suggest to Brother Shiko that he should disclose the accounts of the Beifeng group to dispel everyone's doubts? Kojima Tsutomu was also speechless. It was hard to describe how miserable it was to have such a stupid teammate. However, he quickly thought of a countermeasure and took the initiative to stand up and say, Brother, everyone is a little skeptical about the performance of the North Wind Group. If it is not made public, it will affect the fairness of the bet. Even if the North Wind Group achieves the performance target of 50 billion, it will be difficult to convince everyone. Nishiguchi Masao nodded in agreement, and then he instructed Feng Luojiu. Luojiu, since everyone has objections, please make the accounts public for everyone to see. Wang Nan had already prepared for this and asked Sanjo Wu to make a false account to deal with the inspection. What? The North Wind Group's income comes from the stock market and the purchase of financial products. Everyone was a little dumbfounded. They never expected that Wang Nan would use 500 million yen to invest in stocks. The key is that this guy is doing pretty well. What is this P2P, and how can it have such a high return? You want to know, then beg me. Everyone was furious, but when they saw the stable return rate of more than 15%, they couldn't help but drool. If they bought this financial product, would they still have to worry about performance issues? They all asked Feng Luojiu for advice with a flattering look on their faces, and some of them wanted to kowtow to Feng Luojiu twice, just short of calling him dad. Since you are asking sincerely, I will tell you. Everyone couldn't help but prick up their ears and listen. Recently, a financial firm opened in the financial street outside Jinzur, called Beifeng Financial Firm. The inspiration for the name of our group came from this firm. Their main product is P2P. I told you about P2P, but you wouldn't understand it. But you've seen the return rate of this product, it's really high. If you're interested, you can mention my name and they can give you an extra 1% return rate. An extra 1% return? Everyone remembered the name and planned to invest some money to give it a try. Some people think that their money is just sitting there anyway, and they don't know how to trade stocks, so it will just rot at home, so they might as well buy some bullshit financial product. Feng Luojiu was almost laughing in his heart. He had been unhappy with these people's lives for a long time, and they dared to put pressure on him. Let you all see the power of the P2P scam. Masao Nishiguchi, who knew some inside information, looked at the group of brothers who were eager to try and hesitated to speak. He looked at Feng Luojiu with reproach. But when he saw Shan Chenggong and others calculating something on an abacus, he swallowed back what he wanted to say. What Shan Chenggong is calculating is the estimated total return over 5 years if the Beifeng Group uses all its money to invest in stocks or P2P. The final conclusion is that unless Wang Nan is extremely lucky, it is impossible to maintain such a high annualized rate. Even the stock god Buffett's annualized return is only around 20%. Although I don't understand finance, I also know that the more money you have, the greater the risk of investing in the stock market. Just wait and see Wang Nan's joke. However, Mitsuteru Nozawa was a little absent-minded, and he also had the idea of buying P2P products. An accountability conference ended in such an atmosphere. Feng Luojiu, come with me. Seeing the murderous look in Nishiguchi Masao's eyes, Feng Luojiu couldn't help but secretly exclaim, "Oh no." He was so busy having fun that he forgot about the president, the only person who knew the truth. Feng Luojiu, do you know what crime it is to harm a fellow disciple? President, I didn't do anything wrong. Is it wrong to make money with them? Masao Nishiguchi laughed angrily. Others might not know what the Kitake's financial firm was, but he knew it. It can be said that each division of the spoils was carried out with his tacit consent. Seeing the president's expression, Feng Luojiu could only change his words immediately. President, how about this? We will transfer all the investment they make in the name of the organization to our headquarters account, but as for the personal investment, we will split it 50-50 then. Hearing this, Nishiguchi Masao turned his anger into laughter. Very good, let's do it. In fact, he has been unhappy with his brothers for a long time. Do they really think he is old and useless? He is not dead yet, but they dare to covet the position of the leader. It is really hateful. If he hadn't taken into account that these people were his old brothers who had fought with him to conquer the world, he really wanted to violently eliminate all obstacles to Wang Nan. But by doing so, the Sumiyoshi Kai would certainly suffer heavy losses, which was something he did not want to see. By the way, what has Anan been busy with lately? What does he plan to do with the remaining money from the Beifeng Group? Feng Luojiu thought for a moment and said, Brother, I have recently become interested in celebrity agencies and am planning to acquire 1 or 2 celebrity agencies with development potential. Celebrity agency. Masao Nishiguchi suddenly realized. Is he trying to launder money through the entertainment industry? That's a good idea. Maybe it will be useful to our headquarters in the future. Feng Luojiu responded with a wry smile and did not refute anything, but he knew that the boss had big plans. It is not an easy task to dominate the Sakura entertainment industry. Chapter 23 You don't want your secret to be discovered. Movies. Is Big Brother the person I imagined he was? As he spoke, Feng Luojiu clapped his hands. Everyone else in Sanquan Real Estate smiled obscenely at the same time. It's not impossible, but we will have to go to Europe to shoot it. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that the eldest brother really had his eyes on the action movie market. But what we are going to set up now is a formal artist agency group. Sakura's TV station and film industry are monopolized by large enterprises and large groups. If others want to get a piece of the pie, they must first have some hard power. So the first thing Wang Nan thought of was to acquire an existing celebrity agency. Everyone keenly noticed that Wang Nan was talking about the group, not the company. The difference between a group and a company is that it needs to have many offices under it. Just to say, they want to acquire more than one company. As he spoke, Wang Nan asked the dazed Nakano. How much money do we have left in our account now? There's about 36 billion yen left. Wang Nan asked in surprise. Why are there so many? I remember that I didn't continue to invest in Sanquan Real Estate. You didn't continue to inject capital, but don't forget that we collected a large amount of property fees a while ago, and renewed the leases of many shops and real estate at preferential rates, which brought in a large amount of money. Oh, that's it. Everyone was sweating profusely. It was clearly the elder brother's idea to collect the rent for the next 5 years in advance. Normally, the tenants would definitely not do that, but Wang Nan waved his hand and organized a rent payment activity. As long as you are willing to pay the rent for the next 5 years in one lump sum, not only will the rent not increase, but you will also be given a 20% discount. Once the ordinary people did the math, they thought it was a great deal, and many companies immediately paid the rent for the next 5 years. I'm afraid Sanquan Real Estate will regret it. In Miki Nakano's opinion, this idea is not very good. The rent will definitely increase in the future as their house price increases. It would be fine if Sanquan did not increase the rent, but also gave a 20% discount. She really didn't know why Wang Nan was so eager to cash in by any means necessary. But now she knew the reason. This man had ambitiously set his sights on the entertainment industry and was planning to acquire several celebrity agencies. The underworld has been involved in the film and television industry for a long time, and almost all larger groups have gang connections behind them. She was not optimistic that Wang Nan, who changed career path late, could make any progress. So, the total amount of funds we can control now is 60 billion yen, which is enough to buy shares in a few firms with a little potential. Phone Luorgio was filled with question marks when he heard this. Boss, are you serious? 60 billion yen isn't a lot. We'll be lucky if we can just buy a celebrity agency of some size. Har har, this is your business. No matter what, you must buy a few firms for me within a month, otherwise I will send you all to Thailand. Phone Luorgio and several younger brothers asked curiously. Boss, are you going to send us to Thailand? No, I will ask a transgender doctor in Thailand to turn all of you into women, and then debut as an idol group. Phone Luorgio and the others felt a chill down there, and were so frightened that they dared not even breathe. With the boss's bad taste, it is possible that he would do such a thing. Just as Phone Luorgio and others were stunned, Nakano Miki couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then we will be good sisters. Phone Luorgio felt a chill in his heart and said hurriedly. Got it, big brother. We will definitely complete the task you assigned us. After saying that, several people slipped away without looking back. And you, Nakano Miki, if you have nothing to do, go make me a cup of coffee and massage my shoulders. I don't pay you that much to come and watch me laugh. After being criticized, Nakano Miki said unhappily. I know. Did you eat something bad today? You are so angry. Do you want me to help you calm down? It was Wang Nan's turn to be confused. Was this the kind of anger relief he had imagined? As a result, Nakano Miki came back and brought him a cup of chrysanthemum tea. It turns out that I misunderstood. President, what did you misunderstand? Nothing, just go back to work. He wants to buy the artist agency. When the director heard this, he stood up and paced around the office. This information is crucial. They don't have enough funds, so they will definitely threaten the life of the firm's founder. You continue to follow up on this matter and report to me in a timely manner the targets they acquire. As long as we get evidence of their threats and intimidation, I can naturally arrest Wang Nan. Miki Nakano on the other end of the phone seemed a little hesitant. She was feeling very conflicted at the moment. Although Wang Nan was sometimes a bit of a jerk and would take advantage of her, he was actually quite nice to her. Besides, Wang Nan doesn't seem like the unforgivable bastard that the head of the headquarters said he was. Doing this at this time actually made her feel deeply guilty. Not long after, Wang Nan also received a report from Phone Luorgio. Brother, you guessed right. Nakano Miki is indeed from the Metropolitan Police Department. She was very alert. We followed her for several days, and finally we accidentally ran into her in a police uniform and entered the police station, and then we officially confirmed her identity. Brother, do you want to? Har har, we haven't done anything shameful. If they can insert people around us, why can't we? Brother, you don't want to. We need to take our time with this matter. Let me first tell you about the progress of your acquisition of the celebrity agency. Brother, this is really difficult to handle. Our quotes were too low, and even though we sent anonymous threatening letters to those firms, it had little effect. These economic firms are more or less related to the mafia, and some are even partners of our Sumiyoshi Kai, so it is difficult for us to take action. Then find a firm that was established not too long ago. We naturally looked for it. There was a company called Oscar Media that was interested in joining us, but they were a model agency before and only started managing artists in the 1980s. Although they discovered a lot of new female talents, the scale was still small. Wang Nan felt that the name Oscar Media sounded familiar, and suddenly remembered the famous Sakura beauty pageant. Because of this competition, many new female stars who would become popular in the future, such as Ryuko Yonakura, Aya Sato, Aya Ueto, and Saki Takei, emerged. Everyone thinks that AKB48 is the originator of the training system, but in fact, the beautiful girl competition is the real ancestor of girl training. Thinking of this, Wang Nan felt that every cell in his body was beating. He said with appreciation, "You did a great job. Tell the founder of Oscar Communications that I only want 60% of his shares. We in Sumiyoshi will protect him and will not interfere with his specific operations. I will give him certain TV program resources and make his company the largest agency for female artists in Tokyo." Feng Luorjiu nodded. He knew that his elder brother would like this. It turned out that he bet on the right horse. It seemed that he didn't need to go to Thailand for surgery. "But I heard," Wang Nan asked unsatisfiedly. "Also, you won't just contact one company that's willing to work with us?" "Of course not. We are still in talks with Johnny Associates, but they don't seem very satisfied with our offer. But it is impossible for us to spend 70 billion yen just to buy 30% of their shares." Jane's. Wang Nan's memory of death came alive again. Before he was reborn, the founder of this company was very famous in Longwa. But this reputation is not a good one. Grandpa Kitagawa has had some excessive relationships with male artists under his company for a long time. After Kitagawa's reputation was ruined, Guinness artists left one after another, Johnny's office collapsed, and the remaining artists lived in rumors. Johnny's Future is the largest male idol agency in Sakura, and is also known as the male idol group manufacturing machine. The most representative figure is the handsome male god Takuya Kimura, who has been handsome all his life. It has cultivated generation after generation of popular male idols. Thinking of this, Wang Nan waved to Feng Luorjiu. Feng Luorjiu's eyes lit up as he listened, and he asked in surprise, "This old guy actually likes this? Who said it wasn't true? When I first heard about this from my classmates, I realized that he has been doing this to his artists for more than a day or two. If you just do a little research, you will probably be able to get a lot of evidence." Feng Luorjiu nodded. "Once you have the evidence, give him 20 billion yen and get at least 70% of the shares, otherwise. He probably doesn't want his affairs to be widely exposed, because then his company will become infamous, and it will be a question whether it is worth it for us to acquire it. As a smart man, he must know what to do." "Okay, big brother, I know what to do. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Wang Nan also feels that the future industrial chain has become clear. Johnny's on the right is responsible for the Idol Boy group, and Oscar Communication on the left is responsible for the management of the Idol Girl group. With these two artist agencies, we will acquire a film and television production company in the future. Chapter 24, Are You Really Not Being Coerced at All? Part 1. Kitagawa has been having a good life recently. The male artist group, Shonentai, launched by Johnny's, has achieved great success. This is his first attempt at a boy group. In the past, Johnny's only introduced individual solo male singers. But this put Johnny's into an impossible predicament in the late 1970s. In the fiercely competitive Sakura entertainment industry, he chose a new path. The boy band is not only active in music shows, but also frequently appears on variety shows. This gave Kitagawa hope of making a splash at the Red and White Songs contest. Performing on the Red and White Songs contest is the goal of every singing artist, and its status in Sakura is equivalent to the Spring Festival Gala in the early 20th century. It has always maintained the highest average viewership record of 81.4%. In the past decade or so, there have been artists from Johnny's who have appeared on the Kohaku concert. But most of them performed in the first half, and their presence was very weak, and they were almost all marginal players. The later a singer appears at the Red and White Songs contest, the more successful he or she is. However, the popularity of the boy team gave him hope that Johnny's would be able to perform on stage in the second half. "At least we can try to perform in the first half of the second half." This also allowed Kitagawa to see the future development path. He decided to cultivate more seed boys, and then train them to become idols and debut as a group. When thinking of beautiful boys, Kitagawa couldn't help but imagine their childish faces trembling under him. He couldn't help sniffling. Just when he was about to finish his official business and go find a young man to cool off, his secretary placed an exquisite box in front of him. "President, I found this at the door. There is a note on it saying it is a gift for you." "Gift?" He looked at the box suspiciously, thinking of the guy who called himself the Sumiyoshi Kaikitake's group a while ago. The other party wanted to acquire Johnny's, but the matter ended in a bad way. This couldn't be a bomb sent by the other party out of anger. Thinking of this, he carefully put his ear close to it. There was no sound of the needle jumping, and no strange chemical smell. You open it. He gave his assistant an order that could not be refused. The assistant knew the old man's temper, and if he didn't do as he was told, he would probably be whipped soon. He shuddered at the thought. I had no choice but to open the box, only to find that nothing had happened. There was only a bulging envelope inside. Seeing that it was not a dangerous item, Janice breathed a sigh of relief. He waved to the frightened male secretary and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Go down and have a rest." Johnny didn't open the envelope until the male secretary left. He wanted to see what tricks the other party was playing. After opening the envelope, a stack of photos fell out. Just as Johnny was about to bend down to pick up the photo, he froze in place as if he had been electrocuted. This is. His mind went blank. In the photo, he had a lewd and satisfied smile on his face, and underneath him was a naked male idol. Among them are 4 members of the youth team. Damn it. Kitagawa reacted quickly and picked up all the photos, then put them in the safe with a guilty conscience. Then he opened the letter in the envelope. There was only one sentence written on the slightly exquisite letter paper. President Kitagawa, you don't want the photos of you and the boys' team to become widely circulated. In an instant, his back was wet with cold sweat and his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. If these photos were to get out to the public, they would definitely become front-page news for Sakura. Not only would he lose all face, he would also be condemned by the public. The most important thing is that the boy band idol group he founded will definitely be ruined. He might even be publicly sued by many of his victims. He will become a bad guy that everyone will hate. Not only will Johnny's go bankrupt, he may even face jail time. Thinking of this, he felt dizzy. He really wanted to curse at Bagailu, but when he thought about the artist's lounge outside, he immediately resisted the urge to swear. Kitagawa knew very well who created this masterpiece and was also very clear about the other party's purpose. During the 20 years that he started his business, he was threatened by gangs almost all the time. In the past, he would just pay money to get things done. As long as he paid enough protection fees, these gangsters would not only not harass Johnny's, but would also provide a certain degree of protection. In the past, he would have called his old friend in the Yamaguchi Gumi without hesitation, and the other party would have come forward to help him resolve any troubles. But he didn't dare to do so now. He couldn't guarantee whether the Yamaguchi Gumi would use this to threaten him. At that time, he would be facing 2 greedy vicious dogs. What to do? What to do? Are we really going to sell off all the hard work we have put in over the years at a low price? Kitagawa locked himself in the office for the entire afternoon. Just as night fell and the lights in the Johnny's office came on, he slowly came back to his senses. He decided to take the initiative and seek negotiations. Thinking of this, he came to the parking lot alone, took out his mobile phone, and dialed the number on the business card with difficulty. Hello, I'm Kitagawa, the president of Johnny's. Are you Phone Luorgio, the president of Sanquan Real Estate Company? It's me. Have you thought it through? Do you want to sell Johnny's office to us? Phone Luorgio refused to talk about the photos and threats. Kitagawa frowned, realizing that the other party was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. It might not be an easy task for him to obtain evidence that the other party is threatening him. Yes, I received a gift from your company. How about we? What gift? You must be joking. We didn't give you anything. If you really want to sell Johnny's, come to our company and talk. Such a response made Kitagawa very discouraged. After the other party hung up the phone, he smashed the recorder to pieces. Whether to go to the other company's headquarters became a difficult problem that Kitagawa was hesitant about. If I really go to the other party's company, I will probably become a fish on the cutting board and may be eaten alive by the other party. But he was very sure that if he did not show up for the appointment today, the other party would expose him without hesitation. The ugly things he did would become a laughingstock among the people, and he and Johnny's artists would become the subject of discussion. He shuddered at the thought of what might happen. He could only drive himself and walk slowly towards Sanquan Real Estate. At this time, only one light was on in Sanquan Real Estate Company. Even Inspector Magyar, who was in charge of following the suspect, and other plainclothes officers had all gone off duty. Phone Luorgio led Kitagawa into the company without saying a word. Only then did Kitagawa discover that there was a bathhouse inside the Sanquan real estate company. Come in. Kitagawa looked at the group of big men in front of him with lots of tattoos all over their bodies, and his legs couldn't help but tremble. In order to avoid being recorded or secretly photographed, the gang's favorite place to talk is the hot spring. Kitagawa knew that he was completely finished and he had almost no chance of fighting back. Mr. Janus, you don't have to be nervous. Although we are not good people, we have a strong sense of contract. As long as we have a good conversation today, you won't have to worry about anything in the future. We will take care of everything. Kitagawa nodded awkwardly. Now that things have come to this, what else can he say? Sure enough, Feng Luorjiu did not give him any room for bargaining. 2 million yen, we want 70% of Johnny's shares, this is the most sincerity we can offer. When Kitagawa heard the offer, he almost broke his teeth. You should know that a few days ago, the other party offered 300 yen for 51% of the shares. Kitagawa naturally could not agree to such a low offer. But now, the other party's offer was more than 50% off. It was falling further and further below his psychological expectations. He had no room for refusal. Okay, I promise you, but I also have a few requests. Please tell me first. First of all, after we sign the agreement, you must not blackmail me again, and you must protect my privacy from being leaked. Of course, from now on we are in the same boat, and your privacy is our privacy. Kitagawa nodded. This is the advantage of cooperating with the underworld. They can do a lot of dirty work. Also, although you hold more shares than I do, I am better at managing the artist agency, so I don't want you to interfere in specific matters. It was Kitagawa's dream to build Johnny's into a large-scale artist agency. Even though he had lost so many shares, he still had hope. We can only say that we will retain certain management rights for you. To be honest, our Sanquan real estate company has also acquired a large female artist agency. We plan to use all the power of the Sumiyoshi Association to operate and list these two companies within 3 years. Hearing this, Kitagawa was stunned. He never imagined that the Beifong Group, a gangster group, would have such big ambitions in the entertainment industry that they even wanted to package and list the two agencies. If Kitagawa goes public, it will undoubtedly be the greatest comfort to him, at least his wealth will also increase. In this regard, it can be said that it is in the common interests of both parties. Thinking of this, Kitagawa took a step back. Okay, then I am willing to cooperate with your company's operations, and I will still be in charge of the company. Going public undoubtedly painted a big rosy picture for Kitagawa, and after signing the equity transfer contract, he did not feel too much heartache. My shoulders felt a lot more relaxed, as if a big problem had been solved. Chapter 25, Are You Really Not Under Any Coercion? Part 2. Kitagawa suddenly remembered something. Mr. Fong, did you get these photos from Mitsu? Mitsu is a lovely boy, one of the artists to whom Kitagawa has devoted the most effort. It can be said that he is covered with his sweat. He was the one he was least prepared for. But now the other party is helping outsiders to deal with him, which is something Kitagawa cannot accept. Does this still matter to you? Let this boy go, he just fell into our trap and had to betray you. We also promised him that we would not let you continue to hurt him. Seeing Feng Luorjiu's determined eyes, with no intention of giving in just because of becoming a partner, Kitagawa had no choice but to compromise. Well, nothing is more important than making money, I can forgive him this time. Feng Luorjiu didn't know whether Kitagawa really let Mitsu go, but for him, his goal had been achieved. If Kitagawa was not honest, he had plenty of ways to deal with this old guy. Thinking of this, Feng Luorjiu kindly reminded. You'd better take care of your private parts. No matter how well you hide your secrets, they will eventually be revealed. You don't want to ruin the career you've worked so hard to build. Mr. Feng, after this incident I have deeply realized my mistake. My biggest wish now is to have Johnny's artists perform at the Red and White Song Contest as the finale. After the listing, I will completely retire. Feng Luorjiu nodded. Kitagawa was always a time bomb. He had suggested slowly sidelining the other party, but Wang Nan felt that there was no need for that. In history, Kitagawa's evil deeds were not exposed on a large scale until 2020. Wang Nan's idea is to discuss the name change with Kitagawa after a while, so that this male idol company can present a new look. After the listing, Mr. Kitagawa was allowed to retire and enjoy his old age. As for how he wants to spend his money in the future, let him do as he pleases. Anyway, Xiao Zi's perversion is integrated into his blood, and it is Xiao Zi's own people that are harmed. The next day, Nakano Miki received a notice from Feng Luojiu. What so fast? Yes, since your brother Luoju is here, it will be quick. Miss Nakano, do you have any questions? Nakano Miki laughed hurriedly. Of course there is no problem. Brother Luoju's business ability is really top-notch. I am excited about his efficiency. Wang Nan interrupted. Okay, Miki, go and complete the final transfer. In this way, Genesis will become our subsidiary. Miki Nakano nodded in agreement and immediately walked towards her office area. Wang Nan asked Feng Luojiu in a low voice. What did the people at Oscar Communications say? Didn't they say they had reached an acquisition intention? Why has there been no movement for so long? Hearing his elder brother's soul-searching question, Feng Luojiu hurriedly explained. The boss of Oscar Communications did not have much objection to the 40 billion yen for 70% of the shares. What they were worried about was that Sanquan Real Estate was a real estate company, and if we acquired it, it might not help their brokerage business. Oh? She questions our ability to operate. How about you invite her over so I can talk to her in person? Okay, big brother. The current boss of Oscar Communication, Shiyuan Maihui, is a widow in her 30s who still has charm. It is said that she was a very famous model before she married a former boss of Oscar Communications, and she resolutely took over the affairs of the modeling agency after her husband's death. Perhaps because she was not satisfied with the status quo, she thought of doing artist business and began to turn to an agency. Over the past 3 years, although Shiyuan Maihui has worked very hard to transform the company, the artist company is in new direction, and Oscar Communications has had a hard time without a TV or film background. She was eager to have a large financial group with a strong background to help her. At this time, Sanquan Real Estate Company extended an olive branch to them, and the other party also had the background of Sumiyoshi Kai. The only thing that made Shiyuan Maihui feel unsure was that the other party had no experience in running a brokerage company. She was very worried that after being merged with the other party would treat the female artists promoted by Oscar as playthings or gifts to conquer big shots. This is undoubtedly pushing the artists that you have worked so hard to train into the fire pit. With extremely complicated feelings, Shiyuan Maihui came to the headquarters of the real estate company. Megyu Juzan, who was already at work, saw a beautiful woman in a black dress with a curvy figure and couldn't help but sigh. What a beautiful woman! Could she be the mistress of Wang Nan or some gangster boss? Miki Nakano's dissatisfied voice came from the intercom. Inspector Megyu, please focus on your work and be respectful to this lady. She is the female boss of Oscar Communications. Wang Nan wants to acquire this artist agency. Then shouldn't we stop them? Wouldn't it be like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth if such a beautiful woman went in? Inspector Megyu, do you have any evidence? And didn't the chief ask you to ask the boss of Johnny's whether he was threatened by the gang? Megyu Juzan couldn't help but pick his ears. Okay, I was thinking of taking a break, but now that you said so, let's go now. On the other side, Shiyuan Huamai was also looking at the interior of Sanquan Real Estate Company. Wherever she went, the younger brothers in suits bowed and greeted Feng Luojiu, who was leading the way. Ms. Shiyuan, this is our president, Mr. Wang Nan. Wang Nan stood up and extended his right hand to Shiyuan Huamai. Shiyuan Huamai suddenly felt her vision darken. Wang Nan's body completely blocked the sunlight coming through the window, forcing her to look up to see Wang Nan's face. She saw in Wang Nan the perfect combination of strength and handsomeness. Under the sunlight, Wang Nan's tall figure made Shiyuan Huamai obsessed. Such a man can easily lift her up. When she thought of the touching part, Shiyuan Huamai blushed suddenly. Ms. Shiyuan. Only then did Shiyuan realize that he had been holding Wang Nan's big hand tightly. She said hurriedly and embarrassedly. I didn't expect you to be so young and handsome. I thought the young head of the Sumiyoshi Kai would be a nasty guy with a face full of flesh. Ms. Shiyuan, thank you for your compliment. Please take a seat. Shiyuan Huamai swallowed helplessly and just stared at Wang Nan's exposed muscular lines. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward, and Wang Nan took the initiative to say, I already know your concerns. This is what I plan to do regarding Oscar's promotion. You say. I think what Oscar Communication lacks most now is a program that can incubate artists. We can help Oscar Communication create a national beauty talent show. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huimei's eyes suddenly lit up. This coincided with the large-scale project she had always wanted to do. The reason why the National Beauty Contest had not been put on the agenda was entirely because Oscar Communication did not have the ability to organize large-scale competitions. After listening carefully, Xiao felt that the talent show proposed by Wang Nan was more thoughtful than she had imagined. You mean we need to cooperate with the TV station to make this event into a girl development program? Yes, this is just our first step. Next we will create a trainee system to develop these girls' singing and dancing abilities, and then debut as a public group. Xiao Huimei nodded. She found that she had come to the right place. She didn't expect that the things that had been bothering her suddenly became clear. She asked leisurely. You've given away all these important business secrets. Aren't you afraid that I'll take your plan and cooperate with other big companies? Har, Miss Xiao, I advise you not to do this. The creed that our Sumiyoshi society upholds is loyalty. If you abide by the creed, we will be good friends, but if you betray us, I believe you will regret your decision today. Xiao Huimei nodded. She just wanted to play a joke on this man, but she didn't expect that he took it seriously. But this little man is really cool when he gets serious. I understand. I am willing to accept your merger, but before that, you must agree to one good request of mine. Seeing the spring in Xiao Huimei's eyes almost overflowing, Wang Nan knew what a woman living a simple life was thinking. He waved at Feng Luorjiu, who was still standing there in a daze. Soon, suppressed and cathartic low roars were heard in the office. The whole building seemed to shake slightly from the impact. Magyar Juzan threw away his headphones while cursing. He even felt that Wang Nan did it on purpose and deliberately placed Xiao above the eavesdropper. But he quickly shook his head. If that was the case, then Nakano Miki would definitely have been exposed. As Miki Nakano listened to the suppressed screams in the office, she felt a little uneasy. Although she already knew that Wang Nan had many girlfriends, she was still extremely sad and in a heavy mood at this moment. She was depressed for a while and couldn't find the reason. Could it be that I really fell in love with the young leader of a violent organization? Thinking of this, she shook her head. Chapter 26. Are you really not under any coercion? Part 2. Xiao Huimei walked out of Wang Nan's office with trembling legs, holding onto the wall. Her face flushed as she continued to mutter. Sign the contract. You must sign the contract. The river valley, which had been dry for several years, began to flood, and the empty hearts were effectively filled. Magyar Juzan and everyone in the car were so nervous that they didn't know if they could still do this job. At this point, Sanquan Real Estate successfully acquired Oscar Communications and Johnny's office. At the same time as both parties signed the contract. The chief of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department also received news from Miki Nakano. So Wang Nan only spent 60 billion yen to buy 70% of the shares of the two entertainment companies. Yes, especially Johnny's office, the purchase price is much lower than the market price. Hearing this, their headmaster's eyes flashed with ferocity, and he clapped his hands vigorously and said, Miki, what did I tell you? A dog will always eat shit. Isn't the nature of the gang revealed now? Mr. Kitagawa, the founder of Johnny's, must have been threatened and coerced by them to buy 70% of the shares for 20 billion yen. We will know once we bring him here and ask him. Where's Magyar Juzan? He went to Johnny's office and should be back soon. On the other side is Johnny's office. Magyar Juzo and a group of police officers stared at each other in boredom. I originally thought that after I announced my identity and purpose, I would be warmly received by Kitagawa immediately, but I didn't expect that I would be left alone in the reception room for such a long time by Johnny's people. Just as it was about time for them to get off work, Magyar Juzo finally met Kitagawa in person. As soon as they saw the old man in the brown suit coming in, Magyar Juzan and others stood up. Hello, sir. I am Inspector Miu Juzan of the 3rd Division of the 1st Investigation Division of the Metropolitan Police Department. I am here to visit you because I want to know whether you were forced by a violent gang to sell your company shares at a low price. Kitagawa really wanted to say yes, but he knew that if he really told the police about this, not only would they not help him keep the secret, they might even arrest him for indecent assault. That is when you will be truly socially dead, with no room for recovery. So he said very calmly. Inspector Magyar, there must be some misunderstanding. Although I don't know where you learned about this deal, what I want to say is that I sincerely want to sell the company to Sanquan Real Estate. Magyar Juzan's smile froze on his face. As a criminal investigator, he was very good at observing people's expressions and could tell whether a person was lying by looking at the details of their facial expressions. Judging from Kitagawa's expression just now, the other party was indeed not lying. How is it possible? How could Kitagawa be willing to sell his life's work to Sanquan Real Estate at a low price? He confirmed again unwillingly. Sir, we have checked the entire office and there is no monitoring device here. If you are being coerced, we at the Metropolitan Police Department are fully capable of bringing justice to you. Kitagawa was a little impatient. He had already made up his mind and believed that only Fong Luorgio could help him keep the secret. Faced with the temptation of going public, he had completely sided with Sanquan Real Estate. Faced with Magyar Juzan's meddling in other people's affairs, he instead felt that the other party was a threat. Now Sanquan Real Estate and Johnny's are a community of interests. Anyone who threatens Sanquan Real Estate will stand against Kitagawa. He also saw Magyar Juzan's persistence and could only say helplessly, Inspector Magyar, you must not be a fan of celebrities. Why do you say that? Does it have anything to do with whether you are threatened? Of course there is a necessary connection. My dream is to send Johnny's artists to the finale of the Red and White Songs contest. But as you can see, I have worked hard for 20 years, and the artists under my company are just supporting roles in the Red and White Songs contest. At this point, he suddenly changed the subject. But I saw hope in President Fong. They are really geniuses in business operations. They have perfected the trainee selection system of Johnny's and can help my artists gain greater exposure and popularity. So I was deeply impressed by them and willingly offered most of Johnny's shares. Are you satisfied with my answer? There was dead silence in the office. Magyar Juzan never expected such an answer. Is the Sumiyoshi Kaikitake's group a genius in business operations? This answer is outrageous, but Kitagawa looked very serious when he said it, and it didn't seem like he was being perfunctory. Okay, I've said everything I need to say. Excuse me, sheriffs. After saying that, Kitagawa left the reception room without looking back. Inspector, what should we do now? This is getting weirder and weirder. If we return empty-handed now, we will definitely be scolded by the headquarter director. Let's go to Oscar to spread the news before it's time to get off work. Unwilling to give up, Juzo Magyar went to the Oscar Communication Agency again. As soon as I entered the door, I noticed a sudden change in style. Because most of the members of Oscar Communication are contracted female models or young female artists, the decoration style is mostly pink. With the beautiful girl walking back and forth from time to time, they didn't know where to look for a while. The lady at the front desk couldn't help but frown when she saw this scene. In addition, several people stayed in the car all day, smoking, eating, and even urinating in the car, so the smell on their bodies was naturally not very pleasant. The lady at the front desk immediately thought they were hooligans. Gentlemen, this is a female artist agency. If you have nothing to do, please leave as soon as possible. It is not convenient for you to stay here. Hearing this, Magyar Juzan hurriedly stated his purpose. We are police officers from the Metropolitan Police Department and would like to meet the president or boss of your company. I'm sorry, but our boss is not available to see guests today. If you have anything to say, please come back tomorrow. Magyar Juzan immediately recalled the suppressed shouting that he had overheard, and asked awkwardly. Then could you please make a phone call for us? We can just ask a few simple questions. It won't take up too much of Miss Xuan's time. Okay, I'll call and ask for you. Soon, the slightly lazy voice of Xiuan Huamai came from the other end of the phone. What's the matter? Didn't I tell you not to bother me today if I'm not in a hurry? There was a hint of severity in the slightly tired voice. Oh, I didn't mean to bother you, but the people from the Metropolitan Police Department insisted that I call you. Magyar Juzan's voice sounded at the side. Ms. Xiuan, we just want to ask you, have you ever encountered blackmail or any behavior beyond normal relationships? Xuan's face turned red. How come the police came to his door just when he had a beyond friendly relationship with that kid Wang Nan? She replied angrily. Why, do you police officers care about personal feelings? Mr. Wang Nan and I are just ordinary friends. Magyar Juzan heard the displeasure in the woman's words and hurriedly explained. No, we are just concerned about whether you were coerced by criminals in the sale of your shares. No, I was willing to sell my shares to Sanquan Real Estate. I was deeply impressed by the business acumen of that gentleman. Magyar Juzin was confused. How come the two people had similar statements and were both impressed by Wang Nan's business talent? How could she report to the headquarters director? What? Their headquarters director's extremely angry questioning voice came from the microphone. You actually told me that the victims all said the same thing because Wang Nan showed great talent in business operations, so they were willing to sell their company shares to Sanquan Real Estate at a low price. Although this result is outrageous, Magyar Juzin can only bite the bullet and say, yes, and I am very sure that neither of them is lying. Their words and expressions are extremely sincere. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. If you can't find evidence of Wang Nan's crime, don't come back. The director smashed the phone in a very corrupt manner. Only Magyar Juzin was left standing alone in the telephone booth in the dark, feeling the cold wind. Chapter 27 Cooperation with NHK TV. Brother, the people from the Metropolitan Police Department went to see Katagawa and Ms. Sejin one after another, but they were both turned away. Speaking of this, Fong Luorjo couldn't help but feel a little complacent. For those of them who work in the underworld, the most frustrating thing is when they meet some old-fashioned people who are often angry but dare not express themselves. But now it was the Metropolitan Police Department's turn to suffer a setback, so he was naturally extremely proud. Luoju, I still say that you should not provoke the police. We should make money by being friendly. Making money and bringing the guys ashore is our primary goal. I know, big brother. I'm almost getting calluses on my ears from what you say. Fong Luorjo was afraid that Wang Nan would continue talking, so he quickly changed the subject and said. After Katagawa sent the police away, he kept talking about organizing a talent show. Should we contact the major commercial TV stations in the name of our headquarters? Sakura's TV stations are divided into public and private broadcasting. In addition to NHK Sakura Broadcasting Corporation, which is a public television station, there are 5 major private television stations. Wang Nan frowned and asked, why do we have to find a civilian TV station? It's no wonder Fong Luorjo has such an idea. In his opinion, the National Beauty Girl Contest and Johnny S. Trainee Altitude are both highly entertaining variety show talent shows. Public broadcasts generally broadcast more serious programs, while the 5 major private TV stations can be said to have a wide variety of variety shows, including some of the top-rated variety shows that play pranks on passers-by. Boss, you mean that we should contact NHK TV directly, but they may not accept our plan? Wang Nan rolled his eyes at him and said. It's definitely not possible under normal circumstances, but... Fong Luo understood in 9 seconds, he smiled and said. You mean we should find a way to bribe their top management and make this cooperation happen? So how are you going to bribe them? And how much do you want to spend? Fong Luorjo felt a headache when he heard these 2 questions. What do you mean, sir? Har, we can make a deal with NHK, and it's a legal and compliant deal. Legal business. Fong Luorjo was a little confused. NHK is Sakura's public television station. How could it do legal transactions with the mafia? Wang Nan did not hide it anymore, he whispered. NHK is a very special organization. It is not a civilian TV station that pursues commercial interests, so it never broadcasts advertisements. It is not a state-owned television station. The law gives it free and public attributes, and its operating funds do not rely on government funding. Without the ability to interrupt broadcasts, there is naturally no advertising revenue, and without official funding, it can only survive by collecting viewing and listening fees. The key point lies in the audio-visual fees. As the only public television station in Sakura, you can receive NHK TV programs as long as you plug in an antenna. In addition to granting NHK TV a free and public nature, the law also states that since the public has enjoyed the power, they must bear the corresponding responsibilities. This is even written into the Sakura law. As long as you buy a TV and install an antenna, you must pay NHK to ensure that NHK has enough funds to continue operating. Some people may ask, if I never watch NHK TV station, can I not pay or pay less? The answer is of course no. Such disputes occur almost every day. What's even more speechless is that if you have multiple TVs at home, you have to pay multiple audio-visual fees. This made the public very disgusted with NHK's viewing and listening fees, and conflicts broke out almost every day, and even lengthy lawsuits were launched. In short, it is very difficult to collect NHK's audio-visual fees, and the collectors can only patiently go to the door repeatedly to collect the fees. If you meet a reasonable toll collector, at most you will drive him away with a cold face. If you meet an unreasonable toll collector, you may just punch him twice. Feng Luorjiu immediately understood what the boss meant. You mean, we will go and talk to the people at NHK TV on behalf of the Sumiyoshikai, and let the task of collecting broadcasting fees be handed over to us, the Sumiyoshikai. At least in the eastern part of Tokyo, where we are from the Sumiyoshikai, this approach works. The Sumiyoshikai didn't even use any verbal threats. A group of people just stood at the other party's door, and probably some of the timid ones voluntarily paid the broadcasting fees. Call the police? I'm sorry, but we are a debt collection agency officially employed by NHK TV. If you refuse to pay, we can sue you according to the law. Uncle Hat, are you going to speak up for the bad guys who break the law? Violent gangs are the ancestors of collecting protection fees. They have too many ways to deal with those who are unwilling to pay. With the protection of the toll collector's uniform, they are simply invincible. Feng Luorjiu nodded heavily and said, I heard that NHK TV station's cashiers earn a lot of money. They can get a bonus of 15,000 yen for signing up a household, and they will get a share of the money they don't collect. Wang Nan took over the conversation. This is just the salary of the debt collectors. As the general contractor, we get the lion's share. I'm sure the old man at the west exit won't refuse such a huge extra income. This is a win-win business. If it brings long-term benefits to the senior management of NHK TV station, they will definitely not refuse the deal. With this cooperation as a foundation, it wouldn't be too much for us to arrange 2 variety shows. Of course it's not excessive. Arranging any program is just a matter of words from their top management. One reason why it is difficult for NHK TV station to receive audio-visual fees is that they do not use the protection fees they receive to make good programs. Instead, they frequently repair the building, try their best to increase the wages of all employees, and come up with various subsidies in various ways. The annual salary of an ordinary NHK employee is as high as 15 million yen. It's even higher than the salary of the Metropolitan Police Department Director General. Can high salaries lead to integrity? Wang Nan only knows that people's ambitions grow bigger and bigger when fed, power breeds ambitions, and there is no one who cannot be bribed, it's just a matter of whether it's safe enough. Tell the top management of NHK that we are willing to start a company with them and give them 5% of the shares of this program production company. If they are afraid of being exposed, we can transfer the dividends to their overseas accounts. The best way to win someone over is to convert them into one of your own. Brother, isn't 5% a bit too little? That depends on their own abilities. If they can give us more program funding, they will naturally get more. You can tell them that I have full confidence in the quality of the program we produce. It will definitely become a popular show. When that happens, they will not only receive applause from the public, but will also be able to give us additional production fees in a legitimate manner. We will definitely not refuse this kind of business. Feng Luorjiu nodded. Chapter 28, Daring enough to go to the US military base to collect protection money. Then it's settled, Feng sang. Okay, Akiyama-kun. The two of them held hands tightly and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Feng Luorjiu didn't expect that it would be easier to make this deal than he imagined. After hearing about his intention, the other party attached great importance to it and directly sent the president to conduct business negotiations. This Akiyama Feng was also a wonderful person. After hearing that the Sumiyoshi Association was interested in their debt collection subcontract, he immediately took the initiative to offer to pay the Sumiyoshi Association 30% of the audio-visual fees as a commission. So much so that Feng Luorjiu was startled. You can imagine how much money is involved. Feng Luorjiu proposed to give the other party a kickback, but he needed to set up a new company and produce a program, and give the other party 5% of the dividends. Zhou Shanfeng had not expected that there would be such a good opportunity to get shares for free, and he immediately became bolder and more evil. In the end, he agreed to cooperate with both talent shows without even saying a word of polite refusal. Feng sang, we hope your company will pay more attention to the 2 variety shows. Otherwise, we may reschedule them to garbage time due to poor ratings. Don't worry about the ratings. They will definitely not disappoint you. Okay, we will provide funds for the program production in the form of a bet. The higher the ratings, the higher the production budget we will receive. Then we will naturally make money. Yes, that's what our president meant. Okay, let our people discuss the details of the contract. When the news of this cooperation was returned to the Sumiyoshi-kai, the heads of the Tojo-kai headquarters, 3 major branches, and 72 sub-branches all had different expressions. Everyone realized that helping NHK collect viewing and listening fees would be very profitable. As for whether the money can be recovered, this is not a difficult task at all for the various branches of the Sumiyoshi-kai, as they are the ancestors of collecting protection fees and debt collection. Almost all branches are engaged in the business of collecting protection fees and debt collection. The question is, why didn't they think of cooperating with NHK to collect viewing and listening fees? This would be a win-win business. Even though the monthly audio-visual fee is only 800 yen, when so many households are added together, the quantitative change will lead to a qualitative change, and it will be a very terrifying number. And there is a large extra bonus to be received if you sign up new users. All 72 branches praised Wang Nan for bringing in business. Even the presidents of the 3 major branches had nothing to say about this. It can be said that Wang Nan's idea benefited the entire Sumiyoshi Association. From now on, every viewer who receives dividends from viewing and listening fees will be grateful to Wang Nan, who took the lead in this matter. Thinking of this, Shan Chenggong felt extremely bitter. Wang Nan had made a great contribution to the gang this time. What else could they use to question the legitimacy of Wang Nan in the future? However, Kojima Tsutomu was drinking his tea with a calm and composed look. Let Wang Nan be proud for a while. If he does this, in order to get as much bonus as possible for signing new users, the people under him will definitely not be able to stop themselves. Who knows what big trouble will happen? Then he will cry. Upon hearing this, Nozawa Mitsuteru and Shan Chenggong nodded repeatedly. Although Shiko Jingnan has issued a strict order not to use force against the people, when it comes to interests, can the people under him really follow the rules completely? One thing they forgot was the regional manager system that was being implemented. Because President Masami Nishiguchi issued a strict order, the leaders of the 72 branches immediately realized the possible evil incidents that might occur. If something really happened, not only would the person who instigated the incident be punished, but the leaders would also be in trouble, so they conducted temporary training on this matter. For the sake of their own safety and honor, they carefully studied various legal provisions. The training content for toll collectors is how to circumvent the legal provisions and collect debts legally. Finally, 3 points were summarized: phone bombardment, frequent door-to-door sales, and soft and hard persuasion. On top of these 3, there is also a suggestion of violence. I'm just hinting, I guess it's okay not to threaten. But even so, some unpleasant things happened. The one who caused the trouble was not someone else, but the idol Fong Luorgio. Team leader Fong, please explain to me why you thought of going to the beautiful army base to collect the audio-visual fees. Boss, the beautiful army has not paid the audio-visual fee since 1978. In the past 6 years, how much money have you confiscated? If we can collect this money based on the number of televisions, we can still make hundreds of millions. Hearing this, Wang Nan was almost laughing out of anger. He didn't know what was wrong with his brother's brain that he actually went to the beautiful army garrison base to collect viewing and listening fees. In Sakura, the beautiful army is the lawless emperor. If you go to collect the viewing and listening fees, you will be turned away and you can't even enter the gate of the base. Thinking of this, Wang Nan asked with concern. There's not a single one of us who wasn't injured. Fong Luorgio responded shyly. 2 were injured. They were hit by the beautiful military rifle butts at the door. They are not seriously injured. When Wang Nan heard this, he got angry. Not only did he not give me the money, but he even beat up and injured my 2 brothers. I will take revenge for this no matter what. In that case, I'll definitely collect the viewing fee. Fong Luorgio was overjoyed when he heard this, but he had no idea how to deal with it. He couldn't just let everyone rush into the heavily armed base with their flesh and blood, as that would be like throwing a meat bun at a dog, and there would be no return. But I heard Wang Nan thinking and saying, we really have to collect the audio-visual fees. If we can get them back from the beautiful army, will those unruly people dare to default on paying the fees in the future? The beautiful army is the toughest bone for the Sakura people. They have always been lawless. Even if they really commit serious crimes, the Sakura people have no way to deal with them. If we can chew this hard bone, those who are stubborn will naturally think twice about it. No matter how tough you are, can you be tougher than the American troops stationed there? They guarantee that when they encounter debt collectors from Sumiyoshi again, they will nod and bow and say that they are good citizens. As for how to collect it, Wang Nan also had some preliminary ideas. He waved towards Feng Luojiu, motioning his ear to come over. Go contact the headquarters and other members of the Okinawa team and tell them that this will solve the problem of collecting audiovisual fees once and for all. Then hold a sit-in in front of the base and hold a banner protest. Hearing Feng Luojiu nodding repeatedly, he felt that his elder brother was really too bad. He actually wanted to use the conflict between the Okinawa people and the beautiful army garrison to escalate the situation. Okay, don't worry, big brother. It's easy for us to gather thousands of people. We will definitely not let the beautiful army and the Sherry officials have an easy time. Chapter 29 Things Got Out of Hand. Part 1. Okinawa Prefecture is a place with a very special geographical location for cherry blossoms. Okinawa's original name was Ryukyu. It was once a free kingdom and was a vassal state of the Dragon Kingdom during the Ming and Qing dynasties. It was not until 1609 that the Satsuma army conquered the Ryukyu kingdom. It took 200 years to successfully annex Ryukyu and renamed it Okinawa. The Sumiyoshi-kai has been active in Okinawa for nearly 20 years and has established the OTA group. The OTA group has the weakest presence among the 72 branches because it is located at the southernmost end of Sakura, has a weak industrial base, and has always been at the bottom of performance. Ichiro Ozawa, the leader of the OTA group, was deeply surprised by Feng Luojiu's arrival. In the other party's mind, Feng Luojiu has many titles, such as assistant to the president, younger brother of Wakato, leader of the direct group, and other powerful identities. How could he come to this remote place of Okinawa for no reason? He usually didn't have any close contacts with big names in the gang like Feng Luojiu. Apart from greeting him from afar a few times during the national conference, there was no further contact. Although he was puzzled, Ichiro Ozawa still received Feng Luojiu warmly. After drinking a few more glasses of sake, the group became more lively. Captain Feng, you came here not just to build a relationship with me, right? Well, to be honest, I came here to ask for something. Ichiro Ozawa couldn't help but feel nervous when he heard this. Feng Luojiu also felt that this was a difficult matter, and it must be very tricky. Team leader Feng, can you please tell us first? It's like this. Actually, our Beifeng group came to Okinawa a few days ago and carried out a special mission. Unfortunately, not only did we return empty-handed, but two of our brothers also suffered minor injuries. Ichiro Ozawa's pupils shrank. Team leader Feng, you didn't even say hello, didn't you cross the line? Since the implementation of the regional responsibility system, the Sumiyoshi-kai has been very sensitive about the ownership of territory. If things go wrong, you will be severely punished by the headquarters. It is really unacceptable to carry out tasks in other groups' areas without informing them. Feng Luojiu hurriedly apologized. This is a secret order from President Shiko. I have a lot of troubles, brother, but I can't tell you. It is most appropriate for President Lashiguchi to take the blame at this time. Ichiro Ozawa is an unpopular, bad student and naturally would not take the initiative to verify whether it is true or not. Considering Feng Luojiu's identity as the president's assistant, Ichiro Ozawa believed it immediately. I see. As he said this, Ichiro Ozawa's mind also became active. Why didn't the president discuss this matter personally with him, a local native? Is he dissatisfied with me because my performance is so poor? Alas, he also wants to improve himself, but Okinawa has the lowest per capita income, so there is nothing he can do. However, this secret mission may be his best chance to gain the president's appreciation. Thinking of this, he asked in a low voice. Team leader Feng, can our Thadian team participate in the secret mission? With the help of our locals, you will definitely be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Are you really willing to help me? Ichiro Ozawa nodded naively. But I also have a small request. After the matter is completed, you must say a few good words for me in front of the president and ask him not to ridicule me in public again. I feel a bit embarrassed when I mention Ichiro Ozawa. After all, he is a senior cadre and the person in charge of a place, but he has to endure Masao Nishiguchi's sharp tongue every time he attends a meeting, which makes him unable to eat or sleep well. He is like Alexander. That's for sure. I will tell you about your achievements even if you don't tell me. Then tell me what the secret mission is. Feng Luojiu asked mysteriously. What do you think is so rare in Okinawa? Ichiro Ozawa fell into deep thought, and finally he asked in surprise. The military base of the beautiful army. 1/3 of Okinawa belongs to the US Army, and this is what deserves people's attention. Fong Luorjiu nodded. Our mission is to collect the long overdue HNK viewing fees from the beautiful army garrison. Hearing this, Ichiro Ozawa was completely numb. Oh my god, how dare you, Fong Luorjiu, bring it up. Do you think a bunch of little minions like them can provoke the beautiful army? Mr. President, why are you suddenly interested in this little bit of TV fees? Faced with the question, Fong Luorjiu said very seriously. First of all, the unpaid viewing fees amount to hundreds of millions of yen, which is not a small amount of money. In addition, success or failure is of great significance to our debt collection work. If successful, everyone's debt collection will be much smoother in the future. And Team Leader Ozawa, your ideological awareness is not high enough. If the collection is successful, it will be your long-term performance, and the performance ranking of the Datian team can be improved to a higher level. Ichiro Ozawa also nodded seriously. He had never thought that there would be so many benefits in collecting protection fees from the garrison. Now he was actually a little tempted. But he was still very resistant to this job. The garrison was no joke. They were the real emperors, and it was not an exaggeration to say that they could do whatever they wanted. The president also said that it's definitely not possible to force it. With so many of us attacking the beautiful army base, it's no different from suicide, so we have to outsmart it. How do we outsmart them? Take advantage of the long-simmering anti-base sentiment among the Okinawa public. The beautiful army are not obedient little sheep. They come out to harm girls whenever they have nothing to do. It is common for them to hit people to death or kill people to vent their anger. In addition, the US military's planes would crash from time to time, causing dozens of casualties, and the noise generated at night made the nearby residents very irritated. The people of Okinawa have suffered from the beautiful army for a long time. Ichiro Ozawa suddenly realized something again, and then he showed a very strange expression. What's wrong, Ozawa-kun? Is there any problem with this plan? Ichiro Ozawa whispered. Just before you arrived, a vicious rice robbery occurred in Okinawa. The perpetrators were 3 American soldiers, and the victim was a little girl. The 3 of them teamed up to forcibly drag her into the car, tied her hands and feet with tape, and carried her to a secluded beach, where they tortured her for a long time, causing serious injuries to the elementary school girl. After hearing such an outrageous thing, Fong Luorjiu couldn't help but curse loudly. Something worse than an animal. These 3 guys should go to the gallows. Yes, that guy is worse than an animal, but what can we do to him? This is not the first time such a thing has happened. Who has received the due punishment? Most of the cases will be suppressed by the authorities like this incident. Fong Luorjiu understood what Ichiro Ozawa meant. This was not the first time this had happened, but it was always suppressed by the Sakura officials. Only well-informed people like Ichiro Ozawa knew some of the inside story. Chapter 30 Things Got Out of Hand. Part 2. Captain Ozawa, this is the best time for us to fish in troubled waters. What do you mean? Fong Luorjiu whispered in his ear. We can use this horrific incident to stir up hatred among the Okinawa public towards the troops stationed there, and let their anger completely erupt. Ichiro Ozawa nodded and said. You are right, but... Seeing Xiao's fussy look, Fong Luorjiu asked angrily. Don't you want justice for the victims of Okinawa? The indignant OTA team cadres all looked towards their team leader. They were all native Okinawans who had seen too many tragedies and were already eager to try. Seeing this, Ichiro Ozawa secretly thought that it was bad, and he seemed to be being controlled by Fong Luorjiu. Okay, then I will use the anger of provoking a war as the breakthrough point of this mission. After making up his mind, Ichiro Ozawa immediately got into the state. He immediately said. As the maintainers of the underground order, we can add fuel to the flames, but we should never stand in the front and openly oppose the official side. Team leader Fong, we need an organizer with great popularity. Although Fong Luorjiu was very arrogant and bold, he knew the importance of the matter. If the Sumiyoshi Association openly organized a protest and provoked disputes between the 2 countries, it would inevitably lead to severe crackdowns by the authorities, which was not the scene he wanted to see. Ozawa-kun, do you have any suitable candidate in mind? Gao Lilingshiro might be able to do this job. Is he a high-ranking official in Okinawa? Ichiro Ozawa nodded and shook his head. Takasato Ryo's identity is very special. He is an anti-war scholar. He used to be a sociology professor at the University of the Ryukyus. He participated in the gubernatorial election this year and lost by a small margin, but it was enough to prove his appeal in Okinawa. The most important reason is that he is an advocate of anti-base advocacy and organizes rallies almost every year. In the face of layers of official obstruction, he had the courage to stand up and say no to the beautiful people of our country, which makes us deeply admire him. Fong Luorjo nodded. The governor is the highest administrative officer in Okinawa Prefecture and is elected. The fact that Gao Liling lost the election by a narrow margin shows his appeal in Okinawa. The reason why he lost the election was largely due to official obstruction. The Sakura government has long recognized the enemy as its father, so it will naturally not allow an opponent of the US military to become the governor of Okinawa Prefecture. Then please, Azoa-kun, contact Takasato Reo. Well, speaking of which, our That Ian group is still his die-hard supporter. If I ask him out, he will definitely give me this face. Not long after, in a tavern opened by the OTA group, Gao Lilingdai, wearing black-framed glasses, happily accepted the appointment. Xiao Zaojian, you asked me to come here today, it's not just to invite me to drink. Har, I knew I couldn't hide it from you, sir. I came here this time to tell you something. Ichiro Ozawa recounted in detail the evil deeds committed on the beach to Takasato Reo's ear. The little girl's family was devastated. They called the police but no one responded. The little girl was sent to Ryukyu Hospital by our OTA team for treatment. When Gao Lilingdai heard this, he covered his chest in pain. This is already the 80th vicious incident caused by the US military this year, but this time their evil deeds have exceeded my bottom line. I will expose their atrocities to the world. Having said that, Gao Lilingdai walked out of the tavern without looking back. Ichiro Ozawa couldn't help but lower his head in shame. Compared with Gao Li's perseverance, he was like a coward. He thought of his neighbor sister, whom he liked very much when he was young and ignorant. But an American soldier ruthlessly abused her in front of her father and brother, causing the sister to become completely insane and commit suicide soon after. After witnessing such a tragedy, he began to believe in Bushido, and felt that he could become a yakuza in the future to avenge his neighbor's sister. Now he has become the leader of an organization under the Sumiyoshi Kai, with hundreds of core members under him, and thousands of people following him for a living. But he lost the courage to say no to the American people. Thinking of this, a blazing fire ignited in his eyes, and he said sternly, "My boys." Dozens of tattooed men in the hall responded in unison. "Exist. Distribute pamphlets door to door, and make public all the crimes of the beautiful army that we have recorded." The so-called booklet recorded thousands of crimes committed by American soldiers in Okinawa, and the youngest victim was only 9 years old. When the OTA group mobilized in full force, tens of thousands of printed booklets appeared at the doorsteps of the Okinawa people. The crimes recorded in this booklet made the Okinawans furious. They did not expect that the US military had committed so many crimes on their land. And most of them are crimes involving extraordinary interpersonal behaviors. The booklet also states at the end that these are only some of the crimes they know about, and that many more female bodies remain unclaimed, becoming innocent souls who will never rest in peace. The masses were enveloped in endless anger. Just when they had nowhere to vent their anger, Gao Li's strong and slightly vicissitudes voice sounded on the radio in Okinawa Prefecture. People of Sakura, not long ago, a 12-year-old girl was tied to an empty beach by 3 beautiful soldiers. They took turns to abuse the girl for 12 hours. Now it is the girl's mother's turn to say a few words. The people of Okinawa, including the Sakura people who were listening to the radio, felt a fire rising to their heads. This group of beautiful soldiers could not be called human beings at all. Everyone, my daughter is at an innocent and romantic age, but she has been violated inhumanely. I hope you can help my daughter and severely punish the murderer. Punish the murderer severely. People's anger was completely ignited, and countless people began to gather at the Okinawa base. Punish the murderer severely. Countless Sakura citizens who received the broadcast began to gather in Okinawa to show their support for their compatriots. According to incomplete statistics from relevant departments, at least 100,000 people participated in the march. Women's organizations, anti-war organizations, anti-base protesters, and debt collectors demanding that the garrison pay overdue audio-visual fees, countless people held up signs and shouted slogans outside the base day and night. The slogans resounded throughout Okinawa, and the American troops in the base felt like they were trapped in a vast ocean, with the roars of the Sakura people heard from all directions. Things got out of control and the Okinawans went on a collective strike, demanding severe punishment for the 3 soldiers who committed a crime and that the US military abide by the laws of Sakura and that crimes must be severely punished. There were a total of 20,000 American soldiers in Okinawa, but they did not dare to open fire on the Sakura people who surrounded them. They could only call the Sakura officials who were not doing their job well and scold them severely. Chapter 31, Sakura officials pay for their whole event. President, where are you going? Looking at Wang Nan and a group of staff from Sanquan Real Estate packing their luggage, Nakano Miki was confused. Is there going to be some big move? Nakano, don't you know yet? A large-scale anti-base demonstration is underway in Okinawa Prefecture. We must respond to the call of the senior scholar Gao Liling and join the protest. The man who said this was full of indignation, and his words were echoed by others. These bastards are bullying the common people. How can we just stand by and watch? Yes, Nakano, you should stay at the headquarters. We are ready for a protracted war. Nakano couldn't help but be moved when he saw the indignation of the group of people. She couldn't help but recall the order just issued by the top brass of the Metropolitan Police Department, which stated that all police officers were not allowed to participate in or support any anti-base demonstrations. If found doing so, they would be severely punished. The reason is of course very simple. The Sakura officials do not want to offend the Holy Father, the United States. Not only do they not dare to investigate the atrocities committed by the beautiful army, they are also suppressing this large-scale march. Miki Nakano's long-held beliefs began to waver again. Even the violent gangs were pursuing justice and supporting the people of Okinawa with actions, while the police, who were supposed to uphold the law and justice, were standing idly by. Is the justice she has always insisted on really justice? Miki, aren't you coming with us? Faced with Wang Nan's invitation, Nakano Miki showed obvious hesitation on her face. She also wanted to go with Wang Nan, but when she thought of the ban issued by the Metropolitan Police Department, she had to think about the consequences of doing so. Well, take care of their house. After saying that, Wang Nan walked away without looking back. Nakano Miki clearly felt his disappointed expression, and at that moment she felt relieved. Not long after Wang Nan and others left, Nakano Miki received an emergency call. Inspector Nakano, you have been urgently recruited. Go to the headquarters immediately. Is there an emergency? The people of the Sumiyoshi Kai have gone crazy. There are at least several thousand of them heading towards Okinawa Prefecture. We must be prepared to prevent large-scale riots. Miki Nakano was stunned when she heard this. She thought Wang Nan was really crazy. Did he really want to confront the Sakura officials head-on? Once a riot occurred, the Sumiyoshi Kai would definitely be suppressed and banned by the officials. Without giving it much thought, she hurried back to the Metropolitan Police Department, where the headquarters was already in chaos. The head of the headquarters saw Nakano Miki and hurriedly whispered. How come you also received the notice? Remember to wear a mask and don't reveal your identity. Director, don't you think our work is very... Shut up. Inspector Nakano, your first priority is to follow orders. If Wang Nan instigates a riot, he will be a vicious criminal. We cannot watch him make the situation worse. Nakano Miki nodded, feeling extremely upset the entire way. But when he arrived at the scene, he saw an extremely strange scene. Wang Nanjing led a large group of disciplined gangsters to sit in front of the base gate, and behind them were the Okinawa people who were shouting slogans. The gangsters are using their bodies to build a human buffer zone between the soldiers and the protesting people. The reporters present at the event were all moved by this. The Sumiyoshi Kai members sat in front of the base, as if to say that anyone who wanted to harm the people would have to step over their bodies. They stared fiercely at the soldiers holding weapons. What is the spirit of the extreme? This is the true warrior. Although the live broadcast of the TV station was cut off, many Cherry Blossom fans were still deeply moved. When the United States troops were wreaking havoc in Okinawa, the Sakura officials did not say anything, but a group of gangsters stood up and the police stood against the people. So who is the one who can truly protect them? Faced with accusations from all walks of life, the authorities had to muster up the courage to discuss with the American general how to quell public anger. We will not hand over the 3 soldiers. They can only be tried in the federal court, and I will not come out to apologize. As for how and how much compensation to pay, it is up to you. The Prime Minister of Sakura nodded humbly. The willingness of the father of the beautiful country to try the 3 culprits was already the biggest concession. He knew very well that he could not push his luck any further. In desperation, he contacted Gao Lilingdai himself. Master, stop it. Don't you know the situation we are facing now? Everything is pale and powerless in the face of absolute force. Don't you think we don't want to drive away the garrison? But Okinawa has a special terrain, and the beautiful people will not give up the garrison here. But are we going to let the soldiers do whatever they want with our wives and daughters? They have agreed to have the 3 culprits tried by their federal court. We will agree to whatever compensation you want for the little girl. Har har, are those 3 soldiers the only ones who committed the crime? There were thousands of violent incidents, their crimes are too numerous to list. The Prime Minister could not help but feel a headache. Why was this scholar so stubborn? He said helplessly. So what do you need? First, the highest-ranking officer of the garrison must publicly apologize to the victim's family and strengthen the discipline of his soldiers. 2. Reduce the number of aircraft flights at night and try not to interfere with the normal lives of nearby residents. 3. Provide financial compensation and post-injury treatment to the victims over the decades. 4th, pay the HNK audio-visual fees that have been in arrears for many years. They have enjoyed the service and must fulfill their obligations. The Prime Minister's brain was a little behind Gao Lilingdai's pace. He could understand the first 3 points, but what was going on with the last one? However, after repeated consideration, he felt that the last option was the easiest to achieve. They just had to pay for the garrison. It was just a matter of a few 100 million yen. There would be no problem in taking care of it all in the future. Later, at the Prime Minister's insistence, the general was willing to let his adjutant come forward to apologize. When the Prime Minister announced that all 4 demands raised by Gari representative had been met, the audience in front of the television were a little confused. They can understand the first 3, but what the hell is the last one? The general himself was a little confused. It was they who facilitated the HNK audio-visual fees in the first place. How could they have turned against Tiangang? Apart from the HNK TV station that was broadcasting the live broadcast and feeling particularly proud and smug, the public was even more confused. Are the debt collectors of NHK TV station so awesome that they actually succeeded in collecting audio-visual fees from the American troops? They thought that the debt collectors from HNK TV station were just taking advantage of the power of others, but now it seems that they are really powerful. Even the GAO Liling representative said that HNK debt collectors played a great role in this. A group of people who resisted paying the audio-visual fee couldn't help but feel nervous. If they didn't pay, would they be caught by the powerful debt collectors? Chapter 32. The show is on the agenda. The presidents of the 3 branches had not expected things to develop to this point. When Wang Nan first proposed to mobilize manpower, they agreed with both hands because they were sure that Wang Nan would definitely make some big move this time. If there were official suppression and sanctions, Wang Nan would become the sinner of the Sumiyoshi Kai. At that time, they just need to put pressure on Masao Nishiguchi, and for the sake of the company, they will naturally have to hand over Wang Nan. But what no one expected was that Wang Nan actually asked a group of people to strip naked and sit in front of the military camp in their shorts. There was no movement at all. Instead, the Sumiyoshi Kai gained great acclaim among the public, especially from the media of NHK TV station, which even called the Sumiyoshi Kai the national Yakuza group. Only then did they realize that the in-depth cooperation between Wang Nan and NHK TV was a brilliant move. With the publicity of this TV station that almost every household could receive, the Sumiyoshi Kai had risen several notches in the hearts of the Sakura residents. So much so that they had to advise everyone to abide by the rules and not bring disgrace to the company. In fact, there was no need for the top leaders to remind them. At this time, the members of the Sumiyoshi Kai were extremely proud of their identities. They found that the public no longer looked at them with fear, but with a bit more admiration in their eyes. What is the purpose of most people joining the underworld? It is to make people afraid of them, or in other words, marginalized people just want to get more attention from society by being unique. Now, members of the Sumiyoshi Kai have not only received attention from society, but also gained recognition from the general public. So now they cherish their reputation very much, and they believe that as a member of the company, they have an obligation to maintain this glory. Masao Nishiguchi was originally complaining that Wang Nan acted rashly, but now seeing the situation, he has no complaints at all. He thinks his adopted son has done a good job. As he wished, Ichiro Ozawa was summoned by President Masao Nishiguchi and was praised amid the envious eyes of many senior executives. While drinking wine at night, Ichiro Ozawa cried while holding up the commendation letter. Team leader phone, thank you for giving all the credit to me. How about we hold a cup ceremony? The cup ceremony is a matter of sworn brotherhood, which scared Feng Luorjiu. All the young gang members had performed the cup ceremony with Wang Nan. In fact, Xiao is even older than them, so wouldn't that mess up the generations? Ichiro Ozawa also quickly realized this, and he quickly changed his words. I swear on my character that from now on I will be Wakato's die-hard supporter and will never betray him. Ichiro Ozawa was convinced by Wang Nan, and he believed that the other party's magnanimity was enough to lead them to a new peak. Not only did Xiao return, but many team leaders also had a changed impression of Wang Nan through this incident. From cooperating with NHK TV station and becoming the general contractor in the East to increase everyone's income, to improving the public image today, Wang Nan's actions have brought too many benefits to the company. So much so that every member had to think about Wang Nan's benefits. And Wang Nan was dealing with Qiu Shanfeng's business banquet. Qiu Shanfeng lowered his attitude very low, raised his glass and said with great gratitude, President Wang, cooperating with your company is our wisest decision. If you need anything from me in the future, just let me know. As he said this, he tilted his head back and swallowed the entire glass of sake. Wang Nan raised his eyebrows, thinking that Qiu Shanfeng wanted to surrender to him. No wonder he is so humble. In fact, Akiyama Hira, who represents HNK TV, is the real party A. Wang Nan hurriedly pulled him up and said with a smile, President Akiyama, it's a bit strange for you to say that. You are also a major shareholder of our Sanquan production company. We have long been family and the most unbreakable business partners. We should take care of each other in the future. Qiu Shanfeng nodded hurriedly. The reason why he was so humble was because Wang Nan had done something he could not even imagine. You have to know that the fact that HNK TV can operate independently and set its own viewing fee policy is entirely the result of the promotion of the beautiful Chinese people. Now that even the American daddy has compromised, how can he be tough again? Another thing that touched him deeply was that in just less than a month, Wang Nan received audio-visual fees amounting to over 100 billion yen, almost the total of audio-visual fees in the first half of the year. This guy is not Party B, he is the real god of wealth. With Sanquan as the general contractor, Akiyama Feng no longer has to worry about his employees' salary income and program funding. The position of president is elected by employees. With the help of the Sumiyoshi Kai, does he still have to worry about votes? In this situation, no matter who it is, they all want to follow Wang Nan. Now after hearing what Wang Nan said, he became more determined in his inner thoughts. President Akiyama, let's talk about the two talent shows. You talk, and I listen. I hope that before the show is officially launched, we will first hold preliminary rounds in various regions offline. Only amateurs who are successfully recognized by the judges can participate in our official selection at the TV station. Akiyama nodded. He thought the style of the offline preliminaries was very novel, but he always felt that something was missing. Wang Nan added. We hope that the TV station will do some pre-promotion during the prime time, and use the attractive bonuses and resources to attract more people to participate in our offline selection. After hearing this, Qiu Shanfeng suddenly realized that this was what he was missing. With the huge winning prize and the promise of becoming a big star, it will naturally attract a large number of young boys and girls who hope to change their destiny and dream of becoming a star to sign up enthusiastically. It is conceivable that these two events will become the most watched, hottest and most nationally watched events in Sakura. After such a long warm-up period, the ratings of these two programs will definitely not be low. Although we use the excuse of selling sex and flirting with the audience, the theme of our external publicity must be positive, such as burning youth and so on. Qiu Shanfeng understood this principle. He was very good at it and assured Wang Nan. Leave the promotion to us. We will definitely associate the program with positive energy and will not allow the program to be branded as vulgar. Regarding the program, I also hope to select the champion through a nationwide vote. We can make some postcards of the contestants and sell them to the public at a high price. The number of postcards sold will be counted as the number of star votes. Qiu Shanfeng was stunned when he heard this. He felt that Mr. Wang Nan was truly a genius in program planning and that his business talent was far beyond his reach. It is easy to imagine how crazy people would be in buying postcards of their favorite players in order to support them. Chapter 33 Kitagawa was stunned. The partner turned out to be HNK. Akiyama Feng couldn't wait to launch these two variety show talent shows online. But a program has to be carried out step by step from conception and planning to implementation. First of all, the newly established production company is a big problem. You don't have to worry about this. We have acquired several small TV program planning companies. I have also found a suitable person to be the main leader. He will be in place soon, and then we can start the action. Okay, then I will wait patiently for your good news. After saying that, Akiyama clapped his hands. Two scantily clad beauties pushed the door open and walked in. Sir, these are the two weather forecast hosts of our TV station. They are goddesses in the hearts of many viewers. Tonight they will be the hosts. Xiao Shanfeng had a lewd smile on his face. Looking at the two beauties, Wang Nan couldn't help but sigh that Xiao Shanfeng knew how to behave. I accept your gift. From now on, we will be best friends. Both of them couldn't help but smile knowingly. Kitagawa is worried about the future development of Johnny's. His Johnny's firm was acquired by Sanquan Real Estate Company some time ago, but the other party acted as if nothing had happened after buying the company, with no movement at all. If the share transfer contract had not been still in the drawer, he would have even had the illusion that nothing had happened. Thinking of this, he became a little restless. Could this be a scam? The guarantees of the draft and listing were all to make him willingly sign the share transfer contract. After hesitating for a long time, he finally called Feng Luorgio. Mr. Feng, when will the Johnny's trainee audition begin? Why has there been no news for so long? Although he was a little angry and anxious inside, his voice became much softer after he said it. Oh, it's hard to explain over the phone. Why don't you come to Sanquan Real Estate Company? We can take this opportunity to talk about this matter together. Also receiving the notice was Siyu, and who am I? She was in a relatively calm state of mind. With the support of the Sumiyoshi Association behind her, she felt more confident as a woman. I am looking forward to practicing all kinds of skills with Wang Nan again. This time I am mentally prepared and I will definitely not be as embarrassed as last time. Several people met at Sanquan Real Estate Company. Please take a seat, both of you. I haven't contacted you for a while. It's really unfortunate that our Sumiyoshi club encountered a major event. The two of them naturally knew about the important event that Feng Luorgio mentioned. They even saw Feng Luorgio himself leading the sit-in on the TV broadcast. Mr. Feng is righteous. Har, let's get back to the point. We have already decided on the TV stations to cooperate with for the two talent shows. The two of them immediately became interested, and Kitagawa asked hurriedly. Which TV station are you working with, Fuji TV or TV Asahi? These are the two commercial TV stations with the highest audience share in Sakura today. They are fighting fiercely for the top ratings and are the two most suitable partners in Kitagawa's mind. But he was disappointed to see Feng Luorgio shook his head. Neither. Kitagawa waved his hand indifferently. TV Tokyo and TBS are also good. They have a lot of young audiences. But Feng Luorgio, who was keeping the secret, still shook his head. Kitagawa couldn't help but feel a little lost in his eyes. NTV also has a great influence in the Kanto region. Feng Luorgio sneered. Can they catch up with HNK TV? What, Mr. Feng, you said our partner is HNK Public Television. Both of them were shocked when they heard this and couldn't believe their ears. Which private TV station's ratings could be compared with HNK Public TV station? HNK TV station would not be interested in their unorthodox talent show. Just when the two were in doubt, Feng Luorgio took out two documents, which were the cooperation contracts signed between Sanquan Production Company and HNK TV station. It has the signature of the HNK president and the seal of HNK TV station. Since Kitagawa's artists have appeared on the HNK Red and White Songs Festival many times, he is naturally very familiar with the seal and signature. He is very sure that this is a real cooperation contract. Is our partner really HNK TV? Feng Luorgio said in a very pretentious manner. Of course it's true. Our Sanquan Real Estate Company is now the closest partner to HNK. We have close cooperation in many areas. It's just a matter of a word to get these two programs done. Hearing this, Kitagawa and Seijin EMI were both surprised. It is not easy to establish a good relationship with HNK TV station, because the resources it controls are what major agencies dream of. It is precisely because of its #1 ratings in the country that HNK can be so arrogant and will not give any face to the two agencies. Also, because the staff of HNK TV station have extremely high incomes, wanting to use public relations can only be icing on the cake, and the other party will just give them a few pieces of meat and send them off. But now Fong Luorjo said that they have a deep cooperative relationship with HNK, and his ability is evident from the fact that he has won the production of 2 variety shows in a row. Kitagawa's face was full of smiles, and he became even more enthusiastic towards Fong Luorjo. Doesn't this mean that Johnny Associates can rely on their relationship with Sanquan to get more exposure at the HNK Red and White Song Festival? Perhaps the second half of the performance is just a matter of one word from Sanquan Company. So Mr. Fong, when are we going to start promoting the competition? I can't wait to perform in HNK. As the president of Johnny's trainee variety show, he naturally cannot be absent. Yes, my rebellious daughter has been clamoring to participate in this competition. I was trying to stop her, but if it's HNK, then there won't be any big problem. So one who am I has only one daughter, and she thinks it would be a good idea to let her enter the entertainment industry. With her mother as her backer, it would be hard for her daughter not to become famous. Fong Luorjo smiled and said, "We have the right time and place now, but we are just missing a chief planner for the production of the program." When it comes to program planning, both of them suddenly realized that they had no experience in planning variety shows and they really needed an experienced person to escort the talent show. I already have a candidate, and you should know this person. Who? The famous program planner, Akimoto Yasushi. When they heard the name, both of them showed a look of sudden enlightenment, because this Akimoto Yasushi produced many popular music programs. The Best 10, TBS's flagship program in the 1980s. Tunnels is Thanks to Everyone, a program sponsored by the famous comedian duo Tunnel. These are all classic projects created by him. The most important thing is that Yasushi Akimoto is very talented. Not only can he make programs, he is also a lyricist, screenwriter, writer, and director. He performs extremely well in every field. Chapter 34: The Indecisive Father of a Female Idol. Mr. Fong, it seems that our beauty contest does not need an arranger as the program producer. EMICUN felt that hiring a gold medal producer was a bit of a waste of talent for the model talent show. Adhering to the business strategy of saving wherever possible, she felt that it was not necessary for Yasushi Akimoto to join. Fong Luorjo didn't know so much, so he just copied brother Wang Nan's original words. If the beauty contest is just a competition for young models, it would be a little less interesting. Our president wants to add some training elements, so that the girls can compete for talent for a place in the group, and compete for the performance of dance moves with specific songs. Development elements and places in girl group, these 2 words made Siyuan Who Am I suddenly enlightened, and she immediately felt that this was the biggest highlight of the beauty girl contest. In order to get a place in the group, the amateur girls participating in the competition will try their best to show their charm on the stage, and the audience can also gain a sense of accomplishment from supporting the girls and watching the contestants they support step by step to form a group and debut. This is a truly unique plan. Kitagawa on the side suddenly realized that why had he never thought of planning a similar variety show. He immediately felt that joining Sanquan Real Estate was an extremely wise choice. Kitagawa still has a very high opinion of Akimoto Yasushi. He has wanted to cooperate with him more than once, but unfortunately he has no chance. He believed that with the other party's ability, he would be able to plan the selection competition for Johnny's trainees. Then I'll have to trouble you, Mr. Fong, with the next things. We will definitely support you wherever you need us. I really need to trouble you too. Our president hopes that the youth team and the models will do some publicity for the preliminaries of this competition when they participate in the event. Okay, this is what we should do, and we must promote it well. Both families were very satisfied with the response given by Fong Luorjo. With a gold medal producer and the highest rated public TV station, it would be hard for their show not to be popular. The most crucial thing is the good relationship between Sanquan Real Estate Group and NHK TV station. The Red and White Songs contest that Kitagawa has always dreamed of seems to be within reach. However, Fong Luorjo received an unexpected news from his business staff that Akimoto Yasushi actually rejected the invitation from their production company. He immediately passed the news to Wang Nan. Brother, this guy actually refused our invitation without knowing what's good for him. Do you want me to teach him a lesson? In Fong Luorjo's opinion, it was too easy to teach Akimoto Yasushi a lesson. He just had to cause trouble on the 2 programs produced by him. He would ensure that Akimoto Yasushi would be exhausted and forced to compromise with them. Wang Nan shook his head. That was the father of the AKB48 girl group, a man who commercialized the idol girl group. He really hoped that Akimoto Yasushi could join Sanquan Production Company. If you do this, he will only resist us from the bottom of his heart. How can he serve us wholeheartedly? Forget it, I'll go talk to him in person. If he refuses again, I don't mind destroying him. Since Wang Nan couldn't get it, no one else could get it either. He didn't mind destroying an entertainment business genius with his own hands. In order to show his identity, Wang Nan used the Rolls-Royce Phantom under the name of Sanquan Real Estate Company. Following behind were 7 or 8 Mercedes-Benz business sedans. When the motorcade appeared on Fuji TV, it attracted a lot of attention. Standing out among a group of muscular men in suits, Wang Nan is particularly conspicuous. Whose wealthy tycoon's son is this, traveling with such a large army? They went to Fuji TV. Were they there for some female artist? During this period, several fashionably dressed and eye-catching female artists came up to chat with him, but they were all stopped by Wang Nan's younger brothers. We want to find your company's producer, Mr. Yasushi Akimoto. Please notify him. The receptionist at Fuji TV was stunned. She thought that this noble man wearing a famous watch was here for some female star, but she didn't expect that he was here for Fei Chiu. Because Akimoto Yasushi is fat and has a kind appearance, his colleagues at Fuji TV like to call him Fat Aki. Fei Chiu, someone is looking for you. Akimoto Yasushi, who received the call from inside, was stunned. He had just noticed the movement outside the building and immediately guessed that this group of people were from Sanquan Production Company. He knew that Sanquan Production Company had a complicated background and was a subsidiary of a large real estate company, but he did not expect that the other party would make such a big fuss for him. During the years he worked at Fuji TV, he saved a large sum of money and was waiting to start his own business after a while. He was not very interested in joining a newly opened production company. But since the president has come to my house, it would be a shame not to meet him. To be able to grow a real estate company to such a large scale, the background must be extraordinary. In order not to offend anyone, he could only say helplessly, "Okay, let them wait a moment, I'll go to the reception room to meet them." Not long after, Wang Nan saw Fat Chiu. Just like the nickname, Akimoto Yasushi's familiar fat face appeared in Wang Nan's sight. Akimoto Yasushi was still shocked when he saw a group of people in the reception room. "Sir, I already know why you're here. I won't waste your time anymore. To tell you the truth, I already have plans to start a business, and I just want to proceed with the transition to starting a business step by step." Wang Nan nodded. Akimoto Yasushi's entrepreneurial project is the Kitten Club, which is a project in cooperation with Akimoto Yasushi and his former employer Fuji TV. The stage show of the Kitten Club is called Meow Meow Club, which created a ratings miracle between 1995 and 1996. It was explosively popular among the southern student groups, and a continuous stream of high-quality girls joined, creating a kitten whirlwind in Sakura. Unfortunately, due to poor management, scandals with TV station executives, and teenage idols dating, the ratings began to decline. The most crucial thing was that Akimoto Yasushi had not yet found a mature business mechanism. After the ratings dropped sharply, fatal financial problems arose. Suffering from heavy losses, Yasushi Akimoto had no choice but to announce the disbandment of the Cat Girls idol group. This marked the beginning of a 10-year period in which Sakura idols were frozen. But Wang Nan knew that Akimoto Yasushi's Kitten Club was not without achievements, and that was the last beauty of the Showa era, Shizuka Kudo. Thinking of this, Wang Nan said to Akimoto Yasushi, "Since you have decided to start a business, you should accept my invitation. We at Sanquan Real Estate have huge financial resources. More importantly, we have in-depth cooperation with NHK TV. You need a bigger stage and a big backstage that can support you in fulfilling your ambitions." NHK TV. Yes, we have 2 talent show collaborations with them, one for a girl idol group and one for a boy idol trainee group. If you are interested, we can discuss the details. A girl idol group is exactly what Akimoto Yasushi has always wanted to create. When he saw the success of the Shonentai, he had the idea of forming a large girl group. He didn't expect that the handsome man in front of him had already taken action. He suddenly felt a strong sense of urgency. Chapter 35, Binding Akimoto Yasushi with a Gambling Agreement. Yasushi Akimoto began to reflect on himself. He once arrogantly thought that he was the only producer who had discovered the wealth code of female idols, but now looking back, he realized that he had underestimated everyone in the world. It seems that this chaebol son not only thought about his future, but also put 2 talent shows on the agenda, and even found himself with magical powers. Akimoto Yasushi was in great torment because he once wanted to get rich by creating a girl idol group, but now something unexpected happened. Now he has 2 choices. One is to stick to the original plan and start his own business half a year later to create a girl idol group relying on the platform provided by his former employer Fuji TV. However, by doing so, they will lose their first mover advantage. Considering the financial resources shown by the other party and their background in NHK, it is estimated that there is a high possibility that the 2 talent shows will become very popular. At that time, he will become a ridiculous imitator, and it is completely unknown whether he can surpass the other party. There is a high probability that you will not be able to surpass the opponent. The other option is to agree to join the other party's production company. At least, she can keep her own name as a producer, and she can also practice and accumulate some experience in creating an idol girl group. Perhaps you can also get a considerable bonus from the other party and use it for your next business venture. He was more inclined towards the latter option at this time. Yes, even at this time he was still not prepared to work properly for Wang Nan. It is impossible for him to work as a part-time worker. How can Akimoto Yasushi be under someone else for long? He has wanted to be his own boss for a long time. Wang Nan immediately saw through Akimoto Yasushi's little thoughts, and his eyes rolled around, definitely thinking that he was up to no good. Okay, I'm willing to join Sanquan Production Company, but I want shares in the company and the right not to be interfered with in the production. Wang Nan frowned when he heard this. He was very sensitive about the company's shares. The reason for giving shares to NHK President Akiyama was that it was necessary to legally obtain the production budget from him. This was a win-win cooperation in which a small amount of money was used to leverage a large amount of money. At present, Yasushi Akimoto has not yet demonstrated his value, and giving people shares right away is not his style. If I agree to the other party now, I don't know what excessive demands they will make in the next cooperation. What he wants is to be the father of an idol girl group and have Wang work for him for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, he came up with an idea. Mr. Chiu, to be honest, someone recommended you to me, which led to today's meeting. In my mind, you are not a must-have. Upon hearing this, Akimoto Yasushi's heart skipped a beat. Was he really too greedy? Things like shares should not be brought up at the first contact. Akimoto was suddenly a little worried that this chaebol son would turn against him. If that happened, he would be forced to choose the path of starting his own business. But Wang Nan changed the subject at this moment. But I can give you a chance. As long as one of your shows has a single quarter peak viewership of over 50%, I can give you 1% of the shares of the production company. If it exceeds 60% in a single quarter, I can give you 3% of the shares. If both shows exceed the expected target, I will give you double the shares as a reward. More than 50% and 60%. Akimoto Yasushi's hair stood on end. Is this a task that a human can accomplish? Apart from the Red and White Songs contest, the highest ratings holder for Sakura is the NHK morning drama Ocean, with a peak rating of 62%. However, Wang Nan feels that the peak ratings of the 2 programs exceeding 50% can only be considered a passing result. You must know that in this era, watching TV is still the main entertainment activity for Sakura people, and it is very common for TV programs to have a ratings of over 30%. If the ratings still don't reach 50% despite the right time, place and people, it must be that Akimoto Yasushi's ability is over-exaggerated. Why don't you have confidence in yourself? This is my lowest psychological expectation. Akimoto Yasushi was even more dumbfounded after hearing this. Was the person in front of him too arrogant, or did he underestimate the other party's ambition, actually saying that 50% viewership was the lowest expectation? But he changed his mind and thought that this was better than not having any share promise at all. The other party was willing to propose a bet, which was better than those bosses who like to make big promises. Okay, I'm willing to sign this bet agreement, but my salary as a producer must be 20% higher than my current salary. This condition should not be excessive. Wang Nan said unyieldingly. Since you've made this request, I can naturally agree to it. We at Sanquan Real Estate Company will never mistreat our own people. As long as you do the program well and you want to start a business in the future, as long as the project is good, I can even invest a large sum of money in you as startup capital. It has to be said that the big picture painted by Wang Nan was a fatal temptation to Akamoto Yasushi, who was determined to start a business. When Wang Nan saw the change in his eyes, he knew that the fat man Akamoto had taken the bait. Once Akamoto Yasushi accepted his investment, the other party would only be the nominal boss and the manager of the company, and he, Wang Nan, would be the biggest boss behind the scenes. It's a pleasure to work with you. It's a pleasure working with you, boss. Akamoto Yasushi, who had already made up his mind to join Sanquan Production Company, suddenly came to his senses and decided to submit his resignation to Fuji TV immediately. Although Fuji TV tried every means to retain him, Akamoto Yasushi was determined to leave. His mind was now filled with 2 talent show variety shows, and he did not want to waste even a minute on such a passionless show. His supervisor had no choice but to let Akamoto Yasushi leave. Just when Wang Nan thought everything was ready, Akiyama Fong from NHK came to him. He looked ashamed and said to Wang Nan awkwardly, "Boss, I'm sorry, I screwed up." "Akiyama-kun, what's going on? What went wrong?" Akiyama Fong said embarrassedly. "I failed to secure morning time slots for both shows. NHK TV station has a very special property, that is, its highest ratings time period is the morning slot. At that time, their housewife would prepare breakfast, and the family would watch TV while eating breakfast. Its primetime ratings are actually lower than those of commercial TV stations. According to the original plan, the 2 parties decided to broadcast 2 variety shows during the Saturday weekend time period, relying on the ratings of morning dramas to get off to a good start. All departments in the station are against using 2 variety shows to replace the inter-level drama, believing that if it fails, it will shake the foundation of the station. To put it bluntly, interlayer dramas are the bread and butter of NHK TV station, and most people are unwilling to take the risk. So what time slots do you plan to air our 2 shows, and what is the production budget? What Wang Nan cares most about is how much money he can get from Xiao Phone. The early morning time period on Saturday and Sunday may not be the key factor. Who would get up at 8:15 on the weekend to watch TV? I came here to discuss this with you." Perhaps because he felt that he was not doing a good job, Akiyama gave up the initiative. Chapter 36 Kudo Shizuka and Yukina Koharu Part 1. Sakura TV's prime time is from 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. From Monday to Sunday, they are called Moon, Fire, Water, Wood, Metal, Earth, and Sun respectively. The 9th day of the lunar month, the 9th day of the lunar month, the 10th, and the 7th day of the lunar month are traditionally the golden periods for cherry blossoms. Every TV station has its own special prime time slot. For example, Fuji TV's most powerful show is the Monday 9th theater, followed by the Saturday 10th and Sunday 9th theaters. As for other commercial TV stations, they all have their own highlight programs. Even Tokyo TV, which has low ratings, will broadcast some marginal content late at night to attract viewers and form its own highlight program. The most popular time slot on NHK TV is undoubtedly the Tiger Drama Theatre on Saturday. It is simply impossible to compete with the Tiger Drama CCTV drama for time slots, and it is not even within the scope of discussion. Wang Nan thought for a moment and said, "President Akiyama, why don't we schedule our schedule on Saturday and Sunday?" Hearing this, Xiao Shanfeng looked strange. "Are you sure you want to do this? Because Saturday and Sunday night are the times when the 6 major commercial TV stations compete most fiercely for ratings. Almost all major TV stations will broadcast their strongest variety shows and some dramas with dark horse potential during this time period. Simply put, this is the most inefficient time period for ratings. Even Fuji TV, the current leader in ratings among commercial broadcasters, will not broadcast its flagship dramas on these 2 days, but will choose to broadcast them on Monday's 9th slot. The ratings will be very scattered during these 2 time periods. Nowadays, television is still the main form of entertainment for the general public, and these 2 periods are called the death period by industry insiders. From Akiyama's perspective, they could have just found a time slot where competition wasn't too fierce. As for track and field horse racing, it's not shameful to bully a program with low ratings. Of course, that's a rare time for the family to get together. Why don't you have confidence in our show, Akiyama-kun? How could that be? I'm just worried. Are you worried that our ratings will take a hit before we even become popular? There are concerns about this. Don't worry about this. As long as the production funds are in place, I have absolute confidence that I can make the show a hit before it even airs. After hearing this, Xiao Shanfeng suddenly realized. The Sumiyoshi Kai is the largest violent group in the East, and they are also the defenders of underground and civil order. Simply put, violent gangs are responsible for maintaining public order. They are active in the streets and alleys. From a business perspective, they are the largest ground-based sales team. It would be easy to take over the territories they protect and promote some programs in bars, entertainment venues and restaurants. As long as Wang Nan gives the order, the program's promotional posters can be posted in all the toilets in Tokyo and the East. It is not impossible to put the posters in your home. Thinking of this, Xiao Xi responded. Okay, then I will immediately ask my subordinates to vacate these 2 time slots in the future. As for the program funding, I can give each show 50 million yen per episode for production funding. In Akiyama's opinion, this is already the ceiling for variety show production funding. The budget for one phase of Sakura's indoor variety show is only around 10 million yen, while the budget for an outdoor variety show is a little higher at around 30 million yen. The 2 programs produced by Sanquan are quite special because there may be dozens of contestants, which naturally costs more. But fortunately, the contestants are all amateurs, and their appearance fees are almost negligible. It is very conscientious of them to help reimburse the travel expenses. After deducting the expenses of the stage setting and production team, they still make a profit. But Wang Nan frowned. Xiao Xi didn't realize that these were 2 gooses that laid golden eggs. Akiyama-kun, how about we make a bet? If our show's highest ratings exceed 40% in the first 2 episodes, then the 3rd episode's program funding will increase to 17 million yen. If the show's ratings exceed 60%, then the program funding will increase to 100 million yen. 100 million yen is $4 billion, which is 32 billion US in 1 month. But he changed his mind and thought, if the ratings exceeded 60%, it would be a phenomenal hit variety show. What's wrong with spending 16 billion US every month to produce the show? Neither the public nor society can make any excuses for giving them so much funding for the production. If the program's ratings go up, it will naturally gain support from the people. The most important thing is that the higher the production cost, the more dividends he can get, so why not do it? Thinking of this, Xiao Xi responded. Okay, let's sign a supplementary contract. This is a betting agreement. Wang Nan has enough confidence in these 2 programs. He and Yasushi Akamoto's collaboration is enough to bring a little shock to the future of the little people. Let Sakura's idol culture reach an unprecedented peak. After Xiao Xi left, Wang Nan called Feng Luorjiu. Go and discuss this with Akamoto Yasushi. In addition to the TV station's promotion for the preliminary rounds, we also need to make promotional posters for the competition registration and post them in every corner of our territory. Feng Luorjiu was immediately filled with excitement, but he soon thought of a new question. Brother, what about the western part? That's the territory of the Yamaguchi-gumi and the Iwakai. Contact the Iwakai and tell them that we are willing to form an alliance with them to fight the Yamaguchi-gumi, provided they help us put up posters. I'm sure they will be tempted by this request, because helping to post posters is just a small matter. We can even ask them to post our posters in the Yamaguchi-gumi's territory. Boss, do we really have to help the Ihar society? They are not good people. Of course we can't intervene directly, but we can still provide some intelligence on arms and equipment. The more fiercely the 2 gangs fought, the more they accorded with the interests of the Sumiyoshi Kai. For the sake of his own business layout, Wang Nan had to intervene in this Shani war at this time. Chapter 37 Kudo Shizuka and Yukiner Koharu Part 2. Some people looking for fun were wandering the streets of Shibuya as usual. This is the most distinctive district among the 24 districts of Tokyo. It is not only the location of the headquarters of some large groups, but also has a large number of commercial streets, where there are a large number of department stores, coffee shops, restaurants, fashion stores, trendy stores. The most attractive ones are undoubtedly the large number of brothels. Its fashion and vitality make it the area with the highest concentration of young people. The young people who came to Shibuya today discovered a strange phenomenon. The young ladies and boys who used to stand at the intersection to solicit customers were not handing out flyers for a specific store. It's a registration poster for a show's auditions. The first thing that caught their eyes was the huge prize pool of 50 million yen. As long as you pass the selection and become one of the 9 members of the girl group, you can share the 50 million yen grand prize. The top 3 most popular contestants will not only debut as the center, but also get half of the huge prize money. If you're interested, call now to sign up for the roadside audition. Not only can they perform on NHK TV, but if they make their debut they will immediately become a rising star and even win a huge prize. How can the girls who dream of becoming famous overnight not be tempted? The most important thing is that the promotional slogan states that registered contestants are limited to amateurs who have not yet debuted. It doesn't matter if you can't sing or have no dance foundation, as long as you are under 15 years old, you can participate in the competition. Because the program team guaranteed that there would be a professional team to polish, train and package them for their debut, and they would place more emphasis on personal potential. This undoubtedly dispelled the doubts of many parents. They all felt that their daughters had good looks, but it was a pity that they did not have a good stage to show them. With this talent show where ordinary people can participate, it is natural for daughters or sons to fulfill their dreams. Some financially constrained families also feel that this is a good opportunity to change their children's destiny. As long as their children can stand out in this battle of amateurs and successfully debut as big stars, it will naturally change their family situation. Such flyers are posted almost everywhere in the streets and alleys of Tokyo and Sakura East, and even in the cubicles of public toilets. If they were not restricted by the law, the gangsters would even go to the residents' homes. The momentum soon spread to some areas in western Sakura. Faced with the offensive of the Yamaguchi-gumi, the Aquarkai had no choice but to bow to the Sumiyoshi-kai. It not only took on the work of collecting audience fees in some areas, but also worked hard to post promotional posters for the two programs. The territories of the Yamaguchi-gumi and the Aquarkai are often intertwined, so these posters naturally and inevitably entered the territory of the Yamaguchi-gumi. Tsukasa Shinobu of the Yamaguchi-gumi Hongdaukai was confused by this phenomenon. Why did the Aquarkai become much quieter and start distributing leaflets? At this time, he had not yet realized that Yamamoto Hiroshi of the Aquarkai had been secretly colluding with Nishiguchi Masao. Inside a self-built house in Nishitama District, Tokyo, 14-year-old Shizuka Kudo is practicing a new song she learned from the theater troupe. Her mother was looking at her lovingly and clapping with the accompaniment. "My Shizuka is awesome." As Kudo Shizuka's mother, she strongly supports her child's participation in some performance activities of the school drama troupe, and often dresses her up carefully and performs in front of everyone. Shizuka Kudo also showed a certain talent in singing and dancing. She was very confident on stage and never looked shy no matter how many people were in the audience. At this moment, the mother noticed a trace of sadness on Shizuka's face. "Shizuka, have you encountered something unhappy?" "Mom, many sisters in the troupe have signed up for the beauty pageant held by NHK TV. I also want to be on a bigger stage." "So you want to sign up for the competition?" "I also received a flyer and call to inquire as soon as possible. They will hold an audition in Shibuya tomorrow. I will help you sign up on the spot then." Hearing this, Shizuka Kudo gave a sly smile. Seeing her daughter's mischievous appearance, the woman couldn't help but touch Shizuka's head. You must behave well on the show. You can't be as rebellious as usual, and you can't say anything outrageous. If you scare the audience, that would be bad." "Mommy, maybe the audience will like my type. What's the point of being quiet and gentle? Amateur competitions are all about expressing yourself." Shizuka's mother touched her forehead helplessly. Her daughter was good in every way except that she was too self-centered. The same scene was happening in Emi Segan's mansion. "Mom, I'm determined to participate in this competition. You can't stop me. I want to be a big star and debut as the center." The beautiful woman listened to her daughter's wild words, feeling helpless but also a little relieved. After her husband died early, it was not easy for her to raise the child alone. The child has been following her around since he was young, and naturally developed the idea of becoming a star under the influence of her. She also supports her children's ambitions. With her as a mother, Xiao Xiaojian will naturally have a smooth career in the entertainment industry. But there are some reasons for opposing Xiaojian's participation in the beauty pageant. "Xiaojian, it's not that I don't agree with you participating in the talent show, but we are co-organizers, and as the boss I naturally need to avoid suspicion. If you are revealed to be my daughter, even if you successfully debut in the end, even if you perform well, others will think that you are relying on your family background. Not only will your teammates not look at you in the right eye, but your achievements will also be questioned." Xiao Xiaojian was a very precocious child and she immediately understood the reason. She doesn't want to live under the controversy of relying on her background to debut in the future. Even if her identity is revealed, it will be after the competition on the show. Thinking of this, she suddenly had an idea. I can debut under a pseudonym and compete under a different identity. This way, no one will know that I am your daughter. Once I stand out, even if people know my true background, they will not have a preconceived notion to resist me. So Yuan Who Am I understood what her daughter meant. After the official competition, everyone would be ranked based on the number of postcards. At that time, everyone would see Koharu's true strength. Participating under a pseudonym would actually make Koharu receive positive evaluations. As long as the public opinion is guided correctly, everyone will look at Koharu differently as she vows to make her debut based on her actual strength. Okay, so what would you like to use as your stage name? Yukina, my name is Yukina Koharu. Such scenes are still being played out in thousands of households in Sakura. The beauty pageant and Johnny's trainee group have become popular before they even started their official selection.